Hey, what's up everyone? My name is Oshikorosu and I'm coming at you guys live for that says no signal. Hold on. Wait, let's try it again. Fuck! Hey, what's up everyone? My name is Oshikorosu coming at you live for some Outlast 2. How's it going, guys? Welcome to your Terrible Tuesday. I'll be your host tonight. Tonight we're going to be playing Outlast 2 all night. No, we're not going to switch it up. No Mirror Maker tonight. It's our off night for Mirror Maker anyways. This game is pretty popular right now. A lot of people streaming this stuff, so I appreciate all the likes, retweets, shares, and stuff like that you guys can get going through Facebook, Reddit, Twitter. Really helps out, especially when people finish streaming up and we show up in their place. Really awesome. Appreciate the love, guys. No Signal is the best game, says Beastie. So there you guys go. Appreciate all that love. Let's kind of just start tying into it though. Let's not wait too long. Really creepy music to start off with. We did play the demo a long time ago, which was a lot of fun. But yeah, considering last night when we were playing Welcome to the Game and I threw my mouse, and actually, true story, I scratched my TV when I did that. I scratched my fucking TV. My Razer mouse has got a fucking razor edge on the fucking pointer, I think, and scratched it. I don't know where it came from, but anyways, we're gonna break the fucking TV off today. We're just gonna smash it, so. All right, let's get into it. What's up, CJ Gamer? How's it going? New game. Let's play normal mode. Not really super fantastic. Outlast 2 contains intense violence, gore, graphic sexual content, and strong language. Please enjoy. We will. Lynn Langerman is an investigative journalist seeking the answers behind a pregnant woman murdered under impossible circumstances in rural Arizona. You are Blake Langerman, her husband, assistant, and cameraman. Record everything. Neither of you are fighters. To navigate the horrors awaiting for you in the desert, your only choices are to run, hide, or die. For if you worship me... Oh, okay. Please. Whatever. What's up, Robert? How's it going, man? Uh-oh. Where are my subtitles? We're gonna have to change that here real quick.
He's coming.
Someone's coming.
He's here! No! Get away!
Jesus, Blake, are you really sleeping?
I'm awake.
I'm awake.
Oh, I had to get that hospital footage organized.
You were calling out some other woman's name.
What?
You jelly?
Jessica, I think. You know a Jessica?
Oh, no. I mean, I was dreaming about Jessica Gray from when we were kids.
Oh, yeah. I haven't thought about her in ages.
Hey, we're crossing
I've been thinking about her.
now. You said I'm looking for some sort of factory? Yeah. We can look, but there's nothing out here. It does look pretty empty.
That warning sounds like a divorce? Where's the sexual content? There's no graphic sexual content in a marriage, dude.
Say so, man. You bought the time.
What's up, Rose
We
T?
should record an intro while we're up here. Production
Got
value?
back from Disney World? Nice.
Sure.
Okay, so tutorial time.
Can't work my diaphragm with this thing on.
Audio's gonna be crap. We'll have to... Whoa! The fuck? Fuck. Sorry about that. Left panel's a little soft, but well, we're good.
Sorry about that, just hit a fucking tree. Whatever.
Get as much of the landscape behind me as you can. You got
Okay,
it?
1920, 1080p, baby.
Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. Have a soup pie, have a soup pie.
Have a sukai. I don't do these. Red leather, yellow leather, red, yellow leather.
Here for
Blah, 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 blah.
newstomorrow.net. We're flying past the Havasupai Indian Reservation in central Arizona in search of the origins of murder victim
Hey, Lynn,
Jane Doe.
I don't think you should say murdered. We don't know that.
Oh, I'll say she strangled herself to death.
That's what the police report says.
We may play this before the doctor interviews.
What's up, Aaron? How's it going, man?
We need to get the word murder in there. We should probably mention the fetus too. I mean, how it just... Here, let me try a version that can serve as an intro for the whole piece. Tell me when we're good.
Okay.
We're rolling, bitch.
2 weeks ago, a young woman was found wandering, barefoot, pregnant, and alone on a barren stretch of highway 100 miles from the nearest... Oh!
Boom! We going down. Okay, so nice and chill. What's up, Alberto? How's it going, man? Foot X360. How's it going? Okay. shit going down. All right, Outlast Doocy. New phone, who dis? RC, I'm laying in bed. Okay. So this is kind of similar to the demo. Like, we played the demo and we were in a school. My mouse is super sensitive, but we're going to go into the options. I'm going to drop my sensitivity down a little bit. We're also going to go show subtitles. Because a lot of times I end up talking over top of stuff. And I would hate for you guys to... Hey! Is this the locker from the demo? Because that's me. One of these is my lady and one of these is my baby mama. That's probably my baby mama and that's my side girl right there, Jessica. Okay, nothing in there. Wow, it is fucking dark. Praise Jesus. Yo, what up, G? We're obviously like hallucinating or dreaming or something. Not quite sure what the situation is. But our character did say he was just dreaming about Jessica that they knew from middle school, and it's been a while. I feel like I'm walking kind of funny. I feel like I'm walking in a cartoon or something. Alright. Gross.
We're not alone here.
We're not alone here. Yo, Sergio, love it, man, but please don't tell us what's happening or what's going on in the story. Or what's coming up. Appreciate the no spoilers, man. All right. That took right out of The Shining. I mean, it didn't bother me too much. I know Cowdles, you're saying this looks better. Now, we played the demo on PS4. I'm playing on my Beast machine now, so everything looks real good. Everything looks real fucking good.
Fuck.
Fuck.
Lynn?
Okay, you can always see our objective by pressing tab. Are you fucking kidding me? My objective is tab and I get a look on this fucking screen? Review footage. I'm gonna avoid one of these guys who has this... whatever. Oh. Yeah. Display chronological order or by category or by type. Okay, cool. Anyways, get the fuck out of here. Down we... Okay, that's not the right way. What's up, Captain Levi? How's it going, dude? Oh, thank Tom Cruise. I missed the ending. Or you missed the intro. Okay. Nope. What the fuck, man? I just jumped off of here and I got my... Oh. Okay, down the shale slide. Yo, I was playing Alien Isolation today, so, you know, I ain't scared of fucking nothing today. Nothing ain't gonna scare me today, alright? Okay, just move towards it, strafe left or right. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Press control to drop from the ledge. Fair enough. Alright, cool, cool. Important event should be captured on video. Suppose means you're aiming correctly at the target and they're recording the event. The event until the red circle is full. Means you were aiming. Where is the fucking... Oh, I see. Okay, a video was recorded.
She wasn't there. Lynn's body wasn't in the...
It's even got my jerky ass
still be
fucking
alive.
hands, dude. What's up, Dark Like and Rock? How's it going? Nope.
wasn't there.
No, we want to go back. We need to go back. What the fuck? Oh, escape. Sorry. Objective is find Lynn.
Oh, shit.
Why is he saying, oh shit?
No, there's no bodies. She's not in here. Lynn!
He's like, oh shit, after he fucking recorded the event. Okay, where's my... What am I supposed to be fucking finding here? Good thing it's super dark and I can't see a fucking thing. Alright.
Oh, fuck me!
Oh shit!
That did not happen in the crash. Fuck this.
Nice. Fuck this, he says. Like he's got a choice. No, it could have happened in the crash. Could have happened, right? Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't want to fall off there. Okay, we're already lost, guys. Okay, here's the crash. We found the fucking body downstairs. Guess we're going back down. Running will exhaust you. Well, thanks for the fucking update there, Tips. Can I also recharge my fucking batteries? Oh, I just spoke. I see. Just keep going down. It's alright. I'm wearing my brown pants today. Yo, I'm actually wearing very white pants today, so... You can look back by holding left alt. Never gonna need to do that. Whoa, wee!
A town. Oh, thank God. I thought we were miles from anything.
A town, thank God! What's up, Mr. Meek? How's it going? How's it going, Kanum? Yeah, it's probably going to be a pretty chill stream tonight, guys. Like I said, a lot of people are streaming this stuff right now, but they also started streaming it like a while ago, so we have fucking umpteen amounts of tons of...
Hello? I'm lost.
Of competition.
And hurt.
I'm lost and hurt, but guess what? Nobody fucking cares. Ooh. Ouch! Cactus! Well, it's good to know we actually take damage from hugging cactus. Cacti.
Is anybody there?
Okay, well, we have to go on, like, fucking full night vision mode.
Hey.
Oh!
Hey, man.
Hey.
Oh, shit.
Hey, man!
Oh, shit, you're... This just happened.
This just happens. You can look around and zoom with this and this. Ooh, wow, that is so cool, man. Okay. I can't bear what we've done, nor being apart from our little ones. So I'm going over and hoping you forgive me for leaving you behind. And God forgives me for this last trespass. I know that they had to be offered up, but I'm all tore up inside and can't live no more. Hopefully the end will come soon and we can be together again. Unless God burns me forever for this sin. Until then, I hope you find what woman's comfort you need in the arms of Papa Noth. Yours forever, Tom, my dear sweet Ellie. That's fucking so romantic. You guys killed your kids, and now you feel bad about it, so you killed yourself? The fuck is that food even? Whatever. Okay, we've got some batteries. So E is no longer, like, interact with stuff. Yo, they like Jesus, man. It's jammed. It jammed it. I remember this part from the demo as well. Come around here, there's a guy in the backyard there.
Who's...
Alright, that's cool. Don't know how to recharge my batteries, so that's fine. Maybe there's like a crow jump scare somewhere in here. To peek? Yeah, well, not to strafe, but to, it's like cross is fucking emblazoned on everything, written in blood. That's cool. Hey, here's the cow. Arcane Rubik, what's up, man? 3 a.m. you can't sleep, so you thought you'd tune in then? Yo, from Canada all the way to Germany, my dude. Much love, homie. Let's get some real close-up shots there. All right. Well, my dude from Germany, 3 a.m., man. It's a good time to tune in, dude. Hey, what the fuck is that? What the fuck happened to this thing? Holy Christ. Oh, I thought that guy was looking at me. It's just a picture, though. Why is he knocking? Like, you can fucking hear somebody screaming to death, dude. Dear Father, our loving God continues to bless me with visions, and I know more certain than ever that every enemy is nearer with every day. Or that the enemy is nearer with every day. I was scrubbing the stains from the floor of Daniel's room when he blessed music rose. When the blessed music rose inside me and sank me into true sight, where I saw a creature like the burning sun, but with inward rings of teeth upon teeth, and dangling beneath limbs that I took to be arms, but were cocks that rose in childing purpose. And as his monstrous sun descended, it fucked the earth and birthed some great and slouching horror from the fire. I was filled with the same fear, so that I would not breathe or could not move, and saw myself all those years back blinding Daniel with the lie and tried to weep, but I could not when I woke. And I found, holy fucking run-on sentence. And I found myself wet with lusting, painfully desirous to feel a man inside me, and the feeling was not so far different from the fear. I tried to comfort myself with your teachings. Terror is joy in the movement of God. But I would take greater comfort in your manhood inside me, and a firm prayer that the Antichrist be strangled in my womb. The most faithful of your flock in holy longing, Lisa. Okay. Seen a monster with cocks that fucked the earth. That's cool. Is this the guy that she wants inside of her? Yo. Honey, listen. I'm just saying, alright? See how many bandages you have? Press tab.
Find Lynn.
Oh, we got
Nothing
doozy
matters
bandages.
but Lynn.
Got 2 bandages. So this is a good start. A 2 like haven't played Super Mario Maker. It can crawl. You can hide by crawling under beds. Let's just give it a shot here. No one's gonna see us. Do we engage any kind of action here? Okay, we kind of crawl like really super slow when we're underneath the beds and stuff. Fair enough. Yo, so going forward, I like to read stuff, so if you guys don't like that, unfortunately, I'm sorry. The fuck are we looking at? Oh my god.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Well, that's fucked up. To open Windows, press click. Sorry, I'm looking at this terrifying fucking child sacrificial doll sacrifice spot. That's cool. Okay, now if I remember the... Oh, Jesus Christ! The crow jump scare is right there. Well, I remembered. It's gotta be worth something. Damn, dude. Ugly motherfucker. Okay, where the fuck? Okay, we gotta control. I remember we did this when we were like running from everybody. Yo, man, I ain't scared of nothing. Come on, Leonard. Don't put me in that. He's a cute fella. He is. He's a strapping young, handsome young lad.
Satanas inimicante. Like something God.
Oh. Satanus intimical Dei. So Dei must be God. Satanus is Satan. Satan God. Satan the true God. Bum bum bum. Alright guys. Oh, another piece of paper. Let's see what this is fucking... Oh, it's a song. Okay, let's give it a song. The babe is coming. Ready the knife. The babe is coming. Night's midwife. Mother to the enemy stained within. God's creation saved with sin. Hallelujah! Stay the storm! No longer must we wait. For it came down. For it came to the dawn, the enemy born to die into the temple's gates. The babe is growing, her belly swells. The babe is growing, sent from hell. Ezekiel waits with a sharpening his blade. Gather at the gates, we kneel and pray. Alright, so... we get it. Sacrifice, right? What the fuck is that? Holy Christ. Is that a meat sack with a fucking mask on it? Oh, gross. You guys like that? Yo, BC still on the pistachio train, man? Yo, dude, I got a fucking shitload of pistachios.
What an...
Oh, yeah. This situation here.
God.
I'm not gonna lie, that's a fucking pool of dead babies. Welcome to Outlast 2, guys. Crunch, squish, crunch. It's fucking gross, I get it. What's up, Jordan Buchanan? How's it going, dude? Yo, coming to iTunes, I'm a SoundCloud kind of guy, you know. Now we heard some like brutal screaming, but wow, this place has got a real fucking fixation with dolls. I didn't hear what you said. Something about the lamb. Yo, where the fuck did you come from? By the broken knife, by the crooked knife. Okay. You guys able to see those subtitles? You guys can see them from there. Alright, this isn't really part of the tutorial, the demo. So this is all new. Hey, how you doing? You're the bad guy, right? Yeah, you're the bad guy. I don't want to fucking fight you. Oh, Jesus Christ! Alright. Okay, so... she still cuts her dick off! Okay. No, we did. Alright, let's try that again. Okay, so she's bad news. She's bad news bear.
Please, baptism for the spider-eyed lamb. Spill the foul seed.
I don't know where we have to go, though. Okay. Disaster has been averted for now. Let me in! Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, let me in! I'm assuming that's like the fucking haha found you sound. So whenever I hear that, it's fucking time to boogie. It's time to go. That was an epic way to die? That's basically, yeah, dude. That's like the most epic way to die. Yo, I hope this works again. Boo! I don't know if you're gonna catch me, dude. I don't know if you're gonna catch me tonight. I am on point. But yo, thank you for the $1, my dude. Appreciate the love, man. Really do. Okay, where the fuck are we headed to? Jesus Christ! I was trying to have a drink of fucking juice. Well, it's pop, but you know.
God.
Oh,
Do you
Jesus!
want him?
Who?
Then you'll have him.
God wants me dead? Okay.
Yeah, don't question that fucking lady, dude. Or whatever that is. Okay, I'm gonna try and have a drink here. What's up, Alicia Bell? How's it going? Oh, I missed a note on the ground? Oh, no. That sucks. Well, hopefully we don't miss too much. Yeah, you know what? I don't really want to go outside. I feel pretty safe in this fucking house right now, to be honest. But I'm assuming that would be too easy. Alright, got a battery. Cool. You can hide in a barrel? There's no fucking way, dude. There's no way you'd get your fucking legs in there. Hate to be the realist. That's a big fucking barrel, if not. Like, that's a 55-gallon drum. There's no way, dude. You would never get your legs. You can't do it. Can't be done. Anyways. I was gonna go into more detail, but... my cabin is equipped with a microphone! Here through walls and try. Okay, I'm assuming that's just gonna drain our battery even more. And I really don't want that. What the fuck is going on with this music? Come to the shelter, safe retreat, hide in Ezekiel's blood. Okay. We get it. They like Ezekiel. He's... to hide and waist high plants. Whoa! Looks like a friendly fella, doesn't he? They're 120-gallon drums. They're not 120-gallon drums. Jesus fucking Christ. And don't mind me. You don't see me. What's up, Mandy? How's it going? Hey. Okay, should we just fucking run for it or what? Oh shit! Yep. Press H to heal. Not right fucking now. Okay. Oh!
Daddy, help! Sir!
Daddy, help!
Daddy, please! Daddy, help! Daddy, help! Oh, God!
It's like they're hypnotized.
Why must we do this?
Yeah, we're gonna put that fucking note down and we're gonna go.
Do you hate this world?
You know what God says. God said unto Moses, I am that I am, and that's all there is to it.
Is that really what God said to Moses? I am that I am, and that's all there is to it?
Antichrist. If we hope to be them, we cannot only try to be like Jesus, we need to be like God.
Alright, we need to be like God.
God has sent us this woman.
Oh, that's our lady. Yep.
Like a rebellious angel from the sky.
Fall like a rebellious angel from the sky. Our helicopter crashed, okay? What's up, Cora? How's it going?
God, I ask you, who is this
Okay, let's check this note that we found.
Nothing matters but Lynn.
She can wait. Yeah, we missed that. Okay.
You've already revealed your tongue. Lids with nothing but lies.
Okay. My love, please try to stay strong as you can. Papa tells us at every service that God remembers us, our sins, in our dreams. And we gotta face our sins if we want to get right with God. The visions are getting worse and the dreams are in our waking eyes. It just means that the tribulations are coming closer, and that'll be hard, but there's paradise on the other side. God loves us, and don't never give us more than we can handle. Yours always, Philip. Do you think we should go help this guy now? He's been screaming for a while. Probably the guy that we were in the helicopter with. I don't know how we survived that situation back there. We just fucking YOLO ran it and happened to survive. Okay, maybe not. Maybe they didn't just leave the fucking front door open. I like that the game kind of like, it really like pays attention to what you recorded and it makes it like your own. So when you look back on the footage, you can actually see it. Here we go. The fuck? Nope. Can I get that read out for me? Like, now the breaching of hells. Oh, fuck. I wish I could get that, like, subtitled. That does say what I think it says. Pardon for the graphic language, but now the breaching of hell's cunt drew nigh, and the night air sang with the grinding edges of the midwife's blades. And the enemy, fearful even in his prison, reached out and into the heart of Sullivan's dearest and most trusted disciple, who was called Val, and secretly stiff-necked, blank, and uncircumcised of heart. Val's mind descended among the damned and hated of God, and communed with the enemy, and bathed in the seed of the spider-eyed lamb. That must be us, because we have multiple eyes, right? Val betrayed Temple Gate and God, and even Sullivan Noth, who had loved true and something quid the chosen to salvation. I think this is quid. And God said that Val and all heretics suffer 1,000 tortures and 7 times 7. That in suffering and in shame before death and eternity ever after. The Gospel of Sullivan Noth. Something like really fucking, this is like some really fucking heavy-handed fucking ancient shenanigan going on here, so. That's a lovely picture. Upside down butt. Whatever. Yo, you hate when you're... Yo, man, that is like the fucking worst. And like, I end up just throwing those pistachios out. Carpe abyssum atium.
Children, give me their lives. I will save you. So many times a body can promise the end of the world.
What the fuck, dude? Okay. I don't actually know, whatever language that is. No. It's not Val, man. That's...
Just like you asked. All my anger been boiling down to a hard little ball. I love you.
That's just a crazy old lady.
Give me the hook and let me hang. Well, I'm
heartfully sorry for having offended the prophet Ezekiel. And I detest those sins because I have offended.
She's sorry for offending the prophet Ezekiel.
I'm unfair. So to send my children my
Oh man, I wanna read that, but I don't want to read it with my battery. As you got Papa Noth's ear, I'm asking you to tell him a worrisome story that I hope is only my fears and nothing factual. The chief among his deacons, Val, came to me before sunrise this morning with an offer that was not fully described. Val acted like somebody offering something secret and sexual in nature. But by my knowledge of Val and his character, it frightened me terribly and I would not accept any such invitation. Val would not further explain and told me that there are places in our hearts Papa Noth cannot reach. Though truth be told, Val seemed more interested in other areas of my body. I asked Val to return this evening once I had a chance to think it over. But it is only known that Noth may send men of firm character to secretly witness what I suspect is blasphemy and betrayal and cut it off before any harm is done. Hope Papa can help, and I am dreadfully scared. Ruth. Okay, let's... How the fuck do I need to peek? What the fuck is that? You can only peek for so long, and then you lose your... You lose your gusto. Hey, what's up, Billy Hill? How's it going, dude? Welcome to the stream, man. Alright. Ad infriper aspirier. Anferiper. Yo, I don't speak your language. Sorry, guys. Okay, where the fuck are we going? Okay, we went some of these ways. Okay, maybe... what the fuck are we missing? Did I miss something here? We went inside of here. Maybe there's a door back here we missed or something. No. Yeah, there's gotta be like a door along the back side here or something, maybe. We went down there, there's nothing down there, right? There's no door or anything? No. Oh shit. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Now we're making some tracks. Oh fuck, this door needs a fucking key. Where the fuck's the key, man? Hey, what's up, Juliet Sim? How's it going, Austin? So this guy got a key? Nope. No key there. No key, oh, there's it. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh! I almost shit my pants.
Everything you said. No, Papa.
Motherfucker, you were not there before. Whew. What's up, Valhalla? How's it going, man? Irvin Garcia, what's up? Have I played the new Resident Evil? Yeah, I did. I did play the new Resident Evil.
Shit.
This guy does not sound happy. There's a trapdoor here we're gonna open. There's a lot of pictures of this guy too around. Okay, we got batteries. We got the batteries on lock, baby. Now I have brown pants. Yeah, I wore white pants because you never know, right? Yo, guys, if you guys are enjoying the stream so far, you guys know somebody who would enjoy the stream, definitely encourage that retweet, that like, that share. Especially with like a whole bunch of people streaming this game tonight. Sure helps us out a ton. And it's a great way to support the community here, y'all. Alright, but yo, let's get back into it here. Okay, the door's jammed, so it doesn't matter. I can hide by entering the wardrobe? Is that a fucking hint? Hold to peek. Ooh, another lovely handwritten note. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, we already read all this stuff here. Val betrayed Temple Gates. Why is it different? Oh, it's like being proofread. It's being proofread. Please make sure you write it correctly. I wonder, what is this? Did he just like rewrite parts of the Bible? This guy probably is just like rewriting parts of the fucking Bible and just like putting his name in it. Ooh, that's our Lenny baby, alright. Yeah, that doesn't really help us at all.
Lynn!
Yo, what up, girl? Where the fuck did she get to?
Oh God, Blake.
Are you okay?
No.
What the
Are you okay? No.
We have to run.
There.
Let's go. Okay, we got our grill.
Where are we going?
Away from here. Anywhere but here.
Well, let's go. Okay, let's just walk. Yeah, let's just walk. Oh, no, we'll go on a ginger jog.
Ah! Oh God.
Oh no.
It hurts. Something's wrong. Fuck.
She done got knocked up by the man of God, I think. Yo, Ironclad Phoenix, you can also get this game for PC and Xbox too.
Oh God.
Jesus Christ, Lynn! What's happening here?
You were dead. When you fell, I thought we were all dead.
Well, you didn't fucking die.
We're gonna get out of here, okay?
God,
What did they do to you?
I can't talk about it.
Children, I have news grave, my
Please
daughter.
don't ask me.
This evening, after all these years,
Coming.
after all
They're
this
coming.
suffering, our faith has been proven. So woman who came to Temple Gate this day from the outside world. Brought with her
Okay, so he's gonna tell us probably
we've been awaiting
she was raped.
She has a child in her belly. What? I performed the examination
I don't know.
myself. And
He's
it is
insane.
empirically
They're all fucking insane.
Or something like that nature,
Like, I just
right?
want to get out of here.
And she is a
I'm glad you got an Xbox One. I'm pretty sure it's for Xbox. I know for sure it is PS4.
spilled his seed
I can't.
into that
Not now.
revolting vessel. Father,
Let's just get away from this place.
kill them.
Okay.
Soak the earth with their blood.
Oh, you just got the kill order.
The devil from her belly and crush it beneath your boat hail. Revelation is upon us,
Stay back!
and we must.
Swear to fucking Christ, the first person who touches me loses their eyes.
She's a fighter.
No! No!
Oh, okay, we just got fucking Falcon punched.
Wants the child.
Get off me! Get off me!
God wants
They just keep saying God wants a child.
No!
So, I don't understand the mentality. Why would you impregnate somebody and then say that the devil is in them and then kill, right? That makes no fucking sense. Obviously, these guys don't make any fucking... Pretty sure they're cutting her open right now.
Fuck you!
What the fuck are those things? Heretics. Yeah, they are heretics, but... Okay, those are like beasts of some shit, right? Like... Well, what the fuck?
watched my father fuck your God to death.
Is this like a third party or something?
Wait! No, wait! Don't! No! No!
There you go, sweet mother, she says.
Take her home. I want to share my love with the Father.
Motherfucker!
Keep talking like that, she gonna be a motherfucker.
God doesn't love you. Not like I do.
Yo, what up, girl? Yo, we getting down and dirty up in the fucking bayou.
Yes, my love. Ah. We have, Mother. I think I'll see you again.
Okay. I'm just gonna call it right now. She's got a very masculine form.
Oh shit! Lynn!
Okay, so Lynn was not killed. Thank God.
Lynn!
What's up, Sapphire Dreams? Take me to dinner first? So expensive. Just promise me you'll respect me in the morning. Did I scare you? Here's 5 smackaroos. Much love, broski. Didn't catch you this time, Dan LeBlanc. What's up, man? Thank you for the donation, my dude.
They called Lynn Mother. It's not just a cult. It's two sides. Christians and
Yes.
something else.
Some Christians and something else. Yo, Carlo, that's what I was saying. That person's got a pretty big, pretty masculine form to them, but that's okay. Yo, it's 2017. It's time to experiment, right? Okay, so this guy is fucking dead. Remember she said first one to touch him loses their eyes? Well, they lost their fucking eyes. That one person just like pushed their fucking thumbs through their fucking skull. Alright. Pretty good so far. You can hide by crouching underwater. To peek, hold Q and E. Okay, kind of cool. Shit, dude. Fuck, I don't want to get busted. Godmongers, pagan Easter, pagan Christ Mass. Okay, what are we looking for in here? Bandages, nice. Good score. So all we found was bandages. Open window, out we go. Okay. Even when the battery's completely out, I'm pretty sure we can still use the camera. It kind of like flickers on and off, so I'm gonna min-max some uses on these batteries here for a little bit. Oh, never mind. Yeah, like, it barely works. Which I'm pretty sure it does a worse job. What's up, Brianna? How's it going? What's up, Radio Man? How's it going, dude? Cody H, what's up, man? Manny, what is this game? Well, this is Outlast. So Outlast has always had a very, like, a religious kind of understanding towards, like, the evil in the game. Like in Outlast 1, there was a very religious understanding. Fuck me. Fuck, he's gonna turn around. Oh, fuck! They're in the house and shit? I'm jumping in the water. Anyways, yeah, so in Outlast 1, now I'm not sure what the story is with Outlast 2, and I'm not sure if it's even connected in any way. But in Outlast 1, the game was about, it was kind of like about this religious what the fuck is that? Okay, never mind. Flashbacks. Yeah, in Outlast 1, there was like a huge religious thing that went along with it, but there was also like this beast called the Wall Rider, and they felt like they could harness like torture and shit like that to summon the wall. I can't remember all of it, but yeah, religion was also heavily influenced. There was a very religious character, you know, crosses and shit and all sorts of stuff in Outlast 1.
Music class.
I'm sorry I have to do this. You should have loved me. You should have helped me. Jesus, forgive me. I don't know what to do. I'm so sorry, says Jessica.
I'm sorry I have to do this. You should have loved me. You should have helped me. Jesus, forgive me. I don't know what to do. I'm so sorry, Jessica. I remember this.
I love that. The thing used for like writing bars on the...
Jessica. And Lynn.
Yeah, we already seen this picture.
When
Look how proud we are. Look how happy we are. What's up, Darian? How's it going, man?
I'm back in the 4th grade. And here I thought this couldn't get any worse.
Fuck, I'm back into 4th grade. Oh man, my school days. I got bullied so bad. Gallagher's English Dictionary. Ooh, tissue box. Oh, let's do some fucking English homework real quick here, guys. This list shows the results of the Renaissance, the Crusades, the Middle Ages, and the trade route. Another form for the Crusades is problems such as selling indulgences and church jobs within the Roman Catholic Church led to the Reformation, the Renaissance, the American Revolution, the Great Awakening. The Great Awakening! Sounds right on par for this game. Catholic school, the way to success. What would Jesus do? What would Jesus do? That's a good question right now. 5th period. The fucking shit was that? Okay, can we go this way? Now, I remember in the demo we got swallowed up into the ceiling. Alright, let's go. Steal their exam papers? Yo, I'm going back to 4th grade. I'm going back to 4th grade, and I'm stealing test exams. What up, G? I'm on my little hobble again. Okay. Hey, what's up, Killer Donut? How's it going, dude? Captain Levi, you're never scared. That makes you a stronger-willed person than I, because I'm always terrified by shits. Oh yeah, sure, whatever. It's only a dream, right? We're okay. Trying to conserve some battery power here. Okay, bye-bye. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. Wonder what kind of research goes into these types of games. I don't know, man.
You're him, ain't you? The outsider.
Please don't cut my face open.
You, didn't they?
No. Not yet.
Well, they'll do it if they find you out here. Come on.
Well, I really don't give a fuck who this guy is.
But I mean, are you one of them? And which side are you on?
I mean, why ain't I trying to kill you? I've been unborn. Seen too much to keep the faith.
But you're not one
stop
of those
the camera.
other ones. The heretics.
Didn't say squat when my wife got skull. Had to get cast out. Didn't complain when nah. Pressed himself on my Anna Lee. And she not but 15.
Damn, son.
When he said my grandson, baby he put in her, was my the Antichrist, and I had to slit her belly and kill the child.
I'm right here, dude.
I gave her a chance to run. Spun them idiots some stories. I've been gifted with talk my whole life. You probably noticed.
Jane Doe.
Sorry?
Your daughter. She was 8 months pregnant. Blonde hair, cut like a boy's.
Yeah. What do you know?
Hey, it was a lady.
You seen her?
It's why we came here.
Is she all right? Please, Mister, just tell me she's okay.
She's fine.
You fucking liar.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. And God bless you. Come on.
God bless you for lying to me. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes
Hey there.
they do say sometimes that telling people the truth is not always the best thing, especially in a situation where trauma and stuff is involved, because
Down there. You can hide till you're fixed up.
I till I'm fixed up. Okay, man, I'm down here.
It's all right. You just relax here. I'll keep you safe. You rest up and heal. Ethan's gonna treat you right.
Yeah, I don't know how I... Obviously, I'm probably not the first person to have been down here. Anyways, they say, yeah, like, especially in, like, a really bad situation, sometimes it's better to like, postpone the truth. Like, you don't want to lie, but you want to postpone the truth, right? Okay, I guess we're gonna sleep, man. Said Ethan's gonna treat you right. Given my history with this game, I don't really know what that means, but we're gonna go like that.
Please, Blake. Where are you?
ain't hiding nothing.
Righteousness cannot pass in blood by loins, but the blood of your heart.
I can't Papa's gospel. I copied him 100 times. If I knew where the outsider was...
The prophet don't need your help in finding the devil's whore and her up me. North questions even now other heretics at chapel. God will guide.
I ain't a heretic.
Oh, dude.
You sinned when you denied the prophet, your daughter. You've sinned since to deny.
Please just let me talk to now.
Nowhere the outsider is.
She's a fucking massive thing.
Begat the enemy. God and the prophet both want
Just
his
let me talk to now. I can explain.
God don't hear dead men. Be still.
All right, so
Penance. God loves you. God loves you.
God loves you. God loves you. You gonna chop his dick off now or what? Catamite to the devil.
I hope you find your daughter. You didn't give me up to her. Not even though she... Thank you.
God don't talk to dead men. The fuck is catamite? Ooh, we got a battery though. Woohoo! Hooray! He had batteries in his house. He's got weird shit here too. Look at the game reminds you of Resident Evil 7. Man, did you ever get to play like Outlast 1? I mean, I would compare this game to Amnesia, but just Amnesia was not as good as I really wanted it to be. Okay, that's water. I don't think we need to go this way. It was a fucking street lamp.
The chapel. Somebody there will know where they've taken Lynn.
Somebody there will know. Yeah, I want to go to the chapel, all right. Don't mind me. I'm just one of your people. Swimming is exhausting. Find safe ground to recover. Okay, get the fucking water off it. Shake the water off your glasses, dude. There we go. Play more Super Mario. Yo, tomorrow I will be playing more Super Mario. But not tonight. Yo, what's up, Big Dog? How's it going, Louie? How's it going, dude? Two YouTubers. What's up, man? Vanessa, what did you miss so far? I don't know. Nothing too much. Some motherfuckers hanging in a tree. A windmill. A real life scarecrow.
Fucking Christ.
A barbecue. Like, that's just a mask that they're wearing, right? I'm trying to understand. Yeah, it looks like it's just a mask. Shit. Fucking birds, man. Okay, this cornfield was also... This cornfield was also in the demo.
Oh, fuck me. Those who rebelled against our God shall fall. Their infants dashed to pieces all. Their women with child shall be ripped up.
The woman with child shall be ripped up. Oh no, I missed it! And I even could have caught it again. Fuck my life. I don't know where to go. I almost feel like I should die here just to die. Let's die here. So I want to re-record that. Ah, you fucking pussy. Did I just get my fucking hand stapled to my face? Oh, really? I missed it. Fuck.
We must rise to the place. There's no innocence among the outsiders in our midst. Give them the knife, the club, the fist if it's all you got. God rejoices in the spilling of wicked blood.
Oh, fuck me. Wow, that's some super detailed. Some people cut too deep, cut the windpipe and not the arteries. Makes for a very long time dying. That sounds fucking terrible, dude. You missed the best part already. Which was the best part? If you missed it, you can tell me. What up? Okay, not sure which way we're going. There's a barrel here or something, I guess. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of head this way here. Okay. Now, if I'm crouching, I don't think he hears me, but if I'm walking, maybe he does. Fuck yeah, battery. Fuck me. Okay, no, we're good, we're good. Is that the church? Holy fuck! That's the town! That's the whole town down here! Ouch, what the fuck did I hit myself on? Oh, cactus. Have I even seen any cartel beheading videos? No, man. I don't pride myself in watching fucking snuff shit. All right. Yo, what's up, Emo Alice Penguin? How's it going? I don't know where the fuck I am. Shoot. Okay, I gotta hop this fence. Okay, there we go. Okay, where the fuck is this guy? Alright, there he is. He's coming this way. Fuck this shit. No! Fuck that, I'm going! How the fuck do I open this shit? Okay, I had to actually click and hold. Okay, we did that. Whew! You would just run? Yeah, that's kind of what I ended up like settling on. I was like, fuck it, we're just gonna run it. Fucking shit. That looks like fucking Freddy Krueger sitting there.
I did the best I could to see it won't any more road than it ever could be. But I cut careful, like I done on the lambs.
Shit. Fuck. Holy fuck. Ah! Janelle, thank you for the love. Welcome to the family. Woo! What the fuck? Pretty sure you can't see me and you can't reach me up here, so... Yeah, pretty sure we're untouchable up here. But I don't know... I'm sure it's him seeing us from the bottom there. He probably sees us down there, but... Okay, well, I guess that's not where this leads. Jesus Christ. Super Santa with the $1 show, man, saying 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. Now, what up? Thank you for the donation, man. Oh, shit. Okay, this is where the fucking... Hey! He doesn't see me. He doesn't care. Oh, shit. Yeah, sometimes the donations and subscriptions will get me. Sometimes. Oh, shit! How the fuck did you see me, dude? I don't know where I am. Okay, you just stopped. Ah! Ah, you fucking motherfucker. What's up, Greek guy? How's it going, man? Okay, I won't push my luck, man. Okay, cool. We've got a cool piece of paper there. I want to read it, but obviously now is not the time to read paper. Okay, that's right where we came from, though. Remember when Mama used to call you her little lamb? Why are these people kicking my ass? Because they've been asked to spill my blood over the earth. And they're all for it. Look, I'm a unicorn.
And the countenance of an angel of God.
Fuck up. What the fuck? Okay, we can't run head on into them. Okay, let's see. What the fuck?
Through that barn. Might lead to the chapel.
Thank you. My dear Judith, I never been much at putting feelings into words, as you as my yoke-mate all these years, well known, so I hope I can write it down. What's so hard for a man to say? But I've been feeling your anger and suffering and the lack of relations since we killed little Sarai. It was Papa's will and God's will, and you can't stay mad at me or I'll be forced to be firm with you. With love and duty, your husband, Marcus. I love the miswritten stuff here. Okay, can't go that way. Like, I feel like we're supposed to go up there. But how the fuck are we supposed to get out of here now? Oh, there we go. Hey, we're going to shimmy through here. There we go. Pokemon Mask Kin, yeah, no fighting. Can't fight back here. Not in this game. What the fuck is that? Okay, there's a skeleton. That chain looks important. January 7th. Three more were sent today to live among the Scald. Their sores too florid to disguise. They had 7 children between them, all of whom Papa Noth had sent with the others into my foster care. I now have more than 40 orphans under my wing, who love me desperately, as only a child abandoned by the parents they thought were as natural as and dependable a fact as the rising sun. And I love them. As I will never have children of my own, and have so much love to give. When God leaves them too, I will be here to comfort. I will be there with comforts and guidance. What do those dreams mean? Alright. Oops. So we're gonna pull this here. Yo, Clown Walsh! Boy, better lock your... What the fuck? Oh my god! Dude! Yo, Clown Walsh, thank you for the donations, guys. I really appreciate that, love. What the fuck, man? What the hell did they do to these people? They just tied them up until fucking, like... Jesus. Oh, they're tied up with barbed wire, too. That's fucked. That looks sturdy. God damn. Oh, gross. Looks like a couple bodies been dumped there. Shit. Alright, my camera has got blood on it or something because it's always... Now it's kind of like got this red tint at the bottom of the recording here. Thank you, Mother Mary statue. Soul of Christ, make me ready. Father Noth, guide my salvation. Blood of Christ, let me drink your wine. By the severed eye, give me vision. Angel of God, lend me your sword. Kind Jesus, hear my prayer. Heal me in your wounds. Keep me close to you. Defend me from a wicked world and ready me for the devil's hour. In the fellowship of Temple Gate, that I might defend your creation until you give me rest. Amen. Oh, it's a weeping statue. Yeah, we'll just hide here. Looks like they caught the Joker. This kind of stuff is why really out in the middle of nowhere places, yo, like the movie The Hills Have Eyes and shit like that. Yeah, it's fucking like, it's terrifying to think of that stuff. So here we go for another flashback, I think. Or not? This is a...
What the fuck was that?
That foghorn is doing some shit to me. Oh, wow. Look at the dead birds, man. Dead birdies.
A teacher once told me that the music of birds was proof that God exists and loves us.
Makes sense. That's why this place doesn't have any. Oh, we can actually read this stuff.
flayed them, nailed them to wood.
I dig this replay kind of thing.
That woman, or whatever she is, beat him to death. Something about finding Lynn. Something about a chapel. There's no picture. Just noise.
Well, what did we
I saw
see?
it. I know I saw it.
Weird.
It's
I like
enormous. Some sort of hillbilly Vatican.
some sort of hillbilly Vatican. I wonder how he feels about it now. Arlen, thank you for the $5 donation, my dude. Thank you so much, man.
Tragedy wall.
Irvin says, awesome videos. Yo, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that,
Feel
dude.
tension in my skin. Somebody watching me.
Okay, I just wanted to catch up on some of the videos that we missed because I realized that there's always like a...
There's not supposed to be anything for miles. But I wasn't alone out here. Fuck, I wasn't alone out here. Pilot. I don't even remember his name.
Oh, so that was the pilot.
What the fuck kind of people would skin somebody alive? Oh, Jesus Christ, Lynn. She wasn't there. Lynn's...
Okay, we're good.
2 weeks.
Okay, these are just... Okay, so we're all caught up here. That was weird that the one thing...
There's gotta be another way.
It's weird that the one thing was like, it was all garbled up. I don't know, I can't remember what it was that we actually saw that we lost, though. More dead birdies. Oh, the Fire Kingdom, I actually do. I see Kadam's already dropped the command in chat, so... but yeah, I do have a P.O. box. I haven't received anything in it yet. I'm sad. I was just at the mall today because I was there doing some shopping. It's actually attached to a grocery store. And I was like, I better check it again. And it was empty. Sad trombone. Okay, we're gonna shimmy across. It's well lit here, so we don't need to waste batteries. Ooh, baby. Okay. It's the moonshine bottle, baby. Oh, fuck you. Did I lose that? Yup. Oh, well, I fucked up anyways. I jumped from, like, the wrong thing. I tried jumping back over to here. That's not a good idea. Hey, what's up, Retro? How's it going? My dude? So did you get that figured out with your mobile stuff? With your mobile YouTube? If you're using the, Fuck, where are we supposed to go from here? Oh, over here. Shit, son. Yo, if you are using the mobile YouTube and you're buffering like shit, switch over to your browser and go into www.youtube.com and you can check it from there. And it'll work. Or it worked for me anyways. So I have to just automatically assume it works for everybody. Alright. I would never be caught dead fucking going in a little spelunking like this. I'm too claustrophobic for this shit in real life. But, this is a video game, so if I die, we just respawn. What am I recording? I don't even know what he's recording.
He said she did it to herself. He said he was protecting you.
Oh my god, I missed the whole thing. Look.
He said she did it to
Oh,
herself.
fuck off. That's probably what I was supposed to be looking at, was this fucking angel wreath thing.
Church? No. It's some kind of heretic temple.
Alright, kid, we'll catch you in a little bit, dude. What's up, Polar Baker? How's it going, dude? Alright. Fucking more batteries. Badoop. We check our camera. Does it tell me how many batteries we got?
Back to the village.
Are these batteries down here? We got 3 batteries. Nice. Here you goes. Gotta be a way back to the village. Oh, fuck. Okay, we're good. We're all alone.
Ah!
It's a long drop. Okay, here we go, guys. Oh, the broken video was the one I didn't finish recording? Okay. It's kind of nice to know that I recorded some of it, though. Haven't played Fallout 4, Brianna? No, I haven't. I did play a lot of Fallout 3, though. Baron Supreme, yo, my dude, blow it up for Baron Supreme with a $5 show, too. Thank you so much, man. Sure is dark in here. It sure is dark in here. It's actually kind of bright in this area. They got all the corn husks. They somehow peeled their corn into to bottles, moonshine bottles, that serve as lamps. Uh-oh, here, no. Was that Jessica from our school? I think that's our friend Jessica. Oh, shit! Wow, that was crazy. That's some cool magic right there.
That has to be the chapel.
I just don't understand the heretics and shit. What's up, Gainesville Bros? How's it going? Jessica's just hanging out. Savage, cow. Savage. Okay, we don't want to go too far. What's up, Azam? Thank you for the love, man. Welcome to the family, my dude. All right. Okay, so there's the church that we're kind of heading to. Oh, sorry, the chapel. Is a chapel different than a church? Is anybody who is surviving this and they're religious or happens to know the difference? I would like to know the difference between a chapel and a church, if there is a difference. We wouldn't want to get our boots wet. Yo, Vacant Player, what's up, man? Thank you for the love. Welcome to the family. Irvin says, I like your videos, dude. Nice. Appreciate the love, Irvin. Kevin Tokimani, you just finished a shower? Nice, man. I'm kind of jelly. I really want a shower right now. Like, right now. Can we just stream me having a shower? We would want to watch that, though. Okay, what the fuck is that? Satana's Inimical Day. Huh. Lovely. Chapel is a place for individual worship without regular service, which is characters. So it's like a smaller church. Like a church being quite large and a chapel being kind of small. Is the way I'm reading it. Okay. Thank you, Edward. Thank you, Cal. I appreciate that, guys. All right. March 9th. More children dead. Not since there is no sin in such infanticide. There's no sin in such infanticide, as all the soldiers are in God's armies. Martyrs fallen on the field in defiance of the archfiends. All those babies who slit throats and charred flesh will be waiting immaculate for us in paradise. Papanoth also says that our sins find us in our dreams. Our sins find us in our dreams. Our sins find us in our dreams. But my dreams are nothing but the murder of my children. And I wake laughing. But my dreams are nothing but the murder of my children, and I wake laughing and aroused, and often wet with involuntarily lust of sleep. I wake this morning thinking that I wetted with the blood of a child's slit throat, but it was the wetness of my own making. The others are having similar dreams. We have dug a tunnel so that we may meet in secret. We gather and share our visions and wonder at their meaning. I feel increasingly this is a message, but nothing holy. Okay, so this is... Okay, so if you guys are familiar with Outlast 1, what they did in Outlast 1 was they took people and they experimented on them with, like, you know, specific, like, drug patterns and sleep experiments, and a lot of it was very heavily linked to dream state. So I'm wondering if this is much the same, where there's, like, a level of, like, torturous, or, like, maybe not torture, but, like, a level of trauma inflicted upon people, and then monitoring of their dream state and stuff to see if, because in Outlast 1, there was a beast called the Wall Rider, and the Wall Rider was, like, a ghost or a phantom or a spirit or something, and it was, like, supernatural. And they could summon the Wall Rider through people who had these dream states, or, like, enough dream power kind of thing to... That is true. I am that I am. So anyways, so yeah, that's how they, like, summon the Wall Riders. So all these dream states and stuff like that, I'm wondering if maybe this is gotta be the same kind of thing, like drinking from a mason jar. I'm drinking from a spaghetti jar right now. You can still see it. 4 cheese. Classico. Classico! That's what it was. It is just a mason jar, though. What's up, King Gamers? How's it going, man? Battery? Yeah, I need batteries, man. I need batteries. What's up, Astral Flyer? Wearing my brown pants? No, I said I'm wearing very white pants today. Papa Ezekiel, liar, charlatan, temple to goats, addict, coward, rapist, and child killer. I am gone, and I have taken with me all with the courage. I've taken with me all with the courage to see the truth. Come after us, hunt us down. We are waiting and eager to murder and fuck everybody you send up the mountain. I don't hate you. Could Jesus hate the Baptists for being a Jew? I could not have found the true vision without your years of ignorance and bullshit. I could never have had the courage to seek the truth if not fueled by my anger at your lies. Your God is a child's superstition. Your faith is an embarrassment. The signs of the true Father were before you, before us all. And you, vainglorious, gullible, too stupid to draw breath, you thought these visions were punishment from an angry and ominous God. Your God is afraid because your God is not God at all. Your God is your own ego, vulnerable and false, and embarrassment. My God is no God at all, but he is true, and he is here in every moment of ecstasy, and his child will fuck your fear, this world. Oh, fuck and tear this world to an everlasting glory. I do not ask you to join us. I tell you, you will join us, because our love is greater than you can ever imagine. Val. Okay, so that's the guy who, that's who we read about in the basement of the, can't remember where it was, of the church there. Let's reload our battery. A lot of fucking going on. Yo, man, there's a lot of sex. There's a lot of shenanigans going on in this place. Okay, push that. No? Maybe I have to interact from this side. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking going on in this game. I will fuck your fear. I mean, that's still plausible dialogue for this game. The fuck is he running to? Anyways, whatever. Rocking chair out on the balcony. Down we go. Yeah, this game is super, super graphic. That might be an elevator.
There, isn't it?
Of course I need to start the generator. It's never that fucking easy. Oh, more people dying. I heard the word ecstasy.
There's blood, but it is joyous all. We are in the sorrows of a travailing woman. From this arbor is a place of breaking forth of, yes, the children of hell, but also...
Nope. 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 Oh! Oh! Fuck you! Jesus Christ! Fuck me! Oh my god, I was backing up and this guy was standing right fucking behind me, guys. Oh! Well, I was backing up and I was backing up into a wall or something. I was like, nope, nope, nope. I'm backing up into a wall, right? Can't get out of nothing, so whatever. But yeah, it turned out I was actually backing up into a fucking dude. Let's go into this basement. Nope. Can't find me, dude. Ow!
Thou knowest me not. Unto my father's house.
Fucking shit. All right.
Till the dangers pass you by.
Damn, this is a, oh god damn it! Fuck you, lady! What the fuck? Fuck you! I kick you again, you fucking starey bitch! Dude, you are some fucked up, man. Tell him I'm here. She just was like, yo, I'm singing for you. And I was like, all right, that's cool singing, but I gotta go. And she got really mad when I wouldn't listen to her for the rest of the time. Randy, finish her. I think she's finished, man. She's like fucking 90 years old and I just booted her in the chest. There is, not enough, there's not a lot left to her. Okay, what the fuck is going on here? Okay, that guy's just like fucking stalking the entrance here. Okay, I think we're good now. Alright. Power generator room. Alright, yes. I forgot we were even looking for a power generator, to be honest. Okay, we'll read that after.
That's gotta be it. If I can find my way back to the elevator.
Fucking things like every goddamn generator, you gotta fucking wind it. Yo! Okay. We're fucking dead. She just sliced me like fucking 6 times. Be like, fuck this, I'm out. Hold on. Yo, Huda, thank you for the love, man. Appreciate that, man. Welcome to the family. God damn. Oh, I got my chat all fucked up here. There we go. Now I can read chat. Yo, she just like slashed me and she was like... She just fucking walked away. She was done. She's like, alright. You've been through enough shit.
Breaking forth of, yes, the children of hell, but also the opportunity of our salvation. For God is great, and Noth is his prophet, and Noth will ransom the power of the grave. Noth will redeem us from death. For even redemption cannot be hid from the split eye. We are robed in the crimson glory of revelation.
Alright, that's cool.
Rejoice. Revel in the ecstasy of the Lord. The sins of Zion bound up and all debts to God from thee. Wailing. There's pain. There's blood. But it is joyous.
Okay. Yeah, no, there's wailing and pain and blood. It's joyous, though. So that's good. Fuck you, man. I can still hear her just like preaching like fucking clear as day. Okay, I wanted to see if there was a paper down here. Like I can still hear her really, really well. There's an open refrigerator door as a table. Seems pretty fucking hillbilly, but par for the course. Is there a window we can go in? Nope! Oh, fuck! It's her. She don't fuck around. She wanted kills. Okay. Okay, Okay, we just pulled the generator. We just got slashed up.
Bound up and all debts to God come due. There's wailing. There's pain. There's blood.
Can I just jump over here so I don't have to walk past you? Yeah, that's good. Whatever. I'm okay with that.
From this arbor is the place of the breaking forth of the children of hell, but also the opportunity of our salvation. God is great and not is his prophet.
Okay, let's go back down here and do it a little bit more chill. Okay, how the fuck did we get... God damn.
This way is for
Oh, fuck. Yo, it's so fucked, man. 616 Dalton. This is placed or this is PC, dude.
God of Abraham and of Isaac and of Jacob and of Noah.
Okay, we're good. I think we're good.
What shall I say to you?
She fucking knows. She is a fucking programmed event there. Where's the elevator? Fuck.
I will be ravenous in my vengeance.
Oh, we made it. Woo. Fuck, you dropped your beer in your bed, dude. All right. Okay, we made that shit. That was good. That was actually pretty good. Guess I'm looking at the heads on a pike.
Temple Gate, founded by Sullivan Noth. Modern Ezekiel.
The modern
Eyes sharp
Ezekiel.
for the enemy.
Now I'm starting to talk like this. I'm starting to sound like these guys here. Oh, that's what it is. It felt inevitable, like a dream or a memory. But not mine. Huh. Get you at your mouth. Bit you bit off more than you can chew. To be honest, the camera, it's apparently recording at 1080p, but I don't think that's accurate, Keenum. Welcome back, by the way. God forsake you. Okay.
Jessica. I've lost it.
Be careful, little eyes, what you see. Oh, be careful, little hands, what you do. Father up above, and he's looking down with love. Oh, careful, little mouth, what you say. Oh shit! I forgot about this. There's like a weird... That happened in the demo. This look comfortable. Yeah, just crawl over the bolts. Please Blake what? Don't fucking please Blake me. Yeah, this is also from the demo. He's coming. Now there was a phantom in the school when we did the demo. And I feel like that's what we're gonna find this time around. Okay, nothing on the ground. Can't go this way.
I'm scared.
I still see the subtitles for the song that Jessica's singing. Okay, I remember this part. So in the demo, you walk to the end of the hallway. And then when you turned around, it was jump scare session. So we're just gonna remember that. Okay, let's see what this is. Hey, Lynn, I'm bored. Mr. Comeover is still talking about the 30-year war. Blah, blah, blah. Habsburgs, blah, blah. Anyway, I'm not riding home with you today because I've got a journal, but I'll call you when I get home, okay? Sup, Jess? Comeover's the worst. His nasal spray totally makes me want to puke. Journal, huh? Journal, huh? Are you doing journal because you want to expose the dark truth behind the St. Civil Field hockey team? Your dad is forcing you. Or you have a big sloppy crush on Blake. Ooh. Shut up, bitch! Also, we should replace Comeover's nasal spray with hot sauce. Also, really, shut up! That's us. That's Blake. Mmm. Sexy. See? That's me right there. With my off-centered eyes. My left eye seems like it's fucking off-kilter. Which was actually very normal in the other Outlast. Careful, little hands, what you do. Yeah, when you watch the other Outlast, there was all these like pictures and shit of like doctors that worked at the hospital, and all of them had like a fucking droopy eye. It was really weird. Okay, so anyways, yeah, so we hit the end of the hallway, and then we turned around, and, okay, nothing happened. It's gonna happen. Somewhere in this fucking part of the game, some fucking spooky shit's gonna happen. Can we hear some condescending laughing? Let's reload our battery. Sure, let's go back inside here. There's a jump scare here somewhere, guys. Okay, let's see if I can find it. Minneapolis. Okay, where am I going? I'm going to GDQ this year. And I think it's in Minneapolis. So I'm flying from all the way here, I'm going all the way down to here. I think that's where I'm going. Okay, jam doors.
Blake!
Oh, shit, dude.
Jessica.
Okay, this is not part of the demo. Oh yeah, this was part of the demo actually. Because when you get down there, something sucked us out of the roof. Kind of like how we got sucked into the well. But hey, there's my city. Boom, right there. Look how we looked at the whole United States, man.
Oh God. Yes.
Yeah, see? Soupy fucking spoopy thing. And yeah, we had to progress through here by going through the ceiling, don't we? Oh shit, son! Oh, I remember this shit too! We got thrown in the fucking basement or something, right?
I'll bleed you in the yard!
And this is where the demo ended. Maybe, I think it is, isn't it?
That's a whale.
Fuck, dude. Hey! I got nothing to say about whatever you're doing, man. That's all you. The fuck away from me, you fucking piece of shit!
Hey.
I'm gonna fucking die here. Yeah, don't vault over the fucking table. God forbid. There's a fucking body on it.
Woe to the bloody city.
Woe to the bloody city. Okay, he's not gonna follow me, right? Oh, yup, he is! Hey, what's up, buddy? Oh my god, he's following me! In games, they usually don't follow you. Okay, they usually, when you crouch and you go in a little gap, they don't follow you anymore. But he's fucking following me. Oh, I can't even fucking heal right now because he's like hot on my ass.
More perfect.
Ah!
The noise of the fury of the Lord comes upon me.
Fuck me! Yeah, whatever. Fuck! Hey, what's up, Shannon Richardson? How's it going? Yo, BZ. Hi. Hi, BZ. How you doing, babe? What the fuck? Okay. Ran into the guy who was chopping shit. What's that song? There's that song in the Fallout soundtrack,
Let the bones be burned.
the song from the Fallout soundtrack, Butcher Pete's. You know what I'm thinking of? Hacking, whacking, chopping that meat.
Woe to the bloody city.
Okay, there we go. Back down here. They got a fever, and the only cure is more cowbell. Or hands. Cowbell or hands. Let's try and go this way instead. Oh, never mind. This is the way we went last time.
My frenzied eyes cast back in unworthy ghosts.
Oh, god damn it! Gotta lock that door. What's up, Talfik? How's it going, man?
Let the bones be burned.
Yo, look at that fucking baseball slide down. He's just like, whoosh. He's on a fucking mission now. Alright. Ow, you motherfucker! How is he so fucking close to us? How is he so... Yo, we were fucking further and faster and farther than we ever were. Lock the door. I don't think we actually get an opportunity to lock the door.
Faster, Whale. Let the bones be burned.
The other guy's like teleporting behind us or something. It's obviously an instant situation where he's behind us. There's no way he's that fucking... Not the first one, the second door.
Conception.
Can I finish this game at one time live streaming? I'm not sure, man. I have no idea. I haven't watched other people play it, so I'm not sure what to expect. Okay, fucking shit, there's a lot of people here. Oh my god! Stop moving for a faster recovery. Sure. Nope. Nope. I suggest you fucking move your ass, dude. You want to survive.
Consume the flesh and spice it well. Or let the bones be burned.
Consume the flesh and spice it well. I don't... Where the fuck are we going? Where the fuck do we gotta go? Not the first door, but the second door. Okay, so I'll try and lock the second door here. Okay, that's cool. Okay, that works. But I don't know where to go after we get out.
Conception.
For this, our heart is faint.
Counselor Nash and everything.
Our eyes are dim. The newest of the fury of the Lord.
Fuck you, dude! Okay, again, we're gonna go back up this way, but there's nothing here for us, right? Maybe they won't see me. Like, I just don't know where to fucking go. There's a house somewhere down here that we gotta go into. Okay. Alright, we'll try it again. We'll run her again. From the top. You want this. I love the baseball slide. They have a great sense of security. Do you really think so? I feel like they don't. I mean, their houses are all falling apart. Basically, if you really want through, you can just knock a door down. Okay, so one of the houses down here is open. It's obviously not the one directly to our right. Okay, looks like we found it. Looks like we found it.
Fire. Consume the flesh. Smash it well. Or had the bones be burned. Her scum shall be in the fire.
Okay. Okay.
I like his little... with his axe. He wasn't even hitting anything. Okay, yo, we found it. Thank you guys for the help. Appreciate it. There's a lot of dead people here. It's like a nursery kind of thing. Fuck you, dude. You ain't getting in here. It's like you said, like a bad sense of security, but they have like barred windows and everything. Now what? Fuck. Should have made fun of those people. They'll come in soon. Yeah, I see that. Let's heal up real quick. Fuck. Oh my god. Push that fucking thing. Get out of that fucking door. Ugh. Holy fucking shit. Yo, what up, girl? Look like shit.
I guess this is where the magic happens. Chairs for an audience to watch. I only saw her afterwards. I couldn't have...
So at least this guy's... Blake has now obviously earned, I don't know, a fucking sense of humor, it sounds like. So this is where the magic happens. I only saw her afterwards. All the junk in the house needs to go to a yard sale. You know what? This whole fucking place needs to be burnt to the fucking ground, dude. Oh, fuck off. Yo, that's my pickup lines. Yo, what up, girl? You look like shit. That's legit pickup line strats from Oshi.
What the fuck is this? Ah, shit.
Don't fall. That's gonna hurt. That spike goes up your butt. Just saying. Ooh, ooh. Boom! Elephantabulous, did you scare me? Not this time. Yo, thank you for the donation. I really, really appreciate it. Blow it up for Elephantabulous. Vlad the Impaled. Shoes untied. Welcome to the Purge. There you go. We don't talk about welcome to the game anymore. I'm pouring a drink first. You guys will be able to read that, and then I'm going to narrate it for you. So close. God knows what I've done, and he forces my eyes on it when I'm weak and when I'm scared. It was not my fault that Judah could not swim, nor the lust he felt for me. I would have saved him, had I the strength. I do not doubt you, God, but please spare me the suffering of such forced dreams even when I do not sleep. I cannot keep watching him drown. Accept my death as penance, as I am newly heavy with Papa Noth's child and racked with pains such as I have never known. Surely the infant my wound must be the archfiend for the affliction of nightmares and agonies that fill and surround me. I am yours. Alright, Louis, have yourself a good night, dude. Thank you for hanging out, man. Alright. Okay, we're no longer fucking felony number 1. We still got 1 bandage and 2 bandages. Know where they've taken Lynn. Yeah, we gotta get back to the chapel. That's been fucking objective for like ever. Go deeper into the fucking place. I'm sorry. If my wife was here, I'd just be like, alright, I'm getting the fuck out. I'll call for help. You know what I mean? I'll call for help. What has the internet done to you? Yo, man. Don't let the internet poison you. I mean, let the internet poison you, but not too much that it like... Fuck is... It's like a corn cob chicken bone soup. It's gross.
He's in the house!
Fuck. Fucking shit, dude! Stitches get fucking... Snitches get stitches, dude. This guy here, he's in the house! Now he's upstairs! He's on the balcony! He's gonna jump off the port side! God damn. Fucking shit, dude. He's under the... Oh, ho, ho. Hey, please don't stab my ass. I like my butt without a fork in it. Okay, where the fuck? Where the fuck? Oh shit. Oh. Well, they're just tearing that whole fucking house down. They're gonna huff and puff. Shit. Whew. Okay, we're good. Snitches end up in ditches. Yo, snitches end up in ditches. Snitches get stitches. Yeah, however you want to do it. The Bible. Aww. Helping people kill since, I don't know, 4000 BC. The fuck do I need to hide, man? Seems like the worst idea ever. Alright. Oh, a little school desk. Looks like a nice classroom. Paper is precious. Any use other ways than copying of the Gospel of Noth must be with given permission of the deacon. Theft of wasting paper will be met with blood punishments. Well, that seems feasible for children. For every line of paper you consume, I will cut you. Okay, we came in this room. Check this room. Nothing here. Fuck off. Found that lovely note. Did it go back out? No. Okay, I'm stuck. Hold on. Oh, never mind. I'm not stuck. Man, they like this poster. Yo, Randy, hope Sabrina's doing okay. Right. Tell her we said hi, the whole don't be afraid. You're going to heaven.
What the fuck?
That's actually an I. But I can't read their hillbilly fucking cursive. Because this is afraid and it's the same. You know what I hate to be bitching about this kind of thing, but this is a font used from a computer. Right? This E, this E, this E, this E are all exactly identical. If you pick them up and put them down, they would overlap perfectly. I mean, at a game like this, I think it would be cool to see this handwritten. Like some of the notes actually seem handwritten, right? Like if she gone to heaven. Like let's look at the notes here.
Chapel's gotta be close.
Oops. Let's look at gospel duty. Let's just be. Let's look for something very similar. Oh, it is. It is the same in this too. It's all a font. I don't know. I mean, I might be asking for too much to see stuff to actually like handwritten. You know, am I expecting too much? Or is everybody else in accordance to say like, you know, that would be cool, like somebody's job is to take these documents and handwrite them so that we can scan them into the game or something. And then it really makes it unique, right? Fuck, there's so many dead people here. It's ridiculous. Like, how is there so many dead people? Is this where we just came from, downstairs? Double posters in the wall? Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely like to know if I feel like I'm expecting too much. Okay, Canum's on my side. Oh, there's a door here, thank God. Went to the principal's office and the principal killed him. More chicken bone. I wonder what's in the fridge. Another fucking picture of this guy. Super original. Super original. Aim. The children should not fear their duty, but celebrate it as a guaranteed entrance to heaven. Remember, there is no pain in heaven. Papa gave your life, and so your life is his. God gave you life, and so your life is his. You may not know that you are yourself the enemy. Your fear is a tool of the enemy. God knows best. Engage in studying the whale saved Jonah from drowning, Jesus in the desert with Satan, and Abraham killed Isaac in his heart. Okay. Project. Draw angels, and who could be the enemy? So that's like a school curriculum kind of thing. Indoctrination curriculum, I guess. I don't want to call it school. It's nothing to do with education. Oh, that's cool. Our game just saved. I wonder if we will, like, automatically heal over time. I'm gonna try it. We're just gonna let it ride for a little bit. So in one half of this city, there's people who are just singing, having a great time. The other half of the city.
Fence. I can climb that. Just need something to stand on.
And on the other part of the city, there's a bunch of fucking dead people all over the fucking place. Mommy, Miss Carson said I could not tell you what they're gonna do, but she did not say I could not write it. So please don't let them kill me. I love you and I love Daddy. Juliana. That's all. I don't even know what to say.
Pray with me.
Pray with me. What up? I really don't feel safe climbing this fence. I just seen her over there. That's okay. Whatever. I don't know which way I'm supposed to be going here. Oh fuck, we're finally on the other side of this thing here. Till the dangers pass you by. Yeah, it's really unfortunate to, like, I don't know, you guys, okay, so you guys, I don't know if you guys know, but I'm a real big feeler. Like, I cry when I watch movies, and I cry when I play video games, and I do all sorts of, things along that line. And, like, I was just watching somebody play Firewatch. I was watching Brittany Love in the chat, or if she's still here, playing Firewatch the other day. And there's a part where Brian, they find a very sad part of the game. I actually cried just watching it. And I even knew, I've played the game like 4 times. So when I like see these things, when I see these things like children saying, writing stuff like that, man, it breaks me down internally. Oh yeah, there's actually a movie on Netflix called The Sacrament, and it's kind of this kind of stuff, right? It's not this kind of stuff, but oh my God, I'm heartfully sorry for having offended the prophet, and I detest these sins because I've offended thee, my God, who is all good and deserving of my love. I deserve and cherish thy punishment, and invite more until the occasion that I'm able, thy grace and the grace of the prophet not to sin no more. Yeah, it's ridiculous, like, the amount of indoctrination that can happen with people. Okay, let's try and fit through here.
Chapel's gotta be close.
Only 1 battery. Not good. Is my guy crying? Is he being a big fucking wussted? Hey lady, what's up? Okay, here we go. Chapter 10. Then God showed me the work that was to be forged upon the anvil of Temple Gate, a blade honed to cut even the throat of the spider-eyed lamb. And I gathered my disciples from the land of Al-Barkut and the town of the Holy Faith, and from among the impotent apocalyptans in Los Alamos. All the time pursued by publicans and their tax collectors, hounded and harried, moving as we grew, a tribe born wandering into no man's deserts. Mandy, I really want to play that Dragon Cancer. I just don't know if I can actually do it. I don't know if I can do it on stream because I would be a wreck the whole time. The Lord gave Ezekiel more wives than brothers, though I turned away none. Neither thief, whore, rapist, addict, murderer, pedophile, and cripple. And I asked the Lord for my guidance of the temptation of many wives, and a voice of strong wine spoke. Know ye not Abraham, Jacob, David, and Solomon? It is simply commanded that you take no woman as rival to her sister. Do not uncover one's nakedness while the other is alive. Nor take your daughters as rivals to their mothers before their blood, or while the elder is alive. And none of your wives and daughters you will have your greatest warriors, in wimples with weapons that censor. And it shall be yours to multiply, to make children upon a legion of women, and child upon those children, and children upon those children, and upon those children, until your line is a nation. For from your nation the enemy shall emerge. Yeah, some fucking crazy shit going on here. Oh, she was singing right here. That's not where we just jumped from. There's a school we were just in. Okay, it's just a statue. Okay, where the fuck? She went that way. Alright, the Fire Kingdom, have yourself a good night, man. Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going? Andrew, too spooked to raid. What's up, Rob? How's it going, man? Welcome to the stream, dude. If you guys don't know who Rob is another content creator on YouTube gaming platform. You guys should definitely go check him out. Too spooked to raid. Hell no, I'm out. Alright, Andrew Greco, how's it going? See you later, man. Hey, Rob, what did you think of the level, dude? I seen the picture on... Oh, shit. You get her fucking nuts chopped here. Yeah, she don't fuck around, man. Because she came from this way, right? Oh my god. We're gonna die right here.
I am fire in the face of
Again, I have no idea where the fuck we have to go. You're about 75%. You're about 75% done? Okay. Yo, what up, Kush Queen? How's it going? Oh, fuck. We're out of batteries too, by the way. Like, whatever, I don't even give a fuck if she kills me because I need to find out where the fuck we have to go. And I don't know. That is not an option. That is not an option. Fuck you! I die in the fucking garbage can. Whatever. You think there's more than one old lady? I don't think so.
You have forsaken him.
Okay. What? I think I'm playing some fucking Dead by Daylight here. Ooh. Just go. Listen, lady, back the fuck up. Ow. It's not gonna work, is it? Nope. Shit. Nope. That is some alien isolation death right there. Okay. Damn, she does not like my loins, man. Okay, so if we hear her bust the door, we gotta back off. Oh, fuck! Shit, dude! Okay, she's gone. Whew! This letter reminds me too much of a literal banshee. She very well could be. Go, motherfucker, go, 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 go! Push that shit harder! Come on, harder, motherfucker, you can take 2 hits. I know you can, because we did it before. No! That's right, fuck you, lady! Woo, baby!
I know what the fuck your god wants from me, lady.
Oh. Is the door unlatchable? Probably not. That'd make it too easy, Kathy. Alright, that's cool. Scour for some supplies. I'll find some batteries, maybe some bandages. Or nothing. Just creepy dolls, that's cool. Dude, it's so fucked. Dear Red Barrels, your art directors are fucked. That is all. You fucking looking at me? Christ! Alright, music got super dark all of a sudden. I mean, darker than usual. What's up, Miss Swisher? How's it going? Alright, let's check this here.
Chapel's gotta be close.
Oh, we missed one somewhere.
The chapel. The chapel is supposed to be sanctuary.
Yeah, well, their holy order is a little bit different than your understanding of the holy order, I'm pretty sure. Considering this is outside their chapel, you know. Very Cantus Firmus monks. What's up, Shirokuma? How's it going, man? I'm at the hospital. My sister-in-law just had her baby. Yo, congratulations, dude. How's the game so far, man? The game so far is going pretty good. Very dark, though. Again, this is a font. You can tell by the E's are all the same. Like, it drives me crazy. To the revered prophet Sullivan Noth from Laird, Byron, as recorded by Nick Tremblay. Nick Tremblay. Thank you for the extra copies of your Gospels. I have gifted them to those among my flock with the brains and eyes still intact, so that they may... Sorry. I have given them to my flock with the brains and eyes still intact so that they may read. But we are in need of more sacramental both for drinking in communion and for comfort from our pains and disinfection for our sores. My flock complains that you have promised more than you have given, and though I can quite easily control them by firm tenure of my voice and the heavy fist of my mount, I prefer the gentle path. You are most beloved of God and a holy gift to us all, Laird. Okay. So somebody's suffering here. I'm pretty sure we're going to find out who it is. And our guy's going to have a what the fuck moment, even though it's probably pretty par for the course for... Oh, there he is on the rack. So Judas? I think it does say Judas. You guys will know that's the rack, or like, from what I understand, that is a thing called the rack. And the rack is a torture method from the ancient times. They'd put you up on a big wheel, and they would break your bones in between the hide in a confessional. They would break your bones between the spacings on the pegs in the rack. Uncle had a girl, nice man. Congratulations, Uncle Shirokuma. Oh yeah.
Not.
Or maybe that's not the rack, that's the wheel. This is the rack. This is the rack where they would stretch you.
My name's Blake.
The outsider. The father.
I'm not anybody's father. I just...
Kill me. You have to kill me.
I don't think I'm
North
gonna
is
kill
coming
you.
back. With Mary. He'll hurt her and I'll talk. If you kill me, he won't have reason to hurt her.
Okay.
Please.
He'll hurt me and I'll talk. Sorry, dude. Oh, he's been through a couple guys today so far. Oh, look at this. Look at this fucking throne. Nice. Nope. I feel like we're gonna have to hide. Yeah, see?
We found her, Desire. Trying to flee amongst the skulls. Not the actions of a woman unburdened by an immaculate conscience.
Mary. Oh, God.
We could have saved, we could have prevented this. Just know this.
Can't see you.
It's me, Josiah. Please, tell him I don't...
Let her go. Oh, God, Mary, I'm sorry.
Oh, Mary's on the rack.
God hates vanity. So do I.
We can tell you, fat bastard.
Woman has this world's destruction in her womb. But Val and his apostate stole away the unborn enemy. The fiend's father has escaped. She will bear her filthy yield before dawn. We have only these few hours to find her and kill her and save this paradise from hell everlasting. Where is she?
Yeah, Baron Spear, that is the guy from the painting.
I can't.
This is for you, Josiah. Make the woman scream.
Stretch her out. Oh, man. Oh, my God. You can actually see it stretching.
The womb that harbors the Antichrist.
That can't be good. Oh! I wish this guy wasn't in the way.
Tell Josiah to make it stop. God ain't got ears for simple laws.
Stop. Oh, God, please.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't have any eyes.
Where did thou take her?
Stop. Stop. I'll tell you. I'm sorry, Mary.
I'm so sorry.
Where is the woman?
The mines of the mountain. Val has her in the mine.
Oh, he fucking talked.
You'll never get her back. Not before the birth.
We are the hands of the Lord. We cannot fail.
Oh, they're still stretching her.
The world dies screaming.
Thank you, Jigga. That's America.
Oh, they're unwinding her. Never mind. Oh, fuck!
Give the woman rest.
Couple hatchets to the face. Oh, Jesus! Well, it's a good thing you talked, because now she's fucking dead, and you're dead, everybody's fucking dead.
Mines. Where the fuck are the mines?
Alright. What's up, Steve? How's it going, man? Alright. Guess we're good to go. God damn! That's not supposed to do that. Nope. I want to sit in the chair and feel important. Dude. Oh. You gotta stretch somebody pretty fucking hard for that shit to happen. Anyways, off we go.
Son of a bitch is slicker than owl shit.
Slicker than owl shit. There's the fucking town crier again. Motherfucker. Oh, fuck off. Sophia Draconi, it's disgusting. Oh, come on, you guys. It's a game. She got pretty fucked up, though. Okay, can I interact with this? Is that what I gotta do? Fuck you, dude! Jesus Christ, man. Fuck off! Yo, what's up, Raging Bean? How's it going, man? Raging Bean, what's up, Raining Ravens? How's it going, Husky Games? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Amos Green? How's it going, man? Guys, we're just playing some Outlast 2, but how's it going? Raging Bean, my man. I'm not sure if I've had the pleasure to make your acquaintance yet. What's up, man? What were you streaming tonight, dude? Moderator will grab a link for you in the chat there, dude, and pop it in. Guys, if you guys don't know who Raging Bean is, I'm assuming Raging Bean is another member of the YouTube gaming family, and I'm sure they would love for you to go check them out. Say hi to them. Toss them a subscribe if you guys enjoy what you're watching and what you see in there. And, yo, man, thank you for the raid, dude. Welcome, Raider. Sorry if I didn't catch your name when you guys raided in. This game is a full-screen game, and I was fucking... It weirds out when we tab out. What's up, H-Stick? Hit-Stick? What's up, man? Husky Games? Uh-oh. I'm reading the chat, and I'm not... Hold on here. Let's get safe. Ah! Okay, I think I'm safe there. I think I got it there. Well, what's up, guys? Oh, Raining Ravens. Dude, so sorry, man, so sorry. Sorry, man. Yo, Raining Raven, what's up, my dude? Thank you so much. Where did I read that? Did I... R raid, Raging Bean raid. That's what I thought, man. Somebody, who was the raid? Was it Raging Bean or was it, Anyways, I think we got you sorted out here. It was Raining Ravens. Okay. Yo, let's get it all figured out. Raining Ravens. It's Raging Raven. It's Raging Raven. Fuck me. You guys are all just fucking me up here. You guys are all just messing me up. Somebody rated us. I fucking love you for it, so thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Link everybody. Link them all. Yo, Raiders, thank you so much for the raid, man. Welcome, guys. Shit, guys. How was it going? What were you guys streaming tonight? Okay, we got another batch here. Was somebody coming from another Outlast 2 stream? Is that where it was from? Because we're playing Outlast 2, obviously. Just like everybody else on YouTube Gaming right now, we're all playing Outlast 2. Because I have no sense of fucking originality. Ah! Ouch, barbed wire is sharp. No, but for real, guys, I really appreciate the raid, guys. Sorry about the confusion. Grand Theft Auto 5. Now, that's a game I have never really given the time of day. The new Wii Fit? Yeah, this is VR Wii Fit, and I'm playing without the VR console. Where the fuck do I go, man? So how was your Gran Turismo or Grand Theft Auto 5, man? Again, I own Grand Theft Auto for the PS4. I just could never get into it. It just wasn't for me, you know? Okay, well, we keep running into shit. Dear game, I don't know where the fuck we are. So yeah, we're playing Outlast 2, guys. It's a pretty graphic, pretty vivid, pretty fun game, but just very graphic and... Oops, there we go. Pretty great game, though, so far. Yo, you tweeted at me? Yo, thank you, man. I appreciate that, dude. Okay. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Suffer, child, day and night.
Someday you wake up in heaven.
Someday. All right. So glad you guys could catch us for the raid. Because this is basically the summation of the entire game right here. Shit like this is what you're gonna find basically in and out of you know, this game here. So 5 children in coffins. I don't have time to read this right now. We'll catch up with this in a second. The fuck we get out of here? Oh no, I think we actually might have time to read that. Okay, let's read that.
The road to the mine is somewhere around here.
Okay. Chapter 2. Wherefore gird up the loins of what could listen. Ready your mind, be open and sober in patience for revelation, obedient as children to parents, as parents to the prophets, as the prophets to God and his angels. For as much as ye know that ye were not made incorruptible by the incorruptible gold, so are the lies of tradition received from your fathers. Received not by immaculate blood. This game needs to come prepackaged. I mean, there was a company who made Outlast 2 diapers. Like adult diapers. Received not by the immaculate blood of the line of Adam, corrupted beyond salvation by the line of Cain, circumcised but stiff-necked, uncircumcised at heart, and ill-grown of your father's lust. Who verily defied the revelations of Abraham and Jesus of Nazareth and Abu al-Qasim Muhammad in Abdallah in Abd al-Muttalib in Hashim, thou hell-bound Jews, thou hell-bound Christians, thou hell-bound Muslims, who sow damnation in weight of reaping, but receive not the vain in conversation of your fathers in past time of your sojourning in fear, in fashioning yourselves in ignorant lust, and when called in account by the Father, defend his heaven by spilling the heart's blood of the spider-eyed lamb, the enemy, the unborn prince of lies. For trust unto him who it was revealed, be ye holy, for I am holy. Okay, okay, back to here we go. Okay, out the door we gotta go, out the window. Yeah, I love reading this stuff for you guys, so. Okay, let's not interrupt. He's just having a good old time by the fire. That's super freaky. This game is very heavily based on religion and the power that religion holds over people. So this is about so far this is about this guy who believes that this woman has some kind of antichrist in her stomach in the form of a child. Holy fuck. So he's hunting this lady to kill the anti-birth or the antichrist within her. But we come across this small city in the middle of basically fucking nowhere. It's like a very small village. It's very, 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 very consumed by the gospel of this village that this one guy is a prophet and everybody kind of, you know, he's their shepherd and stuff, and you know, he runs the village through, you know, his influence. We also understand there's a second set of people here. They're not all like super Christian, but they're also there's some like yeah, sure, we'll lock the door. But there's also like the heretics or something like that, who is a separate section of the game who combat. The guy's name is Noth. He's the one who we'll put that in our pocket. Noth is the prophet, so they kind of fight against the prophet and say that the things that he's doing are obviously wrong. And that's so far basically some of the things we know about the game so far. I'm also going to lock that door too. So the Tiny Cars one, Grand Theft Auto 5. Yeah, Jim Jones. Was Jim Jones the Sacrament, the one that the Sacrament is based off of? That's gonna hurt us. We don't have time to fuck around. Just go. How the fuck do we stop this from happening? I mean, Jim Jones was recruiting people for a different reason altogether. Where's the ghosts? Well, there's no wall rider yet. Haven't met the wall rider yet. Turn the crank. Fuck you! Turn it faster! Oh! Shit. What's up, 10VFX? How's it going, man? Guess we got that. Let's grab our battery. Yeah, Jonestown. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So it was Jim Jones. Yeah, he was recruiting people for a completely different thing. This guy here is saving the Earth, not sending people to heaven. Or that's what this Noth guy. Noth believes that he's saving the Earth by, you know, killing the demon spawn or whatever, or the, I don't know, whatever the fuck it is. Jim Jones was just recruiting for heaven, or whatever, you know, whatever Jim Jones was, however he wants to justify that shit. Fuck, where did I come out from?
My frenzied eyes cast back.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Okay. Okay, no need to crouch anymore.
Stop! Spares, but far enough. I wouldn't go down there for all the clean shunny inside. That's smart as dick. Leave it.
The fuck? Did you tell those guys not to follow me? Oh, found a cow. Yeah, I watched the movie The Sacrament, actually. As a movie, I enjoyed it. It was a real story. It's terrible. I wonder if this game is influenced by some of those characters. Somebody said that they were reading on some of the religions that this game was kind of founded upon. Ooh, Randy's happy he's got another Ravens fan in the chat too, by the way. I don't know, I don't follow sports balls, so. Fuck me, where we gotta go now? Across this bridge, maybe? That's not a bridge, never mind. I can hide in here? Oh, gross. Okay, I don't want to actually hide in there. Okay, where the fuck are we going here, guys? Okay, maybe in here? Gross. Scary games mess you up bad, dude? No way, come on, man. Scary games are fucking amazing. I love playing scary games so much. They really help me feel, like, alive. The words of Suleiman, who would be the new Ezekiel, who would be the prophet to lead the scattered usurping strangers of a fallen Christ in the stolen Zion of the Pueblos of Jicarilla and the Mescalero, the Navajo. Elected according to the blood wept in Revelation, the foreknowledge of the enemy at the gate and the crumbling ramparts, and the obedience to the blood of God and Jesus Christ. Grace unto you, but never peace. To him blinded a corrupted inheritance of defiled faith and liars of Babel, and whores of Babylon. They begot of the devil, who is a liar and father of lies. O Zion, Zion, thou that stonest the prophets, sent desolate, and the blood of your ill-gotten children is sprinkled upon the earth to feed the wheat that are fattens your brood for slaughter. For all flesh is grass to fatten the sacrificial ox, or the sacrilegious calf. O Baal, O Eli, or O El, O Gugalana, O Moloch. But grass left to wither and fertilize with blood will do seed and spread. For the seeds of the prophet shall root the enemy, that the prophet may strike down with furious vengeance the bastard of lies, and begot in his own sin, cleansed by his own blood, spilled of his own issue. Oh, she makes it better? Should be a hashtag. That should be a fucking hashtag. I like that. Oh, she makes it better. Okay, that's a really cool note that we found there. Like I said, I really enjoy reading the paperwork in this game. They did put I mean, I'm kind of pissy that they didn't handwrite it all, but still, at the end of it... The fuck is that a skull of? Oh, a cow. Oh shit, I thought that was the eye sockets. I was like, what the fuck? There's the eyes right there. Closed. Fuck, I gotta double back, so I think I gotta go that way. Oh, come on! Luigi's already at the fucking mines.
Try me and know my thoughts, and see if there be any grievous way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting.
Fuck.
God of Abraham, and of Isaac, and of Jacob, and of Noah.
Should we fucking cheese it? Let's cheese it. Fucking get out of my way, lady! She runs way faster than I do. Yo, what's up, Harris? How's it going, man? You just got here and you're already terrified? I feel terrified for my tummy. I just got stabbed in my tummy tum-tum. Really? She got me hard? I guess that's one way to put it. Okay, we're gonna try hiding here. Oh, fuck!
Come on. There's gotta be a way through.
There's gotta be a way through. Fuck, she better not be up there. That was easy. Hey, what's up, girl? How's it going? I was lurking a little bit on your, in your Walking Dead series. Didn't have a lot of time, so I didn't say hi, but... Don't fall out of my chair. No, this game has not been actually that scary so far. We have had a couple jump scares, but not like, nothing killer. Nothing like, last night's... Nothing like the jump scare from last night. Ooh, what the fuck? See what he's got to say about this.
Meat hung to cure. Hooks through their Achilles tendons.
Jesus.
Oh.
Prayed for refrigeration.
Should have prayed for refrigeration. You play this on Twitch, but I'm further than you. I mean, I only played this game today, so I didn't play Isaac at the start. And I've also been going for 3 hours straight now, so. Ooh, shit. Well, while we're here, we may as well do some work. Okay, where am I going to apply this hook to? Oh, fuck, dude! Where do we have to apply this hook to? There's a door here for us to... Nope! There's a jam door there. And I have to go. Fuck my life. Alright, man. Yo, Harris, have yourself a good night, dude. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out with us. For what period of time you could afford. I don't see anywhere to attach the hook. Maybe we have to go back outside? I'm sorry, can I hide in this fucking... No? Nobody here? Okay. Gross. Okay. I'm assuming we got to take the hook maybe now to the next area, wherever the next area is going to be. Dude, these things have been fucked up. Oh, excuse me, buddy. Yeah, I don't know where to go from here, though. Well, Nexus, what's up, man? Thank you for the love. That's not coming off, yo. That's not gonna shower off. Still don't see what the point of the hook was. Man, those poor cows. It's a lot of bugs. Yeah, well, it's a lot of rotten meats. A lot of fetid flesh. Just double checking here, make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, nothing there. Oh fuck, I can jump through the fucking window. God damn it. Okay. My best beloved, my hounds, my avenging angel. Val has betrayed the temple gates. He betrayed God, has betrayed me. Look deep into the heart of all you hate and make it violence to punish that festering apostate pig fuck. Val must suffer and beg for forgiveness as you deny. Val must give you the darkness utterly devoid of God's love. All who have joined Val must die begging for the mercy you have purged from your hearts. Let God be merciful, you will be only... Let God be merciful, you will be only wrath. Papa loves you, God forgives you. Noth. Where does this take place? I'm not sure. Somewhere near a desert, so I'm assuming somewhere, you know, like Nevada. I don't know how many deserts are there in the United States. I can't remember, so maybe somebody actually knows the answer to that. Okay, the hook. Okay, I thought we were onto something there, but we couldn't capitalize on it, so... I feel like we're supposed to do something with that chain. To get that hook to lift. A hook. Nope, there's no hook there. Fuck, I don't know. We'll just check it one more time. Because I'm kind of stuck down here. Funny that he's seen the hook that wasn't there. Mr. Krabs said stay away from the hooks. I don't get it. I don't watch SpongeBob though. Okay, so there's nothing to do in here, I don't think. What, are we supposed to fucking zip line across this thing? Can we get up onto the roof? No. Can't get up there. Does anybody see something? All that huffing and puffing, hope he doesn't swallow a bug? That'd be fucking nasty, especially like those old bloat flies. Okay, maybe we were supposed to go this way? I feel like we're just making backwards progress. Alright, Walsh, have yourself a good night, dude. I can pause the game now? Okay, boop. Y'all much love, my man. Thank you for the hanging out tonight, dude. I mean, what? Worst case scenario, we die. Nice baseball slide, you failed it. Okay, so this is, yeah, we're just backtracking and she's pissed off at us, so. If it's in the same area as Outlast, I mean, I don't know if it is the same area. But I just know that in the start of this game, the characters are looking for a lady who is wandering through the desert. Fuck, it's gotta be something in here. What is the significance of the hook? Is something I'm missing, like to crawl underneath or to fucking jump over? Okay, that's not quite what I was thinking of. Lost his head. Yeah, guys, I don't know. If anybody knows what we got to do here, I would love it. Pull the chain, then check the door. I did try to pull the chain, but we can't pull the chain a second time. Because we removed the hook from this chain here after we pulled the chain. And there's no reverse chain to pull on. What's up, Tuvok? Welcome back, dude. Awesome. Thank you for the love, man. Welcome to the family. Is that a hidden door down here or something that I'm missing? Shit. Nope. That's just bloodstained. Okay, back outside, I guess, and we'll just take a real deep look around outside. Okay, can't jump, can't jump. She hears the word of God. No jumping, no crouching. Fuck, we're like chewing through batteries out here. But where, Lord? Fuck. Backtrack to the fork in the road, then enter the barn on the far right most path. Backtrack to the fork in the road. Randy, by the way, thank you, man. Okay, enter the barn on the very far right. Okay, so this is the left side. Let's see a path on the right. To enter the barn on the far rightmost path. Inside, there's a shutter door. Attach the hook and use the chains to pull the door. Okay. Enter the barn. To the far right side, there's a shutter door. Okay, we're gonna try this out. Is the fork in the road further back? No. Backtrack to the fork in the road. Okay, we got our hooks. Let's backtrack now. So, backtrack to the fork in the road. Gonna try this again. Okay, this looks like a bit of a fork in the road. There she is. Oh, no, it's not her. Okay, so we do have to backtrack quite a bit. I'm assuming Martha is the evil fucking lady. I have no batteries. That's great. So we're gonna fucking die soon. Actually, I think it's almost better for us to die here. Alright, thanks, Brianna. I appreciate that. Kathy Parker, have yourself a good night. Bye-bye. Oh, fuck off. Bye. Fuck you, lady! Okay, I feel like the game kind of helped us out here. The game somehow miraculously helped us out. We're fucking good. Press the fucking trigger! Faster than that, motherfucker! No! Kick her in the fucking face, bitch! That's right. Get out of here, you scaredy cat.
Fuck.
You big wussy.
Keep moving.
Alright, we finally made our progress.
The road to the mine is somewhere around.
Plus we have 2 fucking batteries, too. Did we actually read this one? We read this one. Read this one. Oh, Marta is the lady, and that's who he wrote that note to. We read that one.
They always hurt women to punish men.
It didn't matter.
Sick. It's cowardly.
Didn't matter because they fucking killed them both anyways.
Going to heaven. God. Before they killed the children.
Yep.
You should have loved me. What am I doing?
Okay, we're good on... Almost good on footage here. Another one here that we missed. It's so weird to hear the backwards stuff. Okay. Caught up in our footage here. Welcome back, Chris Masker. Where are we in the game? We just got through that shutter door, Bree. So we're good. Yeah, we're good. Back up the mountain path here.
That is the mine. Where the heretics are. That's where they've got Lynn.
Ooh, we just got an achievement called Babylon. Ouch, cactus. Cactus fucking OP in this game. Why don't I pick up a cactus and whack Marta with it? It's got 2 R's in it, so I feel like obligated to roll my R's. Dearest Marta, my best beloved, most trusted, my intimate companion. Oops. Since your childhood, I know your faith is imperfect. Oh, there is only 1 R. Dearest Marta. I still think it's rolling your R. I know your faith is imperfect. I know... What the fuck is going on with this thing? I know that old, worn doubt gnaws at your heart and tears... and tears wash your cheeks. You think you sin in murder. But hear me, as I have told you every way I know how. You would only sin if you stayed your hand. If you do not chain a rabid dog, are you not responsible for the children the bitch attacks? If you do not crush the spider in your infant's crib, are you not responsible for its venomous bite? If you leave a fire unchecked, are you not responsible for every innocent burnt? In every case, sloth would make you a murderer. You would not need lift a finger and still a terrible killer in the mind of God. Just as every life you do not take that you could even maybe defeat the enemy, who would murder and rape the whole wide world, is killing by sloth. For the enemy is surely rabid and venomous and a hungry inferno. Hold fast, push the knife. You need no forgiveness because you do not sin. Know that Temple Gate needs you. Know that I love you. Know that God loves you. Not. Okay. Yeah, so again, it's more of this indoctrination rhetoric here where they reinforce this idea in people like everything that tells you you're doing wrong is not wrong because God said it's right. And your morals and your opinions and your understandings and your feelings are completely arbitrary and doesn't fucking matter because, again, I said it's okay. And of course, everybody here believes that Noth is the prophet, so his word is like the word of God, right? He's basically God's right-hand man in these people's opinions. Fuck yeah. Oh shit!
Wait.
Jessica. Wake
up. I'm still here. How the fuck do I get out of here?
Okay, so all the things that we record, in our dream state, don't actually fucking record. Hey, what's up, Heavy? How's it going, dude? Objective, find a way out of here. Here's some gooping sounds. Nope. Hear more gooping sounds. Thank you, Blake. Faith and history. The outside world. So the outside world, faith and history. Okay. What the fuck was that sound?
The Hangman game. Like Lynn and Jess used to play. The other half of this must be somewhere. Jessica would have left the Hangman somewhere for Lynn to find.
Okay. Oh, wait, what does it say? Unforgettable or something like that is what it probably says. Hopefully we find some fucking batteries in here. Because I don't want to use all my batteries. We just got a spirit saying thank you, Blake. For what? I don't know. Unforgivable. Unforgettable, unforgivable, whatever. Okay. Let's go find the other half of this, I guess. Just double checking. Nope. Okay, we're good. Let's not go down that way. Ooh, a thing. A battery. I'm lost, by the way. Well, that's the exit. Can't go that way. Oh yeah, unforgivable. You're more souping. So I'll push it closer.
Unforgivable. Yeah. Sounds about right.
Sounds about right. All right. Ew, it's a nightmare. We're in school. Yo, Antonio, man, when I need help, I'll ask for it, dude. Until then, I'm more than happy to figure the game out myself. Okay. Unforgivable. Bum bum bum. Man, you guys got no love for school, guys. You guys got no love for school. Come on. Okay. Ooh, shit. Still waiting for that jump scare from the demo. Okay, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Shit, fuck. Jesus. Okay. Help me! Fuck you, dude! So that's from the demo. That's from the demo. Oh, we're all sorts of fucked up right now. Ugh. Okay, enough in here. Enjoy the fact that I want to figure it out. I mean, I want to play the game, right? I mean, I got stuck at the one part, so it was nice to have the assistance. Fuck, how the fuck do I get up there? Okay, curious, because like I said, in the last Outlast, the people had weird eyes. These guys don't have weird eyes. These guys are quite normal eyes. What kind of font is that? It's something regular. I can't read spot and regular or something. It's like a Windows fucking 95 machine. Some of you kids in chat might not understand the level of fucking horseshit we had for computers when they first existed, but it's okay. God is a big part in this game. He is. The fuck, man? I just went up. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. We're good. Remember the last game you played, Junior, on a computer? Yeah, I remember because I scratched my fucking television monitor from it.
What the fuck? I was just here.
Ah, Cthulhu. We meet again. By the way, Call of Cthulhu is a new fucking horror game coming out this year that I'm really fucking excited to play. What am I looking at?
The mines. This leads to the mines where the others took Lynn.
Okay. Whee! Yeah, I probably don't want to fall down there. Oh, there we go. Someone sounds like they're having a good time. Oh! What's up, Jay Lightning? How's it going, dude? Yeah, if I'm looking for help, I will definitely ask you guys. I'm not afraid to do that. Up to that point, though, please keep it to yourself. I'd really hate to see someone get banned or timed out just from trying to give spoilers and shit in the game or telling a person how to play.
Okay, it's not that far.
It's not that far.
This isn't so bad.
Sprint it! Sprint it! Ah! Okay, I was supposed to do some manual input there. Was wondering if I'd be interested. Oh yeah, dude, I am definitely. And there's another one coming out called Vampire, which
this isn't so bad.
Which I'm also very interested in. Okay, it's just some slight adjustments to the right. Keep us safe.
What in
the fuck? What do you mean fucking what in the locusts? Is that what this is? Locusts? It's like pestilence?
don't know how many of them got in my mouth. My skin wouldn't stop itching. They were trying to lift me up.
I don't know how many of them got in my mouth. Hey, what's up, greetings, Novo? Yeah, I missed a note. That sucks.
Shit!
Nope. Nopey! Nopey! Okay, scripted events. We're good. Got some nasty bugs in the desert.
Or were they not?
Prayer and grace. He's the shadow in the sky, but I ain't really sure. God loves his children.
The fuck?
I'm sorry. The grace, I'm sorry.
Were the locusts or were they not? I'm upside down right now, so that's cool.
His suffering is done. Not words true. Momentous times are upon us.
Oh, my camera's right there. I just want to reach it. To drop down. Surprised I couldn't see a blue glowing light in the middle of the fucking dark. Whatever.
Guess I'm taking the long way.
Yeah, this guy's fucking hilarious. Okay, nothing there. Oh yeah, you turn the camera off. It's literally pitch black. Alright, Tuvok, have yourself a good night, dude. I thought, Chris, or Super Sentai, I thought you said stay country. Have a good night, Tuvok. Stay country, man. Anyways, don't judge me. Fuck. Someone's getting their fucking dick sucked down here. This fuckworm mistook his blessing for sickness and tried to leave, and I broke him. Do not make his mistake or commit his sins. God and his prophet love you. Kill him with kindness, but make sure you kill them. Okay. Hey, what's up, Brandy Silvers? How's it going? What's up, Kabir? Is Oshi an ambassador? If you mean a Nintendo brand ambassador, I am not. Whoop. Oh! 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 What was that? Oh, fuck me! I had pour another drink of juice and soda here. Holy fuck! What the fuck was that? Was that a dog? Or a people? What's up, Banana Anime? How's it going, dude? That was a jump scare, says Beastie. Brandy, you still working on that sore throat? I'm glad to be following this thing over here, so that's cool. It ran this way, so I don't know where the fuck it ran to. fuck? How do I get through here? Oh, this is fun. Hey, what's up, Crucifix? How's it going, dude? I can't speak for everybody. I can speak for myself. I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm doing pretty good. I'm so hyped to play this game. I've been very excited to play this game. Ever since I played the very first Outlast. And the minute I heard that they were announcing a second one, I was just hype as fuck. Sickness here. God bless.
Sickness here. God bless.
Yeah, thanks. That's what I just said, Blake.
These people were rotting even before they were murdered.
I was there.
Fuck. Oh, there's gotta be some other way around.
Dude, what is it with you and finding other ways around? It's a body, alright? You're used to this shit by now. Use it to pad the fucking barbed wire and get over. But instead, we'll go into this fucking ravine. Which seems super duper safe. What's up, Super Saiyan? How's it going, dude? Welcome to this place of spiritual healing. You were scared and you were sick, as you should be. And you were filled with shame, as you should be. You know that you would not be here if it were not for your own sins. But I can make you wonderful and pure again. With all this sickness first erupted and crusted in Temple Gate, Papa Noth, in his wisdom and kindness, recognized it for the spiritual affliction that it was. Don't believe those crooked and frightened others if they tell you you're sick with syphilis or gonorrhea or any outer world lie. This is a sickness of the soul, and only purging your soul will you find health. Stay true, stay obedient to God, and to Papa Noth, and especially to his deacon Laird. God and his prophet love you. Damn! Yo, it's not syphilis, your soul is sick. Oh, gonorrhea? No. No, we don't recognize that sickness here. Your soul is sick. The thing that freaked out looked like a deer to you? That's no fucking deer, man. Yeah, he's sick in the soul. Probably not inhaling the fumes of dead bodies or anything. Fuck. Dude, BC. Third time's a charm. Boom! You didn't see it. You didn't see it, man, but I did have a little fucking head jerk there. Because right after we knocked her down, I felt kind of vulnerable and kind of safe. My dude, BC, thank you for the donations tonight, man. Have yourself a great night, my dude. And, of course, much love, man. Much love. Oh, we can hide in a tree stump this time. That's cool. That's a live person. Yeah, no, your soul is sick. It's nothing to do with your body. It's not your body. Whoa, fuck, for a fucking sick lady, you sure got up and at him. I'm just gonna die here. I don't want to waste a bandage. I also have an incredibly incredibly hard time believing that anybody that fucking ill and sick could do anything to anybody. Like for realsies. This is like the Dark Souls things. You know, if you guys have played Dark Souls, you know the creatures I'm talking about. The ones that like pray for worship or whatever. They're like nothing but literal skin and bones. Press H to heal her. Improve yourself. Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, fucking gross, dude! You just puked all over me! Ah! Jesus Christ! Woo! Yeah, you're doing good. No, you're doing fine. That's working out for you. Oh, Jesus! What the fuck was that for, man? I didn't do anything to you. I was just recording your shit for a documentary. So much for not wasting a fucking bandage. And these people are all sorts of fucked up. You're as the rock of Rephidim. This is a font tapped by God, not by any will of yours. Okay. Pardon me, beep beep. Don't you fucking talk to me about cats and dragging shit in. I'm gonna close the door. I'm actually gonna lock the door. And I'm gonna leave you guys out there, because what the fuck? You guys puked all over the place. Oh shit. Okay, I was trying to read that note. Try that again.
I can still find my way to the mine.
I proclaim the whore Laird, who leads us to infestation. I proclaim the scurvy of Laird, who leads us to damnation. I proclaim the perfidious Laird, who leads us to contamination. The deceit of Laird, who leads us to annihilation. The canker of Laird leads us to extinction. I proclaim the sic semper evello mortem tyrannus. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Sorry. If he's doing the right drug, they're not doing any drugs here. They're sick and fucking delirious. Malnourished and dying. That guy's not on any drugs, Kanem. He's dead. He's literally dead. And still draws a pulse. I don't know how. Okay, this is where we gotta go. Stay away from the creeps. I'm sure it's like walking downtown LA. What the fuck? Is that a person riding a person? What the fuck?
I didn't even know what I was looking at. Some kind of deformed toddler.
That's a person riding a person. Dylan, Super Mario Maker down? No, man. We every Tuesday we don't play Super Mario Maker. But actually this week is all sorts of different for the schedule. So tomorrow we're playing League of Legends and not Super Mario Maker. And then Thursday we're playing Mario Kart 8, which is part of our regular schedule. And we'll finish with Super Mario Maker. And then directly at midnight, we're gonna go fucking directly in. As soon as I get the download done. And as soon as I get the download done anyways. And then gonna go to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Yeah, League of Legends tomorrow, Saphira. The reason we're playing League of Legends tomorrow, it's not part of my regularly scheduled programming, but you guys may not know. Oh, Jesus Christ! I was just gonna press my fucking peek button too. Didn't work out. I'm surprised this guy still has fucking glasses. Okay. Sorry, let me finish that thought. You guys may not know, but it's Nero's birthday tomorrow. And when Nero first started watching the channel... Oh, shit!
You found the skull of Christ.
Nero first started watching the channel, and we did League of Legends. So it's just a cool way to celebrate for my buddy Nero. I really kind of want to see that thing. You're a pretty little lily. I'm fucking going. We're a pretty little lily. So soft and so clean. Ah! Nope! Nope, that's not a fucking dog. That's not a fucking... That's not a... Get in the fucking... Hey! We're gonna wrap up. You know, only 5 Nights at Freddy's? It's too bad, man. It's a fun game.
This way, Blake.
Jess!
Okay.
Come back!
We're not alone here. This is us right now. I don't know what FR would mean. Anyways, yeah, so it's Nero's birthday on Wednesday. And it's a great way to celebrate for my buddy who's a good friend of mine, so Wednesday is League of Legends. Even if it's not maybe the full night, we'll try it out and see how we do. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I really enjoyed playing it a long time ago. I just was not very good at it, so. Oh, Father Porcari. I took Miss Gray out of phys ed today to have a little talk with her. Father Loudermilk was telling me he's worried that she's a touch more sensitive than is good for her. And I don't doubt it, poor girl. I know you've dealt with her dad and his big personality, and her mother was a real tragedy. God rest her soul. But anyways, Father Loudermilk says he thinks it might be a good idea for Jessica to go on her field trip to the piano factory, and I tend to agree. She seems like a decent risk. Oh, it's not a good idea for Jessica to go on the piano trip to the factory, or the field trip to the piano factory. She seems like a decent risk of a runaway. On top of which, her father's signature on the permission slip is a little embarrassing, and what is obvious forgery it is. So I'll need your say-so to suspend permission. We'll put her on library study for that day, Shelley. Well, fuck you, guidance counselor. You're a piece of shit. She just wants to go on a fucking field trip, and her dad's obviously a piece of shit or a piece of work, one or the other. So, like, literally nothing in here? Well, that's exciting. Obviously take the battery. What would Jesus do? The ultimate question. What kind of league champions do I enjoy? I mean, I don't really know much about the game. I only played till I was level 30, and I basically stopped as soon as I hit level 30. But Victor was like one of my favorites, and Kog'Maw is one of my favorites. And that's likely, and Cho'Gath. I play a decent Cho'Gath in jungle or something like that. I mean, I used to. I probably don't anymore. Peeping in the toilets. Okay, where the fuck are we?
What the fuck?
Nice. Now, it was also said in the first Outlast that the character could hear the voice of the Wall Rider while watching static and stuff on television.
Don't go.
Sane Civil High School, faith, Christ, and God. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Thy kingdom come. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our trespass, and as we forgive those who trespass against us. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Above and is watching down below. What you say? Alright, let's refresh. Or recharge, whatever. Yo, what's up, Robert? How's it going, man? You have a special Merrymaker announcement. Okay. Strangle? Is that Strangle? I think it is. S-T-R-A-N-G-L-E. Yes. Strangle. That's not me fucking around, is it? I think it's actually a messed up fucking... It's a messed up physics thing. Or... We can walk into it, but I think the meshing is fucked up at the top in the animation. It's causing it to do that. Okay, back outside. Yoshi, you when you get there? Oh fuck.
No! Let go! Fuck!
Oh, there's big. There's.
Let us have him.
Fuck off!
Jesus Christ.
Ah, praise God and his prophet now. Praise God. Forgive me, Lord. But I have to be sure.
The fuck?
Open his mouth, Nick.
Open his mouth, Nick. Oh, man. Fucking gross, man.
There you go. God, please, let him be one. He's unmarked. He's pure. He is the Skull Messiah. You half-wit dog's cunt. He ain't been transubstantiated yet.
He ain't been transubstantiated yet.
First, we gotta get him on that cross. Get my hammer and nails. Let's get on up that hill. He will come born on locust wings, immaculate as a newborn. He will give us his gospel, the sacred words of his teaching.
People who nail to
That was up, Miko. How's it going, man? That's the Mortal Kombat player.
will rise again in more perfect flesh.
Holy fuck.
Eat of that flesh and hold
I'm trying to understand what this guy is. Is he a fucking... Is he like a Siamese fucking...
This broken earth.
Because it looks like he's almost bound to him, right?
See? We prepared everything. It's all ready for you.
What? Don't do this, please.
Where is your gospel? You're supposed
Because
to
I don't
have
see
a
legs or
gospel for
anything.
us, to guide us in our salvation after the end.
The gospel?
The truth. Your guidance. We suffered a long time waiting on you. Well, old Nick, I guess we better put those nails in.
Wait!
Oh, he does have legs. Oh! God damn! Nick can drive a fucking mean hammer for not having any vision.
Good. That wasn't so bad, was it?
Well, in Outlast 1, our character got his fucking 2 fingers taken off.
Is it a camera?
No, I don't think he does have legs.
Of course. How could I not see it? A modern Christ would use a camera, not a book.
A modern Christ would use a camera, not a book.
How could I not have known? Lord, please forgive me for doubting you. There is no suffering that I do not deserve. I am a worm, festering wound. I must study his lessons. Drive the other nail in and hang him up. No!
Yeah, he's got no legs. He's literally fused to that fucking character. That is one entity right there. Dude, we're just fucking dying. Craziness. All the nopes. Let's do it. Let's do it. It's gonna hurt, but do it. Oh, tap repeatedly. Ah, it's only stigmata. We're okay. Alright, Nero, have yourself a good night, man. Or if you're coming back, we'll see you in a little bit. What's up, Mikey L? How's it going, man?
God.
I gotta stop. Oh, don't I have bandages on me? I have no bandages. I don't have a camera. No bandages, don't have a camera. I can fucking really not see where I'm going. Hey, that's me. That was me. Okay, we can't climb up that. Hey, y'all got any spare bandages floating around? So we haven't seen our waifu in quite a while. Ooh, cob of corn. Nice. Found them. God damn, dude.
Fuck me. Oh, fuck, that hurts.
Yeah, I bet it does. I bet it does hurt a little bit. At least I wasn't burned alive. You know, make it a little bit brighter. I can't actually make it any brighter. Well, I probably could adjust the gamma a little bit. Okay, that literally makes like the fucking smallest change possible. Ouch, you motherfucker!
Crossword.
I don't know where I gotta go here. Okay. Gonna get your glasses and a light. Actually, Saphira, if you're having a hard time seeing, there's probably too much light already. Like, I'm playing with studio lights on, so I can't see a fucking thing. But, if you have lights on in your house or in your where you are, it's probably gonna be harder to see if you turn more lights on the screen in the darkness. Because I know I was actually playing, I was playing some Alien Isolation today with a friend, and like, yeah, like, the more lights I had on, the harder it was, so the darker I got it. Why are they trying to kill their Messiah? Well, they're just trying to get me back on the cross, I think. Can you fucking imagine re-driving nails back to the hands? Using cheap nails on a carpenter, talking about insult to injury. That's fucking funny, Mike. Okay, we gotta wait for, Nope. Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck me! How are these guys even any amount stronger than me? Like, honestly, these guys are so sick and fucked up right now. Alright, Negan, have yourself a good night, man. Mike, I would really suggest not watching it in the dark naked, because if you do shit your pants, your chair is gonna get real dirty. At least if you have some shorts on or something, you're gonna... I mean, well, keep your pants on. I'm just saying, that's my suggestion. Watch it in the dark, sure. But keep your pants on. Okay, I wish we could skip this fucking scene.
Fuck. Fuck. Oh, fuck, that hurts.
Because I still don't know at this point in time, I don't know if I have to go left or if I have to go right. So I can't see a fucking thing. Ghouls are stronger than they look, smooth skin. Fuck off, man! Okay, so maybe we have to break to the right. I honestly, I don't know where we're going. What's up, Jasmine Marie? How's it going? Jasmine with the black heart. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That looks awesome.
Oh, God. Fuck.
Okay, so we just survived our crucifixion.
Fuck. Okay. I gotta stop the bleeding. Gotta...
Now this time I'm gonna break to the other side. We're gonna go that way this time. What's up, Max Patterson? How's it going, dude?
Fuck. Fuck me. Oh, fuck, that hurts.
The hands look swollen. They do look actually super swollen. But he looks very, like, skinny in the wrist. Okay, we currently have one of two options. One is to go left, one is to go right. Every time we go left, we fucking die, for sure. Hey, what's up, King Hasher? How's it going, man? No. Oh, that's definitely 100% not the way to go. Fuck! Try it again. We're gonna fucking try it again. Till we get it right.
Fuck. God.
Because I don't know where the fuck we gotta go.
Fuck. Okay. I gotta stop the bleeding. Gotta.
If I could fucking see something, that would be great.
Fuck.
Jasmine, this is just on normal difficulty right now. Damn. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna break this way here. Fucking guy just hauls off and kicks me.
Suck these wounds clean. Take off hands.
Yeah, I can't get through here, so... I'm scared, but I'm scared and more scared, but happy I found a good YouTube channel. Well, yo, King, man, I'm glad to do that for you, man.
Gotta.
This part looks like a pain in the ass. I just don't know where to go. Like, the game is super ambiguous on... I mean, yeah, it drives home the point that, yes, it's fucking dark. Okay, I get it. But it's so fucking dark that I just can't see, and we have zero, like, time to check it out. And it wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't fucking just repeat. Like, do I gotta go maybe back to where I was hung? No.
Oh, fuck, that hurts.
You forget this scene, Jasmine? That's unfortunate. Because I could use some help figuring out where the fuck I gotta go here. Okay, so I'm hiding back in this fucking brush again. Hey, what's up, Alan Warren? How's it going, man? Can you talk to the people? Yo, excuse me. I am your savior. Could you please help me? I will heal you if you help me out. Okay, now they're in alert mode, which I'm okay with. I understand our guy is not a fighter, but motherfucker, this guy's got one arm and sick as fuck. All right, like I said, there is a level of when a child could be a fighter at this point. Like that guy there, okay, he looks kind of healthy. This guy here, not so much. I'm gonna unsicken their souls, that's right. I'm gonna de-sick them. Okay, y'all, please don't mind me. Right there, right there, right there. Look, there's a little log I can go through. Oh, what the fuck, dude? There's a log we can climb through, I think. I don't know. I think that's where we gotta go.
Oh, God. Fuck. God. Oh, fuck. Okay. I gotta stop the bleeding. Gotta.
So yeah, we're gonna go this way here.
Fuck. Fuck me. Oh, fuck, that hurts.
We know, dude. We know. We've heard this dialogue like 6 fucking times. I need a box of tampons. Well, you got a hole right there. You can just stick it right in. It's perfect. Have that, yes. Kush Queen, that's exactly how it is, too.
I've gathered my filth for you, Lord.
I don't want your fucking filth, you sick fuck. Look, I'm over here. Look at me, I'm over here. Look, I'm gonna grab that little fucking stump hanging out of your arm. I'm gonna pull you down to the fucking ground with it because you're sick, dude. Hey, hey. Oh, fuck me, man. Okay, that's not the way. That's not the way. I thought it was the way.
Oh, God.
Jesus Christ.
God. Oh, fuck. Okay, I gotta stop the bleeding. Gotta.
No. Oh, fucking. I don't know, guys. He's pinning me down with one hand. He's pinning me down with one hand. His hair reminds me of Cynthia from Rugrats. Rescue, am I discriminating? I'm saying that a guy with one fucking arm who's sick with like fucking death fucking disease. This guy's got like Ebola or some shit. Or like, I said like fucking like stage 8 fucking syphilis. And he can pin me down. And I'm an otherwise apparently like, well, I have 2 holes in my fucking hands now.
Fuck.
Alright, kid, have yourself a good night, man. You're all alone, Randy? Well, I'm here. I got your back, fam. All right. Shit, dude. Shit, dude. Oh, what the fuck? Where am I running? Oh, yes! Figure it out! Yeah, motherfucker, we go! We go, we go, we go! That's how we go. This is how we go. Oh, baby, fuck yeah! Boom, bam, bam. Fucking vault over that shit. Okay. Ha! Ooh, oh, it's, ooh, ah. I don't think I can jump down there. Fuck yeah. Oh, maybe I can. Okay, we'll be careful about it. But Riska, what's up, man? How's it going? Hey, what's up, Steven? How's it going, dude? I need an Oshi remix. Yo, what's up, Rod? How's it going, man? Thank you for the love. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ouch, you motherfucker. Ouch, you motherfucker. Ouch, you motherfucker. Okay, he found me. Let's watch this guy beat this fucking door down like a split second. Oh yeah, that's cool, because there's nowhere to go. There we go, we're good. Wish I had my fucking camera, guys. Oh! What the fuck killed me? What's up, Dark Spectrum? How's it going, man? Oscar, how's it going, dude? By the way, we missed a couple of subscriptions. Let's just grab them here real quick. King Cat and Rod Molina. Yeah, thank you guys so much. All right. Oh, Brian, thank you for the love, man. Mike.
There is no salvation outside the way of sorrows. It's the only way. Gospels. You try to dream.
Okay, there's, I want to call him Humpty Dumpty. Well, it's gonna be fun. Nobody's gonna see us. Ooh, damn, we made it. I knew we shouldn't have had that branch leaned up there like that. Okay, that's a fucking sheer fall. Oh fuck, do we maybe need to go that way? I think so. Oh! Arrow to the fucking face. Arrow to the face. El Proximo, what's up, man?
No deposition until the Messiah dies on the cross. Then to the tomb.
Then to the tomb. And these guys are following this thing to the letter, aren't they?
There is no salvation outside the way of sorrows. It's the only way. Gospels. People try to dream. It's gospels.
The Gospels. He will try to retrieve his Gospels. That's my camera, I think. Let's try this shit again. Ooh. Okay, what happened last time? We got spotted, right? We fucking sniped, actually, not just spotted. Okay, we're ducked. Oh, shit. Jesus fucking Christ! You're afraid of Outlast 1? You're definitely afraid of this one here? Yo, this is fucking savage, man.
No deposition until the Messiah dies on the cross. Then to the tomb. There is no salvation outside the way of sorrows. It's the only way. The Gospels. People try to retrieve his Gospels. Out of my way.
Like, I'm wondering how long our character can go underwater and hold his breath. Yeah, this guy's a 100% aimbot. It's bullshit. Fuck, we lasted. Sniper elite over there. Shit. Okay, fuck. I see it in there. Yep, yep, yep. Close the fucking door on myself. Yep. Thank you. God fucking damn it. Well, by the way, Nero, happy birthday, dude. It's happy birthday for you where you live, man. Yeah, I'll take that. Oh, I can't take any more? Oh, I can't heal either. That's okay then.
Goddamn vultures. How many corpses did you pick over?
How many corpses did you pick over? I don't know. How many fucking corpses are there to pick over?
I keep coming back earlier.
Did they record anything while we were gone? No? Didn't record anything? Okay, hold on. I need to use the restroom really quick. Ugh. No work for Nero tomorrow. Nice. I mean, I like a little bit of everything. Don't let me go. Okay, so here's a cafeteria. Let's see what's on the menu. Oh, what the fuck? What? Lunch? Oh my god. We didn't have a fucking menu like this in my school. We didn't even have it. It was like chocolate bars. You get my chocolate bars. Favorite horror movie? I got lots of like really good horror movies I've seen. Waffles, mini sausage biscuits, scrambled eggs. Fuck, man. Hot dogs. I like that. Hot dogs, bow tie pasta with peas. Jesus Christ. Yeah, like we had the snacks menu in our fucking cafeteria. There was no lunches. There was no like actual lunch days and stuff. Okay. All right. Ooh, there's an outside schoolyard. Ooh, it's winter time. I guess we knew that it was winter time. Shit. All right, we're cool. Isn't too bad. Yeah, right, Mike? Like I said, they got some fucking epic lunch options there. Suffer the children. Fuck, we're good at this. Children. Yeah, suffer. Don't let me go. Suffer the children. Okay. Ooh. Nope, not this phone. Not that phone. Oh, I can't interact with this computer this time.
Is that a phone?
Yes, it is. Captain Obvious. Gross. Fuck, at least flush a toilet after you're done. Where the fuck is the phone call come from? Okay, that hallway was not always here. That's cool, though. Dang, 150 likes on this video, yo. I didn't think it was going to be, like I said, this is a pretty chill stream for us. And, it's kind of relaxing. Kind of nice and chill. Nope, we're getting closer. Getting closer, y'all. Take another room over and we'll have our ticket. Still always looking for, like... Yeah, these guys don't have fucked up eyes or anything. Well, he's got a snake pupil, but that's beside the point. He's just got that deranged Jim Carrey look in his face. No. We're dying. Died in our dreams. Hey, what's up, buddy? Okay. Oh yeah, Levi, for me it's what the fuck, man? So what do I do? Double back? From the ancient 80s? Yo, man, I'm aware of oh. Well, he's smart enough to open doors. No, we die every time, so we just gotta run, I guess. You would've been in China, skinny as fuck. Oh. I ran the wrong way, I guess. Okay, that worked last time, right? Run to the bathroom, shut the door. Hide in the stall. Ugh, gross. What up?
Hello? Hello? Oh, thank God you're alive. I need you to stay calm. We're going to get you help. We'll get you out of there. I want you to find a place to hide. Someplace safe where you can remember the taste of her kiss when you felt her neck break, you diseased cocksucker.
Whoa! What TV show had the phone? Oh, there was a song I used to listen to that had a phone that licked your ear. It was an ICP song, so it was fucked up anyways.
Fuck.
Okay, we cool. Jammed. I'm assuming we'll just go back to the bathroom stall. Oh! Mike, I got my first flip phone when I was 18, and that was... Fuck, dude. What the shit, dude? He is just tongue fucking me to death, man. What's up, Big Black Cat? How's it going? What's up, King Cat? You like me, you think? Well, I'll take it. I think.
Fuck.
Yo, Saphira, licking is a lot of fun. Just this guy's taking it to the next level, crazy. Yeah, I know. Okay, you cheated. You ran into a fucking locker. So did I. Alright, fair enough. Add inferiper aspera. Okay. Set us free. Laird, there is nothing so wretched among the afflicted as self-pity, and I trust you not to allow yourself satisfaction in such a womanly sin. Okay. If the disciples and I have entrusted you to lead are hungry, the disciples I have entrusted you to lead are hungry and in pain and afraid. It's a necessity of their physical sin and the will of God. I send to you all the food and wine that God wants you to have and no more. I've had visions of this plague worsening and our suffer reaching a point at which none of us will be able to further endure. So rejoice! Take comfort that we will soon reach the center of this suffering and emerge into paradise everlasting. If you cannot control your people by tongue, then do so by the fists of your mounts. Papa loves you. God will deliver you. Noth. P.S. I've included a satchel of salted crickets Nick so loves. Please see that he gets them and know that they are a gift from me. Salted crickets. Okay. My favorite. Oh, shit! God damn. Can we get out this way? Yep. Okay, go, dude, just zip the fuck out. Well, okay, target practice. What the fuck? Fuck that, hide in the closet. You can't hide in the closet after that. That guy knows where we are. Nope. You've had sour cream and onion crickets? I just can't see that being really delicious. Well, there's your problem. You got an arrow sticking out of your head. This guy has got a fucking thing for arrows, man. I have no idea where the fuck we're going, by the way. That looks promising. Kind of, ish. Yeah, I'm just gonna lock the door. I'll close the window! Close that window too, by the way. Just saying. Oh, Christ! Open and close. The fuck out. Nope, we done. You said I had to die on the fucking cross, you shithead. Oh, fuck. Okay. Now the concern is that he shoots. Fuck me. He shoots flaming arrows, so we should be able to keep an eye on him, right? On the fence is a broken tree. Climb it. Okay. Hey, what's up, Nomi Russo? How's it going, dude? Okay. That is a big motherfucker, man. I feel like I have to go that way. Hey, what's up, Adam? How's it going, dude? I wish he would just fucking wander off. How many times? It's like, it's not the fucking refrigerator. You check in one time, it's empty. There's nothing in there. fucking go. Fuck, we made it. Okay, what is our current objective?
I can still find my way to the mine.
Yeah, we're still trying to find our way to the mine. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, you motherfucker. This guy is fucking amazing. Punch his butt. Punch his butt. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I thought I died from the arrow too, but I guess we survived. I thought the arrow was gonna push me off.
Not in your soul. You and me gonna enjoy.
Yo, we're friends, dude. We're friends, dude. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Apparently I'm not the only one who's been here. I love the baseball slide, hate the physics on it. Heals a flaming arrow in his ear by putting a bandage around his wrist. I mean, that's the video game way, isn't it? Okay, that's not it right there. Okay, up. Up. Fucking go up, dude. Gross. He sounds soupy. What the shit?
Take our sickness, take our sins.
Yeah, well, I don't take it by you fucking knifing me, you son of a bitch. And I wiggled the mouse. I did the wiggle thing. Didn't work. Okay, how far back did we get pushed? Just here. Oh, what? Okay, this didn't happen last time.
We have you. It's okay. Shh. We have you.
Don't you fucking shush me.
The gospel isn't done yet. You will record your own resurrection. You will complete your gospel.
All right, we're gonna record our resurrection.
Yes.
Okay.
The way of sorrows. This stone is waiting. Take him. When he rises, we all will have our communion.
I think he's dragging me. I thought we were getting buried alive, but no, he's dragging us. Yo, this is a new skin for. This is what they did in the update, Adam. This is Mirror Maker in the update. Now we're being buried alive. Okay.
Oh, you crazy motherfuckers. Oh, God.
Better take a deep breath. I don't know if that's gonna work. Game over. You got buried alive. Okay, so I'm just looking around here. Can't see anything. Yo, the actual legit panic that would ensue in here, holy fuck. Okay, Hercules. Oh, don't forget your camera. Hey! Hey! Yo, you stay the fuck away from me. Yeah, why don't you lay in that hole there? Why don't you lay in there? Have a nap. I don't like that souping sound. I don't like that souping sound. Stay the fuck away from me. This is like a fucking, like, life-sized fucking earthworm is following me. This here's my brother, broken and killed by the tyrant Laird and his mount Nick. For wine he spilled because of his missing fingers and no real fault of his own. It is terrible and unjust, and I hope merciful God treats him better. Are you Nick? You fucking prick shit! I hope you fucking die. No wonder you spilled no fucking wine, you getting on no hands, dude. What the fuck you clawing at me for like a fucking animal? What the fuck is wrong with you? Alright. Konnichiwa, yoroshiku onegaishimasu. I will be announcing the winner for the Mario Kart 8 giveaway on Friday. So Friday at noon is the last time that you can have all your stuff entered. Friday at noon. I'm stuck in a fucking circle. Where the fuck did Big Angry go? Big Love. Where the fuck did that big fucker get out of here? Oh, what's up, Stone? Yo, yes, he sounds like a giant ass earthworm just. No word of a lie, man. Yo, thank you for the $10 donation, my dude. I really appreciate that, man. Much love, Stone. Much love. Oh, here's a new path. Hey, yo, just stay the fuck away from me. I have an army of earthworms following me. That's right. Fear me, bitches. I am your fucking king. Look at that. That fucking dexterity there. Okay, now this is where we started off last time? No. Okay, I think we can read this. So let's read this. Rejoice greatly, O you scald, you afflicted with boils and sores, all you whose sex cracks and weeps. your Baptist comes to you astride a donkey in the shape of a man. That Baptist, proportioned as a child in all but the tools of a man, therefore best beloved by the prophet Sullivan Noth. And Noth said unto Lair, What desirest thou in your wretchedness? And Laird said, I desire to behold the things which the new Ezekiel saw. And Noth said, Yea, yeah. Noth said, Yea, thine mind is too tight an arbor for the girth of the Lord's message, and would split at its penetration. Thou shalt knowest only your own salvation. And Laird said, Yea, I believe all in the words of my father. Noth cries, Hosanna, and the highest. As thou love me, thou art blessed, and you shall behold the things which thou hast desired. Laird spoke, I see the heavens open. I see fly smoke in the sky, a cloud of insects bearing down a man, full grown yet virginal, most beautiful and fair above even the beauty of women. Alright, some gay shit there. It's fucking around. And I looked, and now I beheld the Redeemer of the Scald, who Ezekiel had spoken. And Ezekiel spake unto Laird again, saying, Look, the Lamb ministers the children of diseased cocks and festered wombs. And I beheld the multitudes who were sick and who were afflicted with the devil's unclean spirits, who would be healed by the power of the Lamb of God. What's up, Father Booty? What's up, James McCarthy? How's it going, man? Alright. And Laird saw that he was lifted up upon the cross and slain for those who had last delivered them to sin. And as he hangs, there will be an abundance of milk and wine, such that butter is distilled liquor, and everyone shall eat what is everyone shall eat what is left in the lands, and they shall proclaim the glory of Laird, who leads them to salvation. And when he gives the ghost and his immaculate flesh hangs dead upon the tree, they shall pull him free from the thorns and bury him by mattock in the earth. I was watching others play Outlast, and I'm stuck on my own playthrough. Oh, that sucks, dude. What's up, WM? How's it going, man? And the Scald tells Shay, we are weary and we are wretched, for our hearts are ravaged by sin. So that the glorious Laird must drive them by tongue and lash and cock and remind them. Big thing for penises in this game. It is a small thing to weary men, but will ye weary my God also? And they shall proclaim the glory of Laird, who leads them to salvation. That's redundant information. And the Scald Messiah shall rise from the grave, conquering sickness and conquering death, and those afflicted shall call him Emmanuel. And the Scald Messiah shall say, This is my flesh. Eat of it and be healed. Whoever eats of my flesh shall have eternal life. And they shall proclaim the glory of Laird, who led them salvation. You can tell this is amateurly written because this is very... what is the word I'm thinking of? Very, like, self-indulgent. Very, like, one-sided. And very amateurly written, anyways. Okay, sounds good. Oh, that guy just got hung.
She hanged herself before I could stop her. Or she didn't. No. Wait, not her. He... Fuck.
What? What are we conflicted about here? Oh, we're talking about Jessica. That's right. Wait, no. Yeah, this guy, our character is having some flashbacks from his childhood. Apparently a friend named Jessica hung herself. But he's having these constant flashbacks about Jessica, and now starting to confuse him with the reality that he's in existence right now. So, you know, we're seeing some of that stuff kind of fold through there. Oh yeah, man, I definitely love reading this stuff. I really do. I Actually, I was just in the stream of another guy today who was streaming, and he said he's been watching a couple of people play games. He says, like, oh, I watch PewDiePie play it, I watch Markiplier play it. He says, but sometimes I enjoy watching Markiplier more. Because he said, like, you know, PewDiePie just, like, finds stuff, and he's like, oh, whatever. Look what I found, and then he moves on. But he said, like, where Markiplier will actually sit and read, you know, the paperwork and stuff like that, and you kind of get that lore aspect of the game. Whoop. Nope.
Mine.
And Marta glitches through a fence. I mean, she doesn't glitch through the fence, she breaks the fence. There we go. Landed it that time. Stuck it. Stuck the landing. So I had to take the rope from this pulley because I needed to climb to heaven. If that bloated Ezekiel won't give you no more rope, you can cut me down and take it back. Because I expect I'll be done with it. Yo, I'm gonna go hang myself. So if you need the rope, just come cut it down. I'll be done with it.
Rope. I just need a rope.
Yeah. Tons of that around here. You could actually probably make a pretty satisfactory rope stuff. Alright, there's another fucking snitch. Oh, okay. Yo, dude, I just want some fucking rope. I'm just in it for some rope, man. What up?
You're not coming.
Yo, you're the one I want the rope from. How the fuck am I gonna get that rope, dude? How the fuck are we gonna get that rope? What's up, JJ Melody? How's it going, man? That's probably pretty easy with the fucking stigmata wounds that we've sustained. Just need to make sure they're not coming up after me. So far, so good, though. Tank Top, you digging the new gameplays? Which new gameplays specifically? Are you talking about the Alice? Yeah, Dashi doesn't read his shit either. Yeah, so a lot of people said that kind of was like a turnoff for them when they watch plays. So I mean, I just enjoy reading this stuff anyways, right? Like, I just enjoy reading. Ever since I've started doing YouTube videos and stuff like that, I've had a very positive reception towards my voice. A lot of people have said, like, yo man, you sound really great. So I try and capitalize on that feature, you know, it's something I've been complimented on, and so I like to flex that. Thanks. Okay, let's reload our batteries and fucking head back down. Fuck, dude. Okay, they're like right around the side there. Okay, he's like right fucking there. So how am I gonna get... Fuck. Okay, where we're gonna go, guys? Where we're gonna go? Can't go through the house. Shit. King Cat gonna go in 10 minutes? Sounds good, man. Well, he fucking apparently knows where I am. Okay, fuck it, we gotta go. Get in the fucking house, dude. Yep. Shit. What the fuck, man? This is some bullshit, dude. Like, it honestly looks like we can go underneath here, but obviously we can't. Because we're gonna heal up, we're gonna reload, and then we're just gonna fucking ditch it. You're here for the long haul or until it gives out? Okay, we're gonna zigzag. Oh, fucking guy. Oh, fuck. Okay, we're gonna try that again. Yo, JJ, it is a good community we have here. Not to gloat too much. Okay, where the fuck are we? Okay, we got the rope. This guy is fucking amazing. Nope. How the fuck did we get past this guy, man? Yeah, that's all right. This other guy is fucking, like, amazing fucking sniper. Oh shit, dude. Oh! Yes! Rope it up, baby! Yo, Evan, thank you for the love, man. And away we go. Yeah, there's no fucking way he's got the physical tenacity.
I said get your hands off me. Touch disgust me out of you. Hey, hey, no, no, goddamn you.
Shit, they fucking... Is he dead? Is he dying? Yep. Holy fuck. Maybe they were just sick of his shit.
My dad died within a month of my mom. He was perfectly healthy until she was gone. And
then... That's exactly what that fucking thought makes me think of. My mom and my dad. If I play Outlast, you're gonna subscribe?
maybe I could...
Oh, fuck, I'm back here again. Because I typically play Nintendo stuff. Like horror games, too. Just following footprints, y'all. Okay, no longer following footprints. Can't get there. What the fuck? Hey, what's up, Texas Liberty? How's it going, Armando? Yo, Reese, I'm digging the game quite a bit, man. I'm really enjoying it so far. It's like very true to like the Outlast experience that I first had. Okay, this is where we just came from. This is the start. So around the corner. Follow some footsteps. And jump up here. And go down here. Ooh, bloody footprints. Nice! I think it's blood. Or just dirt and shit. Okay, another fucking dead end. Dude just came down there. Fuck. Okay, there was a light there and there's a light here, so maybe the light... Oh, there's an open gate here. Fuck yeah. And just snap like that back to... Nope. Just gonna say fucking back to reality, but we're still living in our memories here. Open up. Nope. Nice. Bye. I'm leaving. I take a fucking hint, dude. Oh my fucking god! Okay, we're good, 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 we're good. We're fucking... Ooh, a latch. Cool. Alright, we're cool. Shannon, you wish you weren't back? Come on, girl. This is a good place to... Let me put you to sleep here. Rock-a-bye and good night. I didn't even see him behind me. I just thought that was like the cue to fucking run. There you go, hot dogs. Your choice from concessions, grilled honey mustard chicken. Holy fuck, dude. Like, that is like tacos and burritos with mayonnaise. Who puts mayonnaise on their burritos? Is that a normal thing? I didn't know that was a normal thing. Hellman's mayonnaise! I don't give a fuck. That's Hellman's mayonnaise. That's Hellman's mayonnaise. I love when they put products in a place that, like... I love when they put product placement in. It's like, it's the Coca-Cola can, but it says like Schmoca-Cola or something like that because of copyright and stuff. But I love when they do it. That's fucking Hellman's mayonnaise right there. I know, because I love Hellman's. I'm back home. What's up, man? Yo, welcome back, Shirokuma. How's the game so far, man? I'm loving this game a lot. I'm really enjoying this game a lot. Ooh, the exit. Nope. Okay, what are we fucking back into the hallways again? Nope. Nopey. There was a paper on that door before. What the fuck, man? Can't go to the kitchen. Can't go back down there. Obviously not gonna zone through the fridge. This door's jammed. There's no doors on this wall. Can't access this door. Is there a window maybe we can go through? And that door is jammed. So I'm missing something. Ceiling vent that's out of place. Can't jump up there? No. Guys. You guys. I don't know where I'm going. Is it Shining? Oh, there it is. There's a piece of paper here. Don't let me go.
You're not alone here.
The fuck are you?
Jessica!
Come here.
Jess! Hey!
Quick.
Okay.
Jessica! Can you hear me?
I'm just running in a straight line. I don't really know where to go. He sucks at Hangman? No, man. I'm the best at Hangman. The secret soda machine door? Now, this is with the night vision on, mind you. Nope. I got an achievement called the Road to Damascus. Not sure what that means.
Jess, are you there?
Yo, some form of fucking hello, I'm here. Oh shit! What's up, Jetfire? How's it going, man? Woo! But damn. Okay. Just to check up on you, dude, you're fucking ace in college, man. I'm glad to hear that, dude. We haven't seen you for a long time, so I know you've been fucking pounding out college work and stuff, dude. So that's the friend that hung herself in their middle school. And this vision is haunting our friend here. Okay, so we got our fucking Sniper Elite 6 is done. He got killed by his fucking peoples.
Okay, get to the other side of the lake.
Let's go this way.
Okay, I'm not putting my fucking toe in that water. There's something wrong. That lake is wrong.
You see that? He just dead ass fucking walked his way into the water. We probably seen it from far away.
The lake smelled like chemicals and dead things.
Chemicals and dead things. You know, typical things. Ooh, we missed one from our
across that lake.
One from our school. Roots and branches. So I'm not sure what the apparition in this game is. Like, in his memory, we keep seeing this abhorrent creature who's like a bunch of arms and shit wrapped around itself. Yo, Armando, yeah, man, I observed the vegan diet for 4 weeks as a challenge after watching a video when I was married. And I really enjoyed a lot of the food that I was, that I cooked and stuff. I also ate a lot of fucking Oreos because Oreos are vegan friendly. And, but I also enjoy, like, I made some like wicked ass fucking tortilla tomato soup, man. It was so good. Like, you fry up some tortillas and you blend some tomato, and you fry the tomatoes and you kind of lightly fry the tortillas just to get them cooked, and you put it into a blender and stuff like that, and it fucking made this awesome tomato. I bought a cookbook. It was called like vegan cooking for carnivores kind of thing, right? And okay, there's something over there. So yeah, I tried this cookbook, and I don't eat a lot of, like, I didn't get like too crazy with it because there's a lot of vegetables I don't really personally care for. You know, I don't eat zucchini and shit like that. So, oh, well, let me see what's in here. But yeah, I made some pretty good food. Like, the stuff I did like, the stuff I made with the stuff I liked. Oh yeah. And I also tried making like meals of juice and stuff like that. You know, like how people juice their food. I tried that too, and that was disgusting. I couldn't do that for too long. Like having kale. Oh my god, kale's got to be like the worst tasting fucking vegetable in the history of ever. Is this where I just fucking came down from? What?
Tower. A radio tower or microwave relay.
Civilization, maybe.
For a second, I was dumb enough to think I might not die.
Hey, what's up, Devil? How's it going, man? You hate beans and onions? I mean, I don't mind beans, so I can do a chili. And I like onions, so I can also do a chili like that as well. I really like mushrooms. Like, I really like mushrooms. Mushrooms are probably like my fucking favorite. They're my favorite fungus. You know what I mean? I love mushrooms. Yo, what's up, Cryptic? How's it going, dude? Just make a fucking swan dive off this cliff. But yeah, like, there's like a lot of green vegetables I don't really care for. But yeah, ate a lot of Oreos and ate a lot of Ruffles all-dressed chips, which are vegan friendly. None of the other Ruffles are, but Yo, Devil, what's up, man? Thank you for the love, dude. And Devil says, what's your favorite food? My favorite food is burgers and fries, man. Cannot go bad with a fucking good burger and fries. And gravy, of course. Your fries gotta be gravy or a poutine. I'm pretty Canadian theory. So I sure like my poutine. But, okay. 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 Fuck, I guess I'll go around the fucking thing. Oh, shit. Okay, they're all just fucking booking it. Whatever, it makes it easier for me to go down. Okay, hearing some crazy shit. Because that's one way to keep people out of your house. Mark or Aaron, if you find this, head straight back to Temple Gate and tell Papa Noth there is a horror and torment here that tests even my faith in God. Men alone cannot face it. The enemy waits in the darkness here. God save my soul and yours. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of ham myself either. I don't like pork. I like pork, but I'm not a big fan of ham. Any guns using in this game? No, Aaron. This is a completely combat-free game. This is a weird compliment. I like your beard. It's not a weird compliment. I get that compliment all the time, man. I really appreciate that, dude. I've been growing my beard for probably 8 months, so it's a bit of a thing. But yo, man, I appreciate that, dude. Or lady dude. I ain't here to judge. Alright, one house down. So, okay, so again, I know from Outlast 1, the game featured this ghostly apparition called the Wall Rider. And I'm not sure if the Wall Rider is in this game or not. We haven't really seen much of a ghost. Well, actually, that's a lie. We've seen a ghost when we went to the school, right? The school, but the Wall Rider is a little bit different. He's not just a spoopy ghost. He's what am I looking at? Summoning circle or something?
Help. Help wasn't coming.
Oh. Somebody wrote something in the dirt. Help? Yeah, so I'm not sure if the Wall Rider is a part of this game or not. Oh, there you go. Help. H-E-L-P. There you go. Because the Wall Rider was a spirit controlled by a man. Cool Gamer Me, how many times have I been scared in this game? I mean, a few times. Not gonna lie. What is the scariest part of this game? I'm not sure, man. I kind of have seen most of the jump scares coming. I mean, equally parts, like even at the very start of the game when the crow comes out and jumps you. To any other part in the game, really. Because it's the jump scares that get you, for me. I'm a sucker for jump scares. Fucking shit, dude. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm going the wrong way. We came down here. And these guys ran up this way. There we go. Yeah, so I mean, I don't mind. How to rate the graphics? I mean, I give the graphics like a 7, 8. Graphics aren't like anything revolutionary, dude. It's you know, it's an Outlast game, right? So it looks good. It looks good at 1080p, 60 FPS, but outside of that, you know, the graphics are like 6.5, 7. All right, another reading time. Reverend Noth, I will not be returning from my hunting trip for several weeks, and so hope Paul reaches you with this letter more swiftly. Checking the traps on the far side of the mountain, approximately 5 miles beyond the mines, I spotted metal towers amongst the tallest trees. They appeared to be camouflaged poorly by oddly symmetrical leaves. I attempted to hike to the base of the towers, thinking I could find out what they were for, or at least who built them. But I don't expect I got much more than a mile in their direction before I was overcome with waking dreams as of a power I had never before experienced. I saw things I cannot describe. There were flames and insects and what may have been mouths and may have been sex organs. With what may have been mouths and what may have been sex organs. I have walked from inside my dream state because I have found myself waking a great distance away and have not been able to trace my steps back to those humming towers. There were other, less dignified responses in my physic, which I cannot put down on paper for my embarrassment. Maybe I'll be able to tell them to you in private upon my return to Temple Gate, John. Okay, so again, a lot of these people are experiencing this state of ecstasy beyond, in this dream state, and they're seeing a lot of like sexual stuff, a lot of like crazy shit. But every time they wake up, they're awakened always like super sexually aroused, and with no idea why. A lot of the women have explained to be like wet, just waking up like so horny and wet. It's kind of crazy. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Yo, Shirokuma, yo, says, hey Oshi, thank you for being awesome and rating Bradley Gaming's channel months back. Made a lot of close friends there and made a lot of much love. Oshi. Yo, much love, man. I appreciate that, dude. Yo, Shirokuma, yo, I'm tight with Bradley Gaming. I'm actually gonna be gaming with them on Friday. So, and they're good friends of mine, man. Zach and Amelia are good friends of mine. There's a whole bunch of people that are kind of like operate in a small circle, man. So, I mean, definitely encourage you to make friends with them, and yeah, yo, I appreciate the love, dude. Thank you so much for the donation, man. Whoop. I don't know where those guys went to, though. They backed up that mountain, but they didn't... They went somewhere I can't get to. Okay, we can't go this way. There might be something more up that mountain that I'm just missing. Am I seriously gonna take this fucking paddle and raft my ass across this fucking lake? This seems like a great fucking idea. Yeah, this is good shit. This is good shit right here. Good shit. 100. Where the fuck am I even going to? I feel like maybe I'm going this way. Alright, let's fucking... Oh, great. Just got so foggy I can't see a fucking thing. Awesome. Oh, Randy, did you say you're taking off, man? What the fuck? Okay. Oh shit, there's like lots of dead fish and stuff.
These are signs. The apocalypse. Hope to God I'm just losing my shit.
Which is funny, they are signs of the apocalypse because we also witnessed... Fuck, I didn't get to capture it. We also witnessed the locust as well. Oh, you stay with no other monster here, Randy. Dude, if you're tired, man, definitely get some sleep, my dude. Oh, Tank, you're taking off, man. All right, dude. Tank, have yourself a good afternoon, man. Or enjoy the rest of your day, dude. Uh-oh. Let me help you. Fuck, I didn't get to record that, man. What? Oh, shit. Thought we were dead. Punch my fucking microphone. Let's not punch it again. I love your microphone. Tap repeatedly. Get up there! Okay, let's keep going. Guess we're going this way. Drake, man, no, it does not mean you're already entered. You need to go to the Gleam.io website in the giveaway, and you just need to click those buttons, and it will, because Gleam has got to verify that information for you. Once Gleam verifies that information for you, then you're good to go. Hey, what's up, Jam Sky? How's it going, dude? What's up, Scepter? How much did I pay for the game? Whatever retail price is. I think in Canada it's like 40 bucks. So yeah, it's so you need to go to the Gleam website and verify. Hello, cow body. And once you go through the Gleam site, you can click on subscribe and it'll say, oh, you're already subscribed, great to go. And it'll say follow you on Twitter and say, boom, great to go. You can retweet it and it'll say, boom, great to go. And of course, if you follow me on Twitch, again, boom, great to go. Going down the fucking wild rapids here. Some white water shit. This is some low tier white water shit, but it's some white water shit. For he goes burling down and down white water.
Excuse for a boat.
That's where the log driver learns to step lightly. It's burling down and down white water.
Come on.
The log driver's waltz pleases girls completely. Okay, fuck. That's an old Canadian tune there. Pleased to bring it to you.
They took Lynn. I'm close. I'm almost there, Lynn.
Almost there, girl. We got you.
Cult ones are dead. Those good Christians. Because God said she had to die. The heretics, they want her to have the victim. My God.
Oh, Christian Hayes, thank you for the love, man.
I have to.
Do you hate it when you're in bed and you look at your phone and you drop it on your face? I mean, yes. Yes, 100%. Okay, nothing to record, I guess.
God.
Oh, shit! He went out. He didn't burn for very long. That's a good thing. I mean, the amount of, like, how barbaric these fucking people are, I'm surprised they haven't started a fucking forest fire and burnt their shit down.
It's almost funny. That's how you walk on water.
You think this Outlast is creepier than number 1? I don't know, man. I mean, Outlast 1 definitely got a lot of fucking good jump scares on me, dude. Yo, Cool Gamer, thank you for the love, man. You want to see that I ate a cucumber with Tabasco and lime and salt for lunch? That actually sounds kind of good, man. Woo! So this is the drop-off cliff. Dude, that fucking person was pierced in the fucking fetal position. I don't think the boat would float too well over these fucking corpses. Whatever. What's up, Joysticks and Munchies? How's it going? What up, Jam? I just realized your avatar says Jam. With the name that's in this game is like the forest. I've never played the forest, actually. Talk about needing to take the stick out of your ass. Alright, y'all. Let's see. What's going on? Nothing? No journalistic interest here? Alright. Well, we're still going down Whitewater Stream here. Love this game? Yo, me too, man. I love this game so much. Now, like I said, comparing it to Outlast 1 or Outlast 2, I feel like they're still two different games. This world is obviously much, much more massive than Outlast 1. Woo. Are we gonna drown? Or was that intentional? Maybe that was intentional.
Shit! Shit, the raft. Please still be there.
Please still be there. I wonder if we could have avoided that entirely. Yeah, dude, the raft's not there. I hear voices of people breathing and shit, but I don't see nobody.
There. The raft. I can just cross.
Think I can make that? Is he suggesting I jump it? Oh fuck, okay, we're gonna shimmy across here. Rachel, this is so tense. What's up, Chevy guy? Don't mind the voice in the woods, just teens making out? We're at makeout points?
Motherfucking no.
Motherfucking no. Motherfucking no. Jesus, god damn, dude.
Killed as a warning. Or a welcome.
Killed as a warning. Maybe a welcome. Who knows? Do I always feel like there could be a jump scare at any time? I do not. Most of the time, I feel like it's very predictable. However, at the start of the game, I felt like the start of the game was much more scary than the current... Damn. I feel like the first 2 hours of the game have been more scary than the rest of the game entirely in itself. Love set us free. Ain't that right? Okay, how the fuck am I gonna get down? Jump down here or what? Yeah, definitely hear that heavy breathing. Okay, I think my best bet is to come in here and try and swim across. I feel like I'm not gonna make it. I feel like I'm not gonna make it. I feel like I'm not gonna make it. No.
Okay.
At least they're festive with the entrails.
Still not dead. Okay, the raft couldn't have gone far. I can still make it.
Oh, fuck off. Oh shit, there's paper here. Alright, let's read this. I want to make sure my battery doesn't start going down while I'm doing this. Okay, so my battery doesn't appear to be going down. Okay, chapter 3. Now it was in the 34th year of Sullivan Noth, who would be Ezekiel in the 479th year of Zion, in the 1971st year of Christ, in the 1974, in the 11th month, on the dawn of the 26th day, November 26th. I was a prisoner of the usuries, a cobbler in the land of Albarku, in the mountain of the apricot tree called Albuquerque. Dude. And the apricot tree called Albuquerque. Dude, he's making all this shit up. He's read the Bible and he's just started interjecting shit. Anyways, and I was weighed by false debts to the Pharisees of Zion, condemned to bear a mark of shame by those clothed in shame. In the country of an usurping king called Lynch, in his birth, who faced war and fought not, who set in stone the corruptions of he that came before and condemned Zion to sickness unto even death. And the world of the Lord came unto the unbidden, as a thief in the night, cloaked in lies, but shining with truth, a voice of electric cast by a sinner and caught by metal rod. And it spoke the words of lamentation, saying, for this is our heart is faint, for these things our eyes are dim. Now, I might be reaching a bit much with Albuquerque and Albuquerque. Killing a cryptic. Yo, actually, a lot of people say the Seth Rogen thing. I'll take it as a compliment, though, dude. Thank you much, man. Saying, because of the mountain of Zion, which is desolate, the foxes walk upon it. Saying, thou, O Lord, remainest forever, thy throne from generation to generation. Saying, wherefore dost thou forget us forever, and forsake us for so long time? Saying, turn thou us unto thee, O Lord, and we shall be turned, renew our days as of old. Saying, but thou hast utterly rejected us, thou art very wroth against us. And I knew that he spoke was the fox upon the mountain, called my Dotlishi, and my Iltsoy. By the defeated Navajo, the fox upon the mountain was the prince of chaos, who speaks truth and lies. And I silenced the voice and looked, and beheld unseen a great fire enfolding itself in the brightness of the rising sun, and out of the midst thereof the color of space. And my frenzied eyes cast back in unworthy gulfs of darkness, away from knowledge unbearable to man, and noise of the fury of the Lord came upon me. And my ears bled as member of a child at circumcision, and the Lord made known by this, our covenant is made which ye shall keep. He that hears us, he that hears where words cannot be spoke, shall abide until time is no more. And the enemy born of thine own issue shall be thy charge for my vengeance. I mean, I like reading this stuff, but I don't really make a whole lot of fucking sense out of it, to be honest. Like, I want to say I make sense of it, but I feel like Albuquerque, or however you want to say it, is like some bastardization of the word Albuquerque. And I feel like this guy has got these people here for a very, very long time. And a lot of them just don't know common sense.
Motherfucking no.
Okay, so we've already caught this on camera, so that's good. Love set us free. You don't understand anything on these papers? I mean, basically, there's this guy named Sullivan Noth, and Sullivan Noth is convinced these people that he's a prophet of God. that he speaks the gospel of God, right? So that's these people do basically just follow his word, but it feels like they're like transcribing parts of the Bible and then like transcribing parts of his own rhetoric all at once. Yes, thanks, Mike. Okay, still haven't found the breathing voices though. Oh, you got some batteries? Noise. Bloop. Thanks, man. Okay, so I don't know how to get across that river other than trying to climb, basically trying the same thing I did. I'm gonna try that one more time, actually. No. So that's not the way, man. It's actually a blending of the Bible and the Necronomicon. Okay, I didn't know that, but that's cool. Yo, what's up, TV Guy J?
I'm still not dead.
TV Guy J, who works in TV. What's up, dude?
I can still make it. There, the raft.
Hey, how the fuck are we gonna get across? And only by hipster college kids?
Fucking no.
Just, there's got to be another way through here or something. A way up or a way down, one or the other. I want to see where that fucking breathing is coming from, but I just can't see it. I hear very prominently, like... up there. How long have I been streaming for? I mean, this stream here I started about 6 hours ago. I'm just really enjoying this game, so I don't want to put it down. Yeah, that's not going to help me. Fuck! Oh, shit. Maybe we can climb up there. Maybe we can. Pole vaults? Excuse me, I need this. Just like scrape the fucking dead bodies off like something gross on your fork you don't want at a restaurant. Okay, so that's out of the question. What the fuck, you guys? Crazy decorations. Oh shit. Yes! Push the tree down, baby. Timber. Do I ever watch other gameplays before my own? I do not. I mean, not of like new stuff. Like if I haven't watched anybody play Outlast 2. And I won't, because part of my thing when I do my show with you guys is I enjoy doing like a very candid reaction with you guys. I hope that you guys, I mean, all my regulars know this already, but when I play a game, again, I just do it initially. I barely watch trailers for games that I play. And that way when we do stuff, it's all initial reaction. It's never fake. I don't have to make shit up. I don't have to come around the corner and be like, oh no, there's a love sets us free. And I'll have a Bob Marley joke or something set up for this, or whoever sings that song or makes a statement like this and have a joke set up for that. It's just not me. It's not the way I do things. But I definitely do watch people afterwards. Like when I play Breath of the Wild, for sure. I definitely watch a lot of people play Breath of the Wild. What's up, Saul? How's it going, man? Pretty sure that's my character breathing. I don't think it is. You think I'm fucking stupid? You think I don't see you there, dude? It's gonna still spook my character. But again, yeah, so that's how I do things. And because I'm about, you know, by the time I finish up stream, I'll probably be about 8 or 9, 6 or 7 hours into the game. I am definitely okay with watching other people I know who stream this game. And, you know, I just don't want spoilers for myself. And I don't want spoilers for my audience from myself. Whoop. Yo, what's up, Dean? How's it going, man? Brooke White, you love my style of gaming? It's just the way, it's just a personal thing. A lot of people don't do it this way, or some people do and some people don't. And, it's just how I do it. Oh, what the fuck was that? Just watch somebody fucking leap across that thing. Oh my god, they're just fucking urban ninjas going on there. It's that fucking backcountry parkour. Oh shit, dude! They just drop rocks on us. Yo, Dean Carl, thank you for the love, man. Welcome to the family, my dude.
There's the mine.
Alright, my raft's still going.
Ben, what are they doing to her? I think she's somebody's mother. Call me the father. But I'm not. We haven't in months.
We haven't in months. Well, it takes 9 months for pregnancy, dude. So if you haven't in like, I mean, she definitely didn't look pregnant, so we're gonna say at least could be up to like 6 months, 5 months. I mean, hey, that's how babies are made. Yo, what's up, Esther? How's it going? Thank you for the love, man. Welcome to the family. Where's Lynn? Lynn is in a mine somewhere, and we are looking for that mine. Oh, that is a, what the fuck is that? Oh, it's the, never mind. Okay, am I done with the raft now? My raft got turned around entirely. What the fuck? Yeah, my wife Lynn is being held somewhere in a mine for my character's understanding, so. Hey! 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 Oh, what the fuck is shit? What up, Treeface? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the shit? Okay. Ah, nice. Do I have a real job or do I just YouTube? First of all, super offensive statements. YouTube is a real job. It's a real job. It's like any job. But, no, I do not have another job. Currently, I'm claiming unemployment because I cannot find work in my fucking province. We're just running underwater, so let's chill. Oh, found it, made it. Yeah, jump. And no, I don't mean anything by that. I'm not like shitty pants and be like, how dare you? We're going to the girls' room. I'll just get fucking immediately killed for going in here. Alright then. It's gotta be really expensive filling your showers with blood. Should we? Sure. Nothing, sir. Love your physics. Okay, let's check that.
How the fuck do I get out of here?
What happened to my industrial job, Jake? Well, I used to work as a... I was a production... what was the official title? I was a... yes. I was a production coordinator and an inventory coordinator for a company. And, I had to take a medical leave of absence. And when I did, they... Oh, okay. I had to take a medical leave of absence. When I did take the medical leave of absence, they actually were not happy about that, and they removed... They couldn't fire me. They can't fire you in a medical leave of absence. So they terminated my position. So there was no longer an inventory coordinator position to go back to. And yeah, so anyways, I transitioned from medical, and now I'm just claiming regular unemployment because my medical leave is expired. And now I'm just trying to find work in my fucking province. But literally there is... So like the recession that hit most of the United States and Canada was completely ignored by my province. Basically because we were an oil province. So it was like probably the same effect that Texas would have had when the recession hit there. Texas was probably like, fuck, what recession, right? Bigger is better. This is Texas. And now, you know, places like my province are hit very hard because the oil economy is all fucked now. So,
What the fuck?
what the fuck? Okay, we're gonna try that again. Oh God. Yeah, so my province is really in a bad way now because the oil economy is so fucking bad. Because where I live, it's basically oil. And that's how everybody here exists. So because the oil's not worth fucking anything, the entire economy here is just fucking shot. Yeah, man, I'm Canadian. I'm actually super Canadian. No. No. No, something is worse than lying. Oh, wait. Not? What the fuck does it say? Yeah, the most of the economy was the most of the recession was caused by the housing market. So places that had oil economy were like, fuck, whatever, who cares, right? But now the oil thing is happening. Most of the rest of the country is not killing is worse than lying. Maybe. That could be it. Because, I mean, Father Noth did tell Marta that by not killing, she was actually doing a disservice. So yeah, but yeah, those, now my province is super fucking fucked for economy. Like, in such a fucking bad way. Because we had all these people who worked, like, all these people who worked on, like, oil rig sites that were, like, you know, like 5-6 hours away. And these guys would go out for probably, all these men and women would go out and work for, I mean, a typical work day was what, like, 16-hour days or something like that, 12, 16-hour days. Fuck. Ooh, fuck. And they would work for, like, 3 weeks on, so 7 days a week on, and then, 7 days a week, or like 21 days on and 7 days off or something. But now we have thousands and thousands and thousands of people who are now out of work because the oil rigs are out of work. Yeah, we're gonna shut that door. So all these people who had all this work, like I've heard of stories of like welders and stuff like that who were making like, I don't know, like $50 an hour. I've heard of welders who are making $50 an hour come out and make like $20 an hour just to keep things going. Yo, and I have, Shannon, yo, thank you very much for that donation, girl. I appreciate that. I'm glad I can keep you awake at this hour of the night. But I have actually applied to radio stations, but they just, you know, they're very, it's hard to apply for a position like that. Okay, so this is the next sign of the apocalypse. It's raining blood. So we've seen locusts, we've seen the fishes all die in the river. And yeah. And we've seen now the raining blood. I don't know how many signs there was of the apocalypse, but...
Raining blood. Dripping off her shoes, I think. No. Just... I try not to step in the blood because I didn't want to leave tracks.
It's supposed to be when he's seen Jessica again. So again, he's signing a lot of this towards his childhood memories of Jessica who killed herself in her youth. Broadcast media is extremely hard to get into, but Jay with a voice like mine, man, I should just be able to walk right in there and be like, yo, what's up, guys? I'm Oshikorosu. Yo, welcome to KBBL Radio 102.5. I got you guys. Coming up next is the next latest hit from TV Guy Jay. He's going to bring you the next slip into the media. Here you guys go. Peace out. Catch you in 5. Bye-bye. Yo, this is Oshikorosu signing off. I'll catch you guys later. Have a great night. Bye-bye. Okay, the door is blocked, not jammed. That's unique. Achievement unlocked, Golgotha. I'm not familiar with that term, Golgotha. Or that place. Ooh, hanging upside down cross. Yeah, like, please don't take that down and use it as a fucking weapon. It's got 2 spikes on the end of it. Just saying. Yo, Stone, I know, right? I know, my dude. They just won't hire me. Yo, Shannon, your donation did go through. Unless you put another one in. You just dropped $5. And I was like, yo, Shannon, thank you for the love. And I was talking all about how I've applied for radio station. Or did Shannon, are you live with us? Maybe she fell asleep. From your perspective, this game is a clusterfuck of mindfucks and spoopiness. I mean, kind of. It's organized. I wouldn't say it's a clusterfuck. I mean, from playing Outlast 1, we understand that our main character kind of started going crazy along his journey as well. So it's not unusual to see this character here who's having flashbacks into his childhood. Oh yeah, Shannon, no, I appreciate the love, yo. I appreciate the love. Mike, you gotta fall back on being super handsome. I mean, I got the radio face, but I got the radio voice. I mean, that's my trade-off. I got the voice for radio. But I also got the face for radio, too. Okay, let's just walk into these hooks. They look kind of fucking sharp, but that's okay. We're just gonna pray one doesn't fling back and impale our leg, or... That's cool. Somebody's here with me. Okay, so again, somebody was asking, like, are the jump scares, like, totally random? No, but I definitely expect the jump scare very soon. I wouldn't say the jump scares are random at all. Okay.
We tried to get her back.
Tried to get her back.
Back from home. But they...
Wait, Lynn? Have you seen her?
They killed us. The lucky ones they killed. Get out. We have to leave. We have to go.
Dude, what the fuck, man? Could you not just say, hey, dude, stop. Some shit happened. Some shit went down. You don't have to tackle me to the fucking ground and, like, make me think you're gonna kill me. Okay, so back to school. Back to class. Unofficial Redeemer. That game is called Alien Isolation or Dead Space. Take your pick. Those games are both terrifying as fuck and have FPS elements in them. Dead Space is more FPS elements, Alien Isolation is less FPS elements, but they still exist. And I would say Alien Isolation is a much, much better example of what a scary fucking atmospheric, what an atmospheric FPS horror experience could be. Hello. Okay. It's currently 10:05. Probably PM. Okay. Any papers in here we're missing? Like, I really feel like we've, like, either we're missing a lot of shit, or, like, the frequency of pickups and stuff like that has really drastically dropped. Like, we haven't seen a whole lot of paper lately. We haven't seen, like, a whole lot of notes lately. Like, but in the start of the game, it was really heavy with it. More batteries, baby! Hey, what's up, Sabrina? How's it going? What's I like best so far? Definitely Outlast over Resident Evil. Resident Evil was good. Resident Evil was good, but it was not Outlast. I think Resident Evil tried to be Outlast. But I enjoy the fact that we can't fight in this game, and it makes you feel much more helpless. Just as a personal preference. I think these games are much better played when you can't fucking blast out the enemies. You're like, pow pow, bitch. Okay, all the scary stuff's gone. Right? Again, just personal preference, but... Fuck me. That's something crawling up my arm or something. One of the people who lives in my house has a lot of plants, and even though it's cold outside, it's kind of probably too cold for insects and stuff. We do have plants inside the house, which draws flies. Jessica's joined the conversation. Like against the machine. Hey Jessica, you there? Hi. This works. This is weird. I can see you over there typing. Turn around. Max, what's up, man? Turn around. Oh, what up? Alright. So she's gone. I like to try and go all the places that I feel like I shouldn't be able to go first. What up, Joe? Joe Nexus, what's up, man? Thank you for the love, dude. St. Sybil High School. St. Sybil? It was Mount Massive, not Sybil. I guess just the name Sybil sounds kind of familiar. St. Sybil High School. Faith, God, joy, parish, community, families, vacation, vocation, and nation. Sorry. Religion and vacation. Right. Okay, nothing in this room here either. Did I miss something? Am I missing something? No, there's nothing in this room whatsoever. Double check this room here. I mean, this game does some like layers of fear type stuff too, where when you check a room and then you double back or you close the door or something like that, the atmosphere behind the door actually closes and changes itself. So that's pretty cool. Jam door still. Fuck. No, we're missing something. We're missing something. Yeah, because you might close the door and then by the time you go back to open it, it might be locked again. And by the time you turn around one more time, it might be a completely different area. Okay, tried that once. It's so dark you can't focus in here. And we checked the computer. There's nothing in here. This is where Jessica hung herself, or in the vision, that's where she showed up. Try and close the door here. Try and do the same thing. I'm gonna actually kind of look at each desk just to make sure I'm not missing something. Floppy disks. How fucking old school, man. If Mike's here, Mike will definitely remember using floppy disks. Oh yeah, see? Jessica's computer is on now. I can see you. What was the other thing on your screen? The window you closed when I was coming over. Nothing, just messing around. Still haven't figured out this whole computer thing out. I can help you anytime. Lynn's waving at you. Hold on. Community support, hope, and prayers for depressed and anxious Catholics. Who has control? So has... Yo, what's up, Gabriel Mato? Thank you for the love, man. What's up, official Alex? How's it going, dude? So my husband says that everything happens for a reason and God has his plan. But he also says you have to make your own luck. If you want something, you have to change whatever's in your way to make it happen. I don't want to tell him he's contradicting himself. He's contradicting himself because he doesn't like to hear that. Man, this lady fucking cannot type. And sometimes he raises a hand, but I feel like I don't have any control and it's my fault at the same time. Like I get the worst of both ends. I feel like that too sometimes, a lot of the times. Are you an adult? I would say so. She's got a husband. I'm almost 50 years old. I guess it's dumb for a grown woman to worry like this. I probably shouldn't even be here. It's not dumb. I just want to know, what do you do when your husband raises a hand? Like, does he hurt you? Are you allowed to call the police if it's your family? Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Can you talk to one of your teachers? Oh, shit. Okay, computer monitors are freaking out. We'll just capture this for the camera. $5.25. Of course, this is going to be garbled again. And we keep seeing flashes of like a face on the screen. Again, this is kind of reminiscent of the Outlast 1 playthrough where I can't remember his fucking name. Miles Upshur or something. Look closer. Okay, now maybe we can leave through this door. Nope, still not. Yeah, so we found out that Jessica was obviously depressed, and she likely reached out to other people to talk about it. And I feel like a lot of times when you talk about depressed people, people just don't understand it. Oh, this door is open. Fucking yes. Okay, good. Nothing else? From Navscape. Netscape Navigator. You can't go this way. I read it takes 9 to 10 hours to complete. Alright, Shannon, you're gonna get some back. You're gonna go back to bed. I hope you sleep better this time. Shannon, thank you for hanging out with us. Have a good night. Bye-bye. If I had a list of games, what number would be this one? I mean, I don't know, man. It changes day to day, man. Like, it changes like what kind of games I play. Like, some days I really love this game called The Binding of Isaac, and some days I love the game, and some days I really just don't fucking want to hear about it anymore. And it usually happens in like spurts of weeks and shit. But like, I mean, on like list of horror games, I would probably rate this like, I said probably like a 3 or a 4. You know, like I said, Outlast was good, Alien Isolation was great. You know, this game is pretty good. Resident Evil 7 was good. You know, Layers of Fear was great. Didn't like Amnesia. Soma was okay. You know, all sorts of... What the fuck is going on? So yeah, all sorts of cool horror games and stuff. But I feel like some games you can't really compare some games to others as well. Like, I find it's very difficult to compare like a game like Destiny versus a game like this. Unless you just go off of like preferred play. In that case, right now, everything's losing to StarCraft. So I fucking love that game too. Okay, this didn't change. What the fuck? Didn't we just come here? Okay, that door was locked. There we go. Yeah, Agony's gonna be there. Call of Cthulhu is gonna be there. Vampire might not be a horror game, but that's coming out. Thursday we're gonna be playing Little Nightmares, which is gonna be fun. So yeah, so we'll see. Like I said, it's just, I think things need to be addressed individually and not just as a whole. Help me. Is it ironic that she played a lot of Hangman and she ended up killing herself by hanging? Is that the definition of irony? Is this not where I just fucking came from? By the way, my sense of direction is absolutely horrible. This is the doors that were just locked. What the fuck? Chill music though, I like it. Okay, we're just in there. Find the exit. Can't go through there. Had luck in the bathroom so far. Typical guy's bathroom, fucking toilet paper all over the fucking place. Surprised there's not still a pile of shit in one of the toilets. Oh, no, never mind. It's got it on the fucking floor. Still wigs you up, but not quite a bit. Are you still wigged out by the, Whoa. Are you still wigged out by the square pigs in Minecraft, Sabrina? Come on. Yeah, we know. We've already been through here one time, 2 times, probably 3 times now. Is that where we maybe need to go? The fuck am I gonna get downstairs? Ooh, Jesus! Oh, there we go. Shouldn't be able to go back through that door there. Alright, so again, I don't know what this character is, if it's the equivalent of the Wall Rider, or what it is. Everything Gaming and Entertainment, what's up, man? Thank you for the love. Was it Ruben? Yeah, I'm talking about Ruben. Oh, we did. Nope. Okay, let's try again. Oh, Jesus Christ! Fuck. Dude, I just want to drink my fucking pop, man. Ugh. Okay, we're back up. We're back in the real world now. Okay. We just saw 3D pinball. Fuck that. Fuck that. What the fuck? That guy was like super, like, that guy was like rabid by definition. Also, I really have to pee. I'm sure you guys like want to hear. I'm sure you guys want to hear all about it. All right. Ooh, more rope. Ooh, paper. Okay, so I'm gonna let you guys read through this, and I'm gonna go use the restroom. Let me zoom it in so you can actually kind of see it. I'll come back and read it anyways. Ugh. Okay, I'm going to read this out for you guys. Chapter 12. And finally, from the temple, the teachings of Sullivan Noth, servant of truth and faithful witness, the gateway to paradise, who loved us and washed us from his sins in our own blood. Remember this, thou hast fallen and must repent. The bloody work is before you, so harden thy heart and thy hands and sharpen thine blades. And know these things shall precede the coming of the Antichrist, but fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Fear not the dreams that walk outside sleep, that by which ye shall be imprisoned and tortured, that shall dread you from the prisons of thy memory of your unrepentant sins. And thy faults, even in the virginal fears of your whelping years, shall be visited upon you, and you shall bleed and wail, and you shall repent. For these sins, the past shall rise before the dead may rise in the last days, for thou hast little strength, and denied all names and tarried long in the hours of temptation. And the air shall be as thick with locusts as will choke thy breath. And ye shall be ravaged with boils and sickness, your body a temple, and city to pestilence, and thy sex... I heard like a fucking roar or something. And thy sex will wither and rot as flesh for carrion birds. And the corpses upon the water shall be as solid land, so thick they lie with death and open door beneath, and no man can shut it, and no angels can hear thy voice. And the blood of the lying god of the sky shall be cut, and his blood will fall as rain, for all things must die when God finds no perfection, even in his own perfection. Okay. I hold, you shake. Yo, if we're talking about me, sure, it sounds fun. Okay, can't go that way. Whoop, nope. Just a steel tipper with a dead body in it, you know. Just Outlast things. No, I don't want to fucking hide in here. It's actually crazy to me the amount of places that are available to hide in this game. Because I imagine if we play on like harder difficulties, there's just probably like more enemies in more places. Okay, that chain does nothing. Okay, nothing here. I can crouch, but we can't go anywhere. Fuck. Oh, come on! Back the fuck out of the barrel, dude. Jam, like, use your elbow and smash the fucking window out. These guys are not gonna care. I promise you that. Fuck, where do we go? Yo, what's up, Corn Dude? Thank you for love, man. Yo, it's still raining blood out there. There's a lot of blood from this guy. What's up, Valhalla? Lukey Pro, what's up, dude? Okay, can't go that way. Holy fuck, that is obscure, dude. There's like a lot of... Pardon me, I'm being juvenile. Fuck! Ouch! Ow! So where do I go from here? Okay, let's back up. Oh! Ouch! Fucker! Ouch, you motherfucker! Okay, you broke that door down, right? Yep. God damn! No! Go through the fucking hole! Yeah, Sabrina, what's really unique about this game here is that the enemies, they will actually pursue you through some of the spaces that you don't really expect them to pursue you through. Like usually when you're crouched in an area, the game AI is like, okay, I give up, you know? Is that a bone weapon? It's a fucking weapon made of bone. Okay, let's soak less hits this time. Fuck, they don't even know I'm out there. I like how I can actually hear my character, like, shuddering. Oh, you have to go, good luck? Yo, man, thank you very much, dude. Dear game, where the fuck do I go? Okay, here we go. Shit. Okay, we're out. We're fucking, I'm out, bitch. By the way, this is a big ass fucking house. Vault over the bodies. Up the stairs we go. We got this, guys. We got this. It's actually kind of chill now. Yeah, don't fucking Falcon kick him in the face or anything. We're back at school now. Again, not sure how this guy has the actual physical tenacity in his hands to handle this situation because he does have stigmata wounds in his hands. But whatever. Hey, what's up, Uzi? How's it going, man? Welcome to the stream, man. All the way from Canada down to Finland. Much love, homie. Is it Usi? Is that how I say it? Sorry if I said your name wrong, man. Alright. Okay, we good. We good. No paper on the desk? No hangman for us to figure out? No hidden message. Okay, let's try going back this way. Nope-y. Obviously didn't figure we could go that way, but it was worth a shot. St. Sybil High School. Discipline, knowledge, faith, and morals. The miracles of Jesus. Why Jesus is real. Historical facts. Science proves religion. Hey, what's up, Melissa 10? How's it going? What's up, Prod? How's it going, man? What's up, Callum? D-Mod? How's it going, guys? Holy fuck! Okie dokie. Jesus. I wonder what that says when you play it backwards. You don't get the school thing? Okay, so Callum, when the character was young, him and his wife had a friend named Jessica, and you learn throughout the story that Jessica killed herself by hanging herself to death. So he keeps going back to Jessica. Let's reload our batteries. Shit, dude! What the fuck? Not sure what Inri means. Look at that fucking remote. Look how old that fucking remote is. Oh my god. It's a DVD remote though, so you know it's getting fucking fancy. Which is funny because it's only a cassette player. It's a cassette player, but it has a DVD remote. And the way you know that is because so, never mind. It could be, I thought that said tray. Like, anyways, eject tray or something like that. Because a DVD would have a disc tray. Anyways. I am actually, Randy, I am going to record the recordings that I have. I am going to play them backwards. Oh, what the fuck was that? I seen somebody. Oh, that's our beastie out there. Our soupy monster. Jessica loves Blake. Okay. Okay, so it looks like Blake fell in love with Lynn. Or whatever, Blake married Lynn. But it seems like Jessica had some resentment towards the situation. Because Lynn, Jessica, and Blake were all like best friends. But Blake and Lynn ended up being together. I remember recycling TVs like this, man. So easy. These made in Japan. Ooh. Okay, no weird eyes, no weird eyes. Again, in Outlast 1, some of the people had like weird fucking eyes, but it doesn't seem to be happening here. Fuck your shadow, man. Did you see the shadow? Anyways, yeah, so maybe the suicide was caused out of Blake and Lynn's union. Hey, what's up, Brad? How's it going, dude? I think I missed you. I didn't say hi. So that's my thought process here for now. I mean, it seems to make sense too. Kids are like that, right? Fuck me. Did I go the right way? I don't know if I did or not. We're probably gonna die. Nope. Okay, that fucking creepy ass bass. Okay. Fuck. Fucking dead end shit. What the fuck? Let's get back over there. Shit. Fuck me. I'm lost now. Great. That's what every library's fucking school return, book return look like. Yo, Melissa, me too, girl. Me too. It's all good. What's up, Svenscape? How's it going, dude? Keen Decker, how's it going, dude? Oh god, just watching this is stressing you out? Yo, good. Game is having desired effect. Okay, what's good though is we haven't needed to use like medicine or like bandage in a while.
He's coming!
I'm good. Get off the fucking ground, dude. Lady, when I leave this fucking room, you better not scream at me. You guys. Get the fuck out of here. Ooh. It's a lot of Christs. Good looking Christ, though. Jessica, 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 Jessica. All over the walls, Jessica. She's a popular girl.
Shit!
Show me where to go.
Please, wait!
Yo, you did not just fucking put me in a corner. You did not just fucking kill me. Shit. Ouch. Oh, fuck me. We're back here. So I did fucking punch that guy in the face. All right. Go, Blake. Might didn't try and scare you. Also, you may not have read it earlier, but my Switch is on its way. Yo, dude. Awesome. I did not catch that earlier. Congratulations, Nero. Thank you for the donation, man. I appreciate that love, dude. Congratulations on your acquisition of the Switch as well. Okay, where are we going up? I know you said it was like super hard to get it where you are. Alright. Can we heal? No, we don't even need to heal yet still. That's fucking great. How are we for,
Mine entrance is usually on the top floor.
We have one battery left. Okay, we're good. Dude. It's pretty hard to catch me with the donation jump scare, man. I don't think that's the same as nailing them to the cross. I think that's a little bit different, but A for effort. A for effort, right? Okay, fuck. Chapter 7. And the creature said unto me, Son of your father's sins, lift your feet from the earth. I will speak unto thee. And the spirit entered the cunt of my mind and made me seed there, and I became as the chorus of screams in the movement of the wheels. And we said unto all of creation, but I alone was given ears to hear. I send thee as Ezekiel to the shepherds of a false Israel, formed in mockery of my will in the time of your birth, and sustained in warlike transgression and greed by every nation. And all the children of false Israel and all the Pharisees I shall murmur against Ezekiel and against his gospel, as they feast on that which dieteth of itself, baked with the dung that cometh out of man, in communion with their children. Neither came their abominable fleshes into my mouth. And the Lord said unto me, Get thee down unto thy stiff-necked and weak of flesh, for your people have corrupted my book in the defilement of Esdras and Tobit and Esther, and the wisdom of Solomon and Ecclesiasticus and Baruch, and the letters of Jeremiah and the prayers of Azariah, and the Susanna and Bel who killed the dragon, and the prayers of Manasseh and the Maccabees. Fucking run-on sentence. Yo, what's up, Nagalon? How's it going? Thank you for the love. For if you worship me, but part way, you are as the parent who cuts away the limbs of his child to better the love what remains. For if you worship me, but part way, you are as the parent who cuts away the limbs of his child to better love remains. And that child will die, and I will hate thee as a killer of little children. What? I don't... What? Yes. That is true. Antonio, what's up, man? That is how that read. And it's not the first time this game has made use of that language, for sure, dude. Like I said, it's a little graphic. It's a little graphic. Okay. I think we actually came through there. Oh, what's up, Lukey? How's it going? Thank you for love. Fuck, where are we going? Okay, can't go up there. I feel like I aggroed him. Okay, maybe not. Nope, he's just out there. Okay, that's cool. Hey, Antonio, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good, dude. Thank you for asking. Okay, we want to go this way here. Nope. Hey, what up? What the fuck is wrong with this place, man? Everybody's so fucked up! Where the fuck am I? Where am I? What the fuck is going on? Oh shit! We're dead. We're fucking dead. Very excited for ice cream. Okay, where the fuck are we? Oh shit. Back here. Okay. Oh fuck, there we go, there we go. Jesus Christ, those guys are excited about something. It could be ice cream. Ouch, my butt. Nope, okay, fuck me. Fuck, we gotta do that all over again. Oh, hey, what up? Fuck. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna try it again. We know what to do this time. Okay, drop down, crouch. These guys sound like they're fucking busy eating. Nope. Fuck me, dude. He's gonna still be there, yep. Alright, fuck me up, man. The noise they make freak you out, Sabrina? I mean, probably with good incentive. Nice fucking baseball slide into nothing. No, you motherfucker! Imagine having these sounds in the game from yesterday. You just get a phone call from this. Okay, let's fucking do this right. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Yo, those guys are just like fucking YOLOing across that shit. Oh, Christ. What up?
Fuck.
The fuck is that thing, man? Oh, yup. Whoosh. Just fucking bitch smacked me across the face. Yes. Thank you. We're gonna go this way. The woman has a crazy neck. Well, she did hang herself, so it might be a little bit longer than normal. And is looking down below.
So be careful, little eyes, what you see. Oh, be careful, little hands, what you do. Oh, be careful, little hands, what you do. There's a father
above. Did he just make a jerk-off motion? Are you fucking kidding me? Tell me I didn't just see that. Tell me I wasn't the only person who fucking seen that. Oh shit, you guys. TNC Master, what's up, man? Did he not really do that? He fucking did do it too. Fucking creep. Okay, where the fuck do we need to go? Can we bypass the bathroom at all? Some of the doors we can try and open, other ones we can't.
So be careful, little eyes, what you see. Oh, be careful, little hands, what you do.
Watch this, he's gonna jerk in my face again.
Oh, be careful, little hands.
I don't know what to do here.
There's a Father up above, and he's looking down in love.
Oh, crawl to the other toilet. Oh, hey, Paul. Yo, you guys are fucking... You guys are good at this shit. You guys are fucking good at this shit. 3, 2, 1, jerk off. Yo, fucking blitz it down the hall, dude.
What you see. Oh, be careful, little eyes, what you see. There's a Father up above, and he's looking down in love. So be careful, little eyes, what you see. Oh, be careful, little hands, what you do. Oh, be careful, little hands, what you do. There's a Father up above, and he's looking down in love. So be careful, little hands, what you do. Oh, be careful, little mouth, what you say. Oh, be careful, little mouth, what you say. There's a father up above, and he's looking down in love.
Fucking shit! Just fucking cheese it, dude. Just fucking cheese it. Sorry, Jessica. I gotta go, girl. Fuck me. Oh, fuck. Door's locked, of course.
You're not evil, Blake. Just confused.
Just confused. I'll take confused over fucking not evil.
You don't have to hide.
I do have to hide. Whoa, 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 what up? The fuck are you, dude?
I remember being a young man.
I remember being a young man. I'll never let you go. That was probably the scariest fucking part of this whole game so far, is that, like, that scene. Yeah, such a lovely singing voice for such a horrible monster. I mean, that's really judgmental of you to say. Sapphire, that's really judgmental. Okay. Would have been funny if they put the Rick roll in there and instead of saying I'll never let you go, it would have been I'm never gonna give you up. Come on now, be honest. Be honest with me. I think it'd be pretty funny. Is this gonna end with him recounting it all to a therapist? Okay. Back to reality. Oop, there goes gravity. Is that a trolley? Ooh. Okay. I should let you have it because it's your birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthmas. Okay, what am I missing here? Nope. Nopey. Nopey, nopey, nopey. Like, in the spirit of fucking Hercules in this game, this guy should just be able to fucking, like, grapple onto this, even with his stigmata wounds. Okay, he can't go that way. Okay, he can't go down underneath either. Fuck. No, nope. Back up. Okay, so we're missing something up here. Something really basic. Oh. Alright, fair enough. Okay, before I just YOLO down there, let's run up here. Ooh, there's a battery up here, so it's a good idea. Okay, now we YOLO down here. Whee! Seemed like a good idea at the time. Whoop! Here comes cavalry. Get up there, man. Get up there, dude. If this guy wasn't a combatant before... I mean, this guy is definitely fucking physically ready to kick some serious fucking ass right now. This guy's had nails driven through his hands. He's climbing up fucking sheer rock faces. He can jump and lift his entire body up. Like it ain't no fucking problem. There. That'll keep him out for sure. Yeah, that'll keep him out for sure. Elevator, maximum load, 3,600 pounds. Well, I don't think we're gonna break that. Stand by. Fuck me, dude. Okay, go, dude. Okay, motherfucker, we got this. We got this. Yeah, we got the baseball slide down and everything. Ouch. Oh yeah, just hobble along. Hobble along. Yeah, just... Nice. Yeah, urgency is not important. Let's fucking go. Fuck your leg and your boo-boos. That one guy sounds like a fucking ape up there. Ooh, 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 ooh.
I can still save her. Jess. Lynn. Her name is Lynn.
Ooh, Jess. I mean, her name is Lynn. 80 feet down. Down, down. Deeper and deeper. Well, I'm just gonna check something here real quick. Sorry, guys. Oop. There we go. You should sleep, Shania, but you don't want to yet? Baby. 440 feet down. Deeper and deeper. Don't go down, Antonio? Come on, man. We need to basically go into the fucking belly of hell. 800 feet. Yeah, that's a little bit away. I mean, that's down there. It's a little bit, right? Jesus Christ. Oh. Sancti Sepulchre is the achievement I just unlocked.
Trapped. I was never gonna get out. Now
Trapped.
I knew it. At least I'd be there with her.
I was never gonna get out. At least, Jesus. Alright. I wonder if I'm going to be able to reload this game in checkpoints. I don't think I'm going to. I would love to actually go through and find out.
Nothing matters but Lynn.
Hold on. I wanted to go through and find these documents that I'm missing. Because I've missed actually quite a few. Yeah, there's quite a few actually. So I would love to find them. Even if I don't play it on stream. Alright, you didn't get me. Hey, what's up, Proto Sam? How's it going, dude? I'm watching you on my phone and on my PS4. Yo, appreciate the love, dude. Appreciate the love, man. Okay, something spooky went this way. But there's light down this way.
Oh shit! Lynn!
Okay, that means we definitely go the other way. Fuck Lynn. I mean Jess. I mean Lynn. Oh, that's right. Okay, chapter 11. The fruit of destruction shall ripen with the foul womb of the martyred mother, and the spider-eyed lamb shall bring judgment of the lesser whore unto even the great whore who sitteth upon many waters. For from Ezekiel's nation the enemy shall be born. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirits of his mouth, and shall destroy the brightness of his coming. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all power and signs of lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them, shall perish, because they receiveth not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusions, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. And Ezekiel said unto his midwives and his hunters, You are the raven, and I am the wolf, who will allow you to feed if you lead me to the slaughter. For God has said, The flesh of beasts is yours only in sacrifice to me, even unto the flesh of your offspring. Alright. Now let's go save Lynn. Had a chance to read that. Baseball slide. Glad it's a waterproof camera, by the way. Antonio, you got a broken display in your phone? Dude, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm your favorite YouTuber? Well, I appreciate that. What's up, Yosef? Yosef Forian, how's it going, dude? What's up, Kendall? First time I've seen this channel. Cool. I can watch somebody playing live. I don't have to wait for other YouTubers to post episode by episode. Yo, man, I'm here, dude. I'm here for a little bit. This is actually still going to be posted as well tomorrow. It's going to be probably the whole gameplay. I feel like we're going to just beat the whole game tonight. There we go.
You're not evil, Blake. Just confused.
Just confused. I wonder what Blake is blaming himself for. I mean, unless there is a direct reason. A lot of these games you will play, you will see that... A lot of these games you play, you'll see that there's a lot of ambiguity towards some form of resentment towards a character. And then there's a twist ending where, like, you actually identify that, like, oh, fuck.
Okay.
That is a de-skinned human. I don't think they look like that without the skin on, but I mean, maybe they do, I don't know. Yeah, like a lot of times, like, a character will be like, I'm sorry, and they'll say I'm sorry a lot, and then you'll watch it, and you'll be like, oh, well, why are they sorry, right? They have nothing to be sorry about. She hung herself.
Here. No, not lived. I had to find Lynn. I hoped I hadn't already.
I hoped I hadn't already. And, yeah, and then at the very end of the game, there's this twist ending, and you're like, oh my god, this is why he's sorry. How the fuck you going with that thing all... Why is that eyeball still intact? That would have been, like, super dehydrated a long time ago. Also, wouldn't it be very difficult to actually live under here under these circumstances, especially with fires and stuff burning? There'd be definitely much more collapses, you'd think. And a lack of oxygen. God damn. Where the fuck do I go? Cause there's a Father up above, and he's looking down with love. So be careful, little eyes, what you see. Hey, what's up, Wolfie? How's it going? What's up, Kraken? Kraken, my boy, Kraken Raid. Dude, to what do I owe the pleasure? To what do I owe the pleasure, my friend? What's up, Bula? Has been forever, girl. I have not seen you in a cool minute. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Oshikorosu. I live stream YouTube gaming about 5 nights a week. I start on Sundays, end on Thursdays. Play a lot of Nintendo content. Also do a lot of horror content stuff on Tuesdays. This week is actually quite a unique week for us because Wednesday we'll be playing League of Legends. Thursday we'll be playing Little Nightmares. And Friday we'll be doing Mario Kart 8. Guys, if you guys don't know Jay Kraken, I was, you know what, fuck me. I say Kraken, okay? We had a guy come into our chat the other day named Kraken. And I was... I just was beside myself. I was like, dude, I just say Kraken, okay? Just fucking deal with it. Yeah, if you guys don't know Jay Kraken, definitely encourage you guys to go check him out. He's a good personal close friend of mine, and another content creator on YouTube gaming platform. Plays a lot of Overwatch. Used to play a lot of like the card game. What's the card game, dude? Hearthstone. Used to play. Ooh, shit, dude. Used to play a lot of Hearthstone, and definitely. You will not make yourself a mistake by going and checking out Jay Kraken. Kraken. Yo, Nico, thank you for the love, man. Welcome to the family. Jay is actually, honestly, Jay is probably... Actually, I will tell you, actually, Jay is the most energetic person I've ever seen as a content creator in my life. And probably is going to be the most energetic person I've ever met in my entire life. And it's absolutely amazing to watch him work, guys. Definitely encourage you to check it out. Yo, man, we're playing Outlast 2, dude. I think that we're going to, finish this game tonight. We've been streaming for 8 hours. I was told the game is like 8 or 9 hours long. We are playing on normal mode. We've only got stuck a couple times, so I think we're pretty close to that time limit. Should we unlock the door? Nah, we'll leave it locked. See, we got batteries. It's a hiding place. Fuck. I'm also super Canadian. Yo, what's up, Darjan? Appreciate the love, man, Darian. Appreciate the love, dude. I'm too kind, homie. Much love, yo, dude. We give and we receive, man. I get a lot of kind praise from you too, dude. Hey. No need to get hasty, dude. You probably didn't see me, right? Fuck. Joe Jean, what's up? Thank you for the love. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm super Canadian. I just really love the sound that Otis McDonald makes. Hey, what's up? Kobe plays Minecraft. How's it going, dude? Alright. Have I effectively dodged that guy? I guess so. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Found you. Holy shit, dude. Hey, what up, rats? Thank you for love, dude. Oh, shit. All right, Daniela Costa. Have yourself a great night, Daniela. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. What's up, Martin? How's it going, dude? Motherfucker. Man to your heart. I saw you were gonna say goodnight, but now you're wide awake. Amen, dude. As well, Ivan, thank you for the love, man. Alright, Stone, have yourself a great night, dude. I will catch you tomorrow, man. Or hopefully I'll catch you tomorrow, dude. Yeah, I didn't realize, but Thursday we're not gonna be playing Mario Maker after, we're not gonna be playing Mario Maker after. We're gonna be playing Little Nightmares for a couple hours. What the fuck are we looking at? What the fuck is that shit? I'm trying to record something. Excuse me, sir. Yo, Colby too, man. Thank you for the love, guys. We're gonna fucking die again. I was busy reading Mike's contradictory statement about his country. Butterfly Pie, thank you so much. Nothing wrong with recording your death. What the fuck, dude? That is a bad checkpoint. Danielle, thank you, Daniela, thank you for the love. Dude, can we just go past this guy? Nope. What the fuck do I do, man? I honestly have no idea. Oh, press H to heal. We should stop and bandage up. Run behind and hide. This motherfucker here. This motherfucker here. Nice. 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 Fuck me harder, please. Fuck me harder, please. Alright, Robert. Have yourself a good night, dude. Jesus Christ. Ooh, another battery. No, the door's locked. Fuck. Nope. He's not gonna find me. Okay, so we just gotta be conscious that... Okay. I just heard somebody swipe something. Okay, I think we're good. These guys sound super fucking tormented, man. Oh shit. Scary baby head. Holy fuck. Okay, we're winning. Does that doll have a fucking doll brain inside of it? Just curious. Oh, okay, I see. I was gonna say, what the fuck is the point of this? Now I see. Makes more sense.
If you've done something, I want you to tell me.
Alright, probably should reload. Okay, another chapter. Chapter 14. And in the moments before her birth, the Antichrist shall wake, even in the womb, and her woe and misery will bleed and corrupt the earth. As Jesus Christ of Nazareth dethroned death in glory of God, the Antichrist of Templegate shall set the grim horsemen back upon their throne, unless she is murdered in her bloody cradle. But Ezekiel shall judge the unborn spider-eyed lamb by knife and by fire, and the righteous shall proclaim an Alleluia. I'm assuming that's what that word is. And ye shall see heaven open and come to earth, and Ezekiel. I wonder, is that a typo? Oh shit. Is that a typo? And Ezekiel shall sit astride a white horse. His eyes shall be flame upon his head, and be all the crowns of this earth. And he shall take a new name, as to the word of God, for he shall be clothed with a vesture dipped in blood, and his new name shall be known to none but himself. And the angels shall be carrion birds, who feast upon the flesh of kings, the flesh of mothers, the flesh of the mighty men, and the flesh of the horses and them that sat upon them, and the flesh of free men and slaves. And if they feed upon the flesh of that damned child, then heaven is yours. But if that child draws breath, if the eyes of the Antichrist are allowed to take in the light of the world, they shall swallow the light of the world. Then death shall reign again, and endless suffering shall reward those who revel in suffering, and endless regret shall torture those the righteous, an immedicable regret of sin and shame. Alright. So. So again, they believe to kill the Antichrist. How the fuck did... Oh my god. That's a comforting thought. Fucking skeleton down here beside me. Oh, a couple. So I'm not the only one. Oh yeah, he's got a fucking rock crush his head. Or something. Crushed him. I'm super claustrophobic. What's up? Oh, what's up? Anastahiri, how's it going? What up, Hanika GT? How's it going, guys? Ooh, baby. Again, I really like reading that stuff out for you guys. I hope you guys don't mind too much. Yeah, how the fuck does anybody get out down here with a lady or anybody? Oh, what timing? Jesus Christ. Realize what you see. Yo, what up, Tyler Jarrett? Thank you for the love, man. Welcome to the family, my dude.
Father up above, and he's looking down in love. So be careful, little hands, what you do.
What up? Alright, let's see what he's got to say about this.
Loving and hating God is the same thing. Like making and killing children is the same thing. She told me to meet her in the music room.
Okay, so let's interject there. Let's just stop that. Like making and killing children is not the same thing. Okay. And your rhetoric towards God, whether liking and hating is similar or not, is debatable. It's debatable. That one is debatable. Okay, we can talk that one through. I'm just saying the other one is not. You can't really talk about that. Tyler Jarrett, thank you for being subscriber 1,000 or 11,300, my dude. Appreciate that very much, man. Outlast 2 deleted scenes, monsters getting it on. Okay, we're just gonna drop. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Fuck We're getting fucked.
What have you done to Lynn? Where is she?
We are creatures of appetite. I want to feel your hunger. I want to see your true face.
Alright,
Your seed will burn this world.
Where's Lynn?
I mean, you might want to shower first. I mean, I might want to shower first. We all might want to shower first. We can shower together.
Naked and hiding nothing. I lay down this mess.
Crazy motherfucker!
I show
Where
my
is she?
true face. Show me your true face.
Yeah, don't put that on my face. Also, oh shit. Wow, that was serendipitous. Nope, she wants to fuck me up. Yep, she's gonna fuck me up. I'm going. Bye-bye. Yo, this whole time I thought she wanted me. She's been being a cock tease though. Okay, nope, can't go that way. Yeah, we'll reload while we're walking through here.
He's come. Fruit of your lust.
fruit of my lust.
Your father.
My child and my father.
We
Okay?
deserve what?
Alright. I'm gonna shut that door for you, alright? I'm just gonna block that door so you don't bother me. Oh, well, there's nowhere for me to go here, so that's fucking awesome. Joke's on me. Joke's on the old Oshposh. Yep. Yo, Miko, you're at school right now, dude? Nice. I hope you're having a good day at school, man. There's a father up above and he's looking down in love. Man, this guy has seen some shit. Oh, that looks safe. Yeah, let's go that way.
Jesus. These wires are live.
I'm sure OHS. Ow. Okay, don't know why that didn't work. Oh, I died. Epic death music. Cora Valentine, no, I'm definitely not at the beginning. I've been playing for about 8 hours. She wants the D of a dead man? Crazier shit's happened. Yeah, I got that song stuck in my head hardcore. I'm gonna be singing that song for like a week. My next Merrymaker video I put out is gonna have me fucking singing it. Okay, where are they getting power from? So we gotta find the power to shut down the live wires. Just follow the cables, right? It should be pretty straightforward. There we go.
What?
No thanks. Ouch! What the fuck, man? I turned the wires off! Tink! Okay, let's heal. I like how he's still wearing the watch. I probably would have taken it off a very long time ago. Seems like a hazard to get caught on stuff. Oh, I'm surprised I didn't fall down there. Poink, poink. Hit myself in the face some more. Danger! Oh, jeez, and I thought it was the... I thought the whole mine was dangerous. Yo, it's 4 in the morning, and you can't keep me hostage anymore. Good night. Yo, Baron Supreme, thank you for the donation, my dude. Appreciate that love. Have yourself a good night. I won't freak out too much, man. I won't freak out too much. I got you, man. I got you. What the fuck is this last set of wires, though? I think she found me. Yeah, I don't know. I think we gotta turn off 2 sets of generators, but I don't see any wires this way, so... I think this way here is just a way for us to juke her. Hey, what's up, ACL Games? How's it going, dude? You want to, but you can't donate? It's all good, man. It's all good, dude. Donations are not mandatory. I appreciate them, and they help out a lot, but I mean, just you guys sitting here, viewing, watching, sharing with your friends, having a good time, that's good enough for me, man. ACL, you're a YouTuber? That's awesome, dude, but here is not a place for you to promote your shit, dude. Straight up. Okay, there's the one we turned off. Oh, and there's a generator on this side too. Or a switch. I'm gonna fucking die anyways. There's not a switch on this. Oh fuck, she's like literally right behind me. She is on my ass. Running out of stamina. Yeah, she's okay. Can't outrun her. Like when he sees her, he just stands in front and waiting for her. Well, sometimes they don't, man. Sometimes the AI is broken and it doesn't kick off properly. Okay, so again, we need to watch where the wires are coming from, right? That's one shutdown. Dude, that's the other. Okay, great. Grab this. All right, we're good. Is she closing in here? I think she is getting closer to this area. Okay, I'm trying to duck in the water. The game will not let me do this. Okay, now the game will let me duck in the water. Alaskan Lion. I'm playing on PC, dude. Ooh, good thing my fingers weren't on the other. Sorry, guys. I got like super fucking quiet during that part. But I'm happy we survived. Yeah, good thing my fingers weren't on the other side of that fucking thing. Oh, minecart. We push it right off the edge. Probably won't gather any attention.
What did you do to her?
Nothing, man.
You can't keep a secret.
Ouch! The fucking minecart hit me. Okay, we pull the minecart thing? Oh, this stupid thing. I thought that wouldn't cause any issue coming onto the track. Guess we have two ways to go. I don't know which way to go. It's the problem with games like this. I feel like if it's not like a really clear cut which way to go kind of thing. Okay, was I able to... Anyways, whatever. I'm done. I'm not done, but... Ooh, batteries? Noise? Yeah, don't put a fucking hard hat on or anything. Last thing you want to do is be a fucking vainglorious hero and then fucking die because you bumped your head on a rock. Just saying. Where the fuck do we go? There we go. Okay. This is where we just came from, is it? Yes, it is. Never mind. Okay, we don't want to go this way. Up. Alright, more battery. Nice. I don't... No. Jesus Christ, no. Get me out of here. Fuck's sakes. Press the button. Nope, never mind. Well, never mind. Button don't work. Stuck down here forevers. Forever? Forever, ever? Forever, ever? Okay, so maybe we do have to go this way. Again, yeah, so far nothing. That's right, we'll check it again. You know what I gotta do, actually? We're gonna pull this out of the way, and we're gonna try and fit through that little gap there. Okay, so... Never mind. We gotta wind this back. Let that crash through this part, maybe? Okay, let's try this shit out. There we go. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. God damn it. We're good. Yo, I love that song. Forever, forever, ever, forever, ever. All right, Antonio, have yourself a good night, man. Okay. Oh, shit. Oop. Oh, wow. We're just gonna keep going down, I guess. Bloodstained fucking handles be damned. Nice. Well, that's... Oh, we could actually still get up there, so that's okay. Ooh, you look okay.
God doesn't love you. Not like I do.
That much is true. Well, this bitch is gonna start stabbing my feet. Just come on. She ain't my hoe no more? No, she's still my hoe. She ain't burnt though. She's just muddy. She's just dirty. Jesus Christ. I feel like a fucking earthworm just... Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, fuck. Fucking shit. Oh, that's more than one plop. Nice. That doesn't help me. Oh, yeah, it does. Yo, bad time to run out of fucking stamina, dude. I just jumped on there and fucking survive it? That was a beast. Alright, we're good. Bubba Hotep, if this game messes with your head on so many levels, I don't feel like it does for me. Like, yeah, there's a bit of anxiety, there's a bit of like... Oh, maybe we didn't. I think we jumped off of there. Yeah, if we fell from there, I think we would have fucking known it. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't say this game messes with my head too much. But there is definitely some very unique... So is the game worth it? For me, Joe Nexus, it is, dude. I really love horror games. And I appreciate so far what this is doing. However, I'm still super confused as to how this ties into the first one, but I'm hoping that the end of the game kind of gives some closure there. Okay, we can't fit through. Like, we climbed down a bunch. It's just to climb back up, I guess. Unsafe mine conditions, you say, eh? Is this how we bridge in the fucking mines? Love that violin music, bro. Fuck. Oh, here we go. Fuck. The fuck? I don't... Okay, I understand now. Well, that's not gonna break. What the fuck are we doing? Okay, we're good. We're back. This game has the same graphics? Yeah, it's very similar. Like, not 10 out of 10 graphics. Like I said, the graphics are probably like a 7, 8. Chicken on biscuits. Bubba Hotep, I actually had a very similar kind of understanding about that. That's why you wear a hard hat. So you die in beautiful glory. Fuck. Okay, let's make sure I'm not missing anything over here. No. Okay, this part is very confusing. There's not a lot of angles I can go here. This is like my worst nightmare, being stuck down here. Okay, so maybe we... Okay, let's try this again. Okay, reload battery. Watch out for snakes. I don't think there's snakes down here, man. Those deadly mine snakes. They're gonna get you. Alright, okay, we... made this walk. We jumped up. Yeah, but we can't get through here. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Alright, whatever. Okay, I definitely want to go that way. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. That was the fucking most safest thing I think I've ever done in my life. Ooh, bandages. Can't carry any more bandages. No, we're not even hurt. Well, that was worth the bandage. And the dead miner. How about looking up next time? Yo, true story, when I played the very first Outlast, I got stuck in an area for a very long time because I did not know to look up. And it's actually a very common thing in Outlast 1 to have to look up to find an escape route. And I just couldn't latch onto that concept. It was very difficult for me. Watch out for minors. That's a drinking joke. Ooh, another paper. Chapter 15. Nice. And God spoke from the mouth of Ezekiel, so that his ears bled and his teeth cracked, and the seed issued from his inspired loins, and in his words were the blood of Christ. And of this blood was a river, and its sustenance healed the festering wood of the trees that bore the 7 nations. By the blood of the Lamb, the spider-eyed lamb shall fall forever. And they that remain shall need no light, neither candle nor electric flame, for vision shall be an eternal dawn. Seal not the prophecies of my word, but copy them exact letter, and with every waking moment of thy life, for I am thy fellow servant, and of thy brethren the prophet, and the father, and the shepherd say only this, God will reward you. Be ye filthy, be ye just, be ye unjust, or clothed in shame or in glory. In time God shall fuck ye with it, and so shall be thy reward. We, all of us, are Alpha and Omega, and Ezekiel the first among all, and ye shall climb the tree of life, and be crucified upon it. Only the chosen of God shall find sanctuary within the temple gate, for without there are whores and killers, and idolaters, Pharisees, publicans, blasphemers, tax collectors, and tyrants. This guy has got a real big thing against tax collectors. Was Frumpy Tuba? As Frumpy Tuba? I used to call him Big Love. You're talking about Chris? Can't remember his last name. And the angels say, God turned away from man until time his son Jesus Christ came to testify unto you. Jesus Christ turned away from man until the time his prophet Sullivan Noth came to testify unto you. And every word of the prophet is true, for it is written in this book, and this book is the truth. You shall testify these things, and in it you shall see the book of life, and you shall live in this holy city, and you shall come quickly. Revelations, even in my suffering, even in the death of my children, come Lord God, and give me paradise. The grace of God and his prophet Sullivan Noth with you all. Amen. All right. Ooh. Looks like we're out of the unsafe part of the mine, so it's great. Back to the perfectly safe part of the mine. Even that fucking lady who was chasing me wasn't stupid enough to go into the fucking unsafe part of the mine. Alright. Let's do it. We just got zombie dusted. Yo, we just got fucking zombie dusted for real. Guys, some shit's happening right now. Chris Walker, there you go. I wanted to say Chris Redfield, but it was obviously. Shit. That is a wicked sex swing. We just got sexed up, I think.
Haha, I'm beating you. Get off. Get off me. Stop. You have to tell me. Off of me. Not unless you answer. No. Fine.
No.
Then you have to give up. If you say I win, I'll let you up. Okay. You have to say it. You win, okay? You're such a pushover, Blake.
Sorry, Jessica. Damn. girl. Okay, so she is guiding us. We're controlling the character, but she's still guiding us.
I don't know why you have to be so precious about it.
Did Lynn ask you that? I asked her.
Nerd.
Healthy home advantages. What's up, yo?
You are.
Thank you for the love. Okay.
She said to ask, didn't she?
Maybe. I don't know. I just wanted to know.
You're a nerd, too.
I know.
What is the question, though? What is... She asked us to know. What do we need to know? Yeah, Bubba, no spoilers,
You think your
dude.
parents are home yet?
No. Usually not until after dinner.
You think I could come over?
Yeah, sure. Why?
Why what?
Like, why do you want to come over?
I don't know.
Okay, just stop walking to see if it would incite anything.
What don't you know, Jessica?
Oh, sorry.
What are the two of you doing in here?
I'm sorry, Father Loudermilch.
We stayed after school for journal? We were just...
For journal?
Let's step back into class, please.
Blake?
You're not in trouble yet, Blake. You don't want to get in trouble, do you?
Just stay with me.
I want you two to tell me what you were doing in here.
This is some fucking butterfly effect shit.
Do I need to call your parents? Jessica, do I need to call your father again?
No, please.
I only want us to be friends. Nobody's in trouble yet. Does one of you think you can make this right? Jessica? Jessica, look at me. Will you pray with me? Will you help me make this right? Why don't you go along home, Blake?
Don't go.
Did I interrupt something between you two?
It wasn't like that.
Then what did you want? You won't say? You know, shame is a gift from God to let you know right from wrong. And what you want is very wrong. Go home and pray.
Stay. I want you to stay.
Blake, please. This is awkward enough. Nothing's the matter, but I need you to leave us.
Don't.
Everything's okay. You can leave, young man. Walk away.
I don't have words for that situation. Thank you. Let's run back. Let's see what happens. He's got that lurching walk. Yeah, we got you, girl. We're getting there.
I don't know what you think you saw.
The fuck are they doing? All right. Hey, I just wanted to be one of the cool guys. Yo, that's a normal person. That's a normal ass fucking dude. Hey, what's up, Mark Flores? How's it going, dude? Okay, we're probably gonna fucking die again. So we actually have zero idea what happened to Lynn. Yo, Creation Hacker, what's up, man? Thank you for the love, dude. Good place for a secret base, though. Good place for a secret base. Yo, Nero's just getting his birthday in. Yeah, Cora, that was super fucking messed up.
Fuck! Fuck! Lynn! Lynn! Lynn!
You're alive.
You're pregnant. How are you pregnant?
Please. I don't want to die here.
Yeah, it's probably not the right place for this conversation.
I won't let them kill you.
Probably not the best place for this conversation.
We have to get out of here.
You're pregnant? Let's catch this one. Hey, what's up, Hitta? How's it going, dude? You just woke up? Okay, hold on, babe. I just gotta check this camera.
We're out. I got Jessica out. It was cold, but the snow had just started. We'll find a grown-up, and we'll tell him what happened.
We'll find a grown-up, and we'll tell him what happens.
Not my fault.
Okay, our character is now seriously mentally fucking broken. Oops. He says it's starting to snow outside. It's not snowing outside. Again, he's reliving his past, his childhood trauma here. What the fuck, man? God damn it, girl. Are you fucking useless? You're pregnant, I guess. She's super pregnant. So yes, she's fucking useless. Like, if it was me, I could just, like, leap up there. We're fucking lost. Well, good thing we're not fucking on the lam from anybody. There we go. Making some strides, baby. It's great. It's great. The sun shines. The sky is blue. It's a happy, beautiful day over there. That sounds awesome, dude. That sounds awesome, man. I love that positivity, Hida. Or Hida. Ooh, baby.
What the fuck?
We have
well,
to find shelter.
Madam, we call that lightning.
As far from those places we can get.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, we'll just go through the doors. They're fucking locked. With chain links that are the size of my fucking forearms. Okay, we're basically out of here, right? Alright.
Down here. We have to get inside before the baby comes.
It's too dangerous. You can't.
We can't stay out here. Help me down, please, Blake.
Okay, okay.
So far...
Be careful. Fuck! Lynn! You okay? I'm coming down.
It hurts.
I'm sorry.
So far, the storyline is kind of weird in this game. Oh, look, a bed.
Back here.
Pre-stained.
Okay. Okay.
It's gonna be okay.
Witness the miracle of life.
Oh shit! Come on!
Nope, never mind. Okay, yeah, we're gonna outpace her for sure. There's that fucking siren sounds.
Jesus Christ, Blake! What the fuck? I think something's wrong.
I mean, just think about this as like limbering your body up.
I need to lay down.
I mean, let's be serious here. Martha's just jealous. She ain't never gonna have kids of her own.
Shit!
Yo, what up?
Blake!
God, give me voice.
Hold on.
God, guide my hand.
I got this.
God, give me voice. God, guide my hand. God, give me voice. God, guide my hand. God, give me voice. God, guide my hand.
Fuck you! And fuck your God!
What the fuck just happened? The cross from the fucking church? I thought she was gonna get struck by lightning for real. Okay, there's a bed, there was a bed here somewhere. Anyway, she seems resolved in her necessity for a bed. Let's go.
Blake! A path!
Hey, what's up, Danix? How's it going, man?
It's getting worse!
Hurry. We'll find shelter.
It always gets worse before it gets better. Well, the whole world is burning. 'Cause I just want to set the world on fire. Instead of I don't, like, I do. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Fuck.
Oh! Shit! Blake!
Is it the baby?
Yeah, she's coming soon!
So again, like, the storyline here seems really
The chapel! We can take
strange.
shelter!
Oh, the chapel. Beautiful. Because don't forget, we haven't even taken care of fucking Sullivan. Took care of Laird. Whoa! That's cool. God is putting on one hell of a fucking thunder show for us.
Keep moving.
Jesus!
Fuck! The storm's getting worse.
I'm not sure if it's okay to use Jesus' name in this situation. You might want to use, like, nice pejoratives, like,
Come on, Lynn.
Jesus is awesome,
inside.
or something like that, right? Because if Jesus is saving your ass right now, you don't want to piss him off. Oh yeah, have birth on this stretcher here. Right.
Oh shit! Shit! Oh.
You need to lie down.
Alright, here we go.
I can't do this!
You can do this.
Oh god!
You gotta be laying down to give birth.
Just keep breathing.
Feels like something's wrong. Ah!
You can do this. Just spit that thing out of you. Just push that thing out of you.
Okay? Just keep breathing.
It's gonna get graphic here real soon.
Fuck! Ah! Oh god! Oh god! It's killing!
That's a regular baby.
Lynn!
There's nothing there.
Oh, Jesus God.
There's nothing there. Oh, Jesus God.
Lynn! No.
All right.
Lynn! No. Lynn!
Still kind of processing all of what just happened.
Ah, no.
So, Lynn said you haven't even kissed her yet. What? Like in Beauty and the Beast?
Oh, you mean drama. The play. We're saving for the, like, actual night.
Uh-huh.
We are.
Okay.
We, like, cheek kiss.
So, like, is she your girlfriend? Tell me, or else.
Or else what?
Oh, okay.
Get off.
I got you again.
That's the child, isn't it?
Jesus Christ, dude.
My God. You're taking care of my children. But yours... I am powerless again.
This guy's so fucking fat, the back of his hand has got fucking fat rolls.
You've murdered paradise. God has gone silent. Since the storm, the birth. Who will he have if he destroys us all? Who will he have left to punish?
What's even crazier?
My children. All of them. Every last one. There's no more perfect faith than that.
Is that this guy actually believes everything that he's been spitting.
Is silent. Kill that child if you can. If you love anything at all, crush its skull under your heel.
Yeah, I ain't doing that.
God doesn't hear dead men, but I expect he answers them.
Say goodnight, dude. He's got a weird shaped fucking neck, too. They got the necks all weird in this game. Brad was right. Alright. Well, I'm leaving. Oh. No, Linda's there, but she's gone. Let's film this. Let's capture this family-friendly episode on camera. Too much McDonald's? Fair enough, man.
The priest dies. He didn't have to do anything. You were a child. Nobody could expect anything of you. None of this is my fault.
Yeah, again, he's still fucked up in his, and he's still living in his childhood. Blake is fucked up beyond all recognition. Can't run with a baby on our hands. Probably good. Can't sprint though. The Cantus Firmus Chapel, or the choir, sings aloud for us. Yeah, we're just gonna walk out. We're just gonna leave. Well, that is a unique looking sun. Don't think I've ever seen the sun look like that before. Nope. Achievement unlocked. Revelations. Hit of the music is making you calm. What's a Flame Fox? Valhalla, you're Ontario, dude? Yeah, I'm Alberta, man. Oh, this is my final thing. This is my final thing.
She's gonna be okay. You have her. She'll get to grow up. She'll do everything she was born to do.
What the? Wait, whoa, 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 whoa.
She's gonna be okay.
Okay, nope. I still have baby. I can see this on some fucking Hannibal level shit.
Try to find me.
Alright. Yo, where you at, girl?
I'm over here. This way, Blake.
Okay, child Blake cannot vault over things. This could be beautiful.
Don't worry.
Because she's got the noose mark around her neck.
I'll never let you go. You never let me go.
I didn't let her go, actually.
Has gone away. Savior, listen while I pray, begging thee to watch and keep, and send me quietly to sleep. Watchful Savior, wash away all I've been wrong today. Help me every day to be gentle, gentle, more like thee.
What a cocksucker. What a fucking ending. I'm sorry, but that ending pissed me off. I gotta call it. Okay, so. Yo, Hannah, thank you for the love, yo. Appreciate that. Welcome to the family. I gotta say that pissed me off. Unless there's something that's coming after the credits. But if that's it, that was a really shit ending. It wasn't even that it wasn't anticlimactic. Is that the ending, like, this is Outlast 2, okay? So this somehow ties into Outlast 1. Somehow this becomes Outlast 1. I think in the timeline this precedes Outlast 1, so I'm not quite sure. But, Toadstill C, but, I mean, you can't justify that. Yo, Yosef, thank you for the love, man. I mean, the gameplay was great, but it just didn't tie anything into Wall Rider. Didn't tie anything into the dreams or, like, how anything coordinated with Outlast 1. Didn't give any closure towards the story. Like, yo, Flame Fox, thank you for the love, yo. JJ Melody, I'm gonna drop you 100 tomorrow. Get my mind off liver damage. Yo, dude, thank you for the love, JJ Melody. I'm gonna go check into that book. You know, I know you said there was. I'm gonna be spending some time reading this, where this game is inspired from, and doing some personal backstory research on it. Because I'm really not impressed with this. There must be multiple endings. I think there was alternate ending in Outlast. No. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. There is no alternate ending in Outlast 1. I mean, themes maybe. The only thing that I could tie with Outlast 2 and Outlast 1 was that the characters were having dreams, and the dreams in Outlast 1 was directly relevant. Yes, Bubba Hotep. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense. I mean, that's the only thing to me that makes any amount of sense. I completely agree. I would like to see the game theorists do a piece on this game now that it's out. Of course, that's going to be fucking 4 months away. It's going to be fucking forever. Or for like 3-4 weeks away. If he does a piece on this. Overall, 5 out of 10? Yeah, Corn Dude. Yeah, I could agree with that. Kind of bummed. The gameplay was great. I loved the game. I liked the game a lot. I thought everything made sense right up until the end, then it just fell apart and just didn't make sense anymore. Dorkosaurus, do I want you to tell me how they're tied together? Yeah, sure. If you can help me out. Oh shit. Whoa, chapters. Yes. Okay, so we can collect all those things. That's fucking awesome. What game would I rate 10 out of 10 graphics? Probably nothing. I don't believe in 10 out of 10. I don't personally don't believe in 10 out of 10. What, I would give like a 9 out of 10? I don't even know, man. What looks fucking amazing? Like Final Fantasy 15 looked pretty good for cinematics. Gameplay though? I don't know. Okay, now completed in hard mode? Fuck that. Okay, I use the restroom here real quick, guys. I'm looking forward to see how the games are tied together from Dorkosaurus. Ugh. Hold on here. I see you guys blowing it up in the chat. What's up, CSX? Thank you for the love. All right. Dying anyways. May as well take it. Thank you for taking my mind off of life. Try not to be so sad about it. LOL. Yo, JJ Melody, thank you so much, dude. That is an epic donation. Really appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that, dude. Again, you guys don't have to donate to the stream, man. It's just, I like to do this for you guys. I like to do this, guys. Jesus, guys, blow it up for JJ Melody in the chat. Appreciate that so much, man. Appreciate that, dude. Goes a really long way for me. I never miss it. I never miss it, guys. I have all my stuff right here. Actually, it's super easy. We can just pop it again. Just to show some love. Oh, wait. Maybe it doesn't want to fucking do it again. Ah, what a piece of crap. Well, not a piece of crap, but hold on. Alright, so have yourself a good night, man. Yeah, so my stream schedule kind of goes like Monday through Thursday, or Sunday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time to about 11:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So, you know, that's the kind of thing I do. And I play a lot of Nintendo stuff, but every Tuesday I try and take a break. Saul, are we raiding tonight? Probably not, dude. It's super late. I don't know the community around here. I know a lot of people are playing this game, but, well, I don't fucking know. I don't even know who's live right now. Lucy is live? Okay. The baby was an illusion. Notice earlier that she was mutilated. Really, he was just carrying around a meat sack. Yo, thanks, Soap. I appreciate that love, dude. Glad I can do something before I go either way. Yo, man, I appreciate that love, dude. I mean, even whether it's terminal illness or what it is, man, I appreciate your positivity. Okay, let's go. Thought Lucy streamed on Beam. Or did she stop with Beam and did she switch to Twitch? Anyways. Okay, let's go show some love to Lucy, I guess. Hit it. We're going to take off for the night, man. But thank you guys all for coming out tonight, having fun. I know this is quite a bit of a more chill stream than the stuff we usually do. It also ran much later than we usually do. Thank you everybody who made it through. Thank you everybody who stayed the whole time. It was an amazing game. I'm going to be uploading this as well tomorrow for a complete just for a complete playthrough from start to finish. And when was he carrying a meat sack? I mean, Maddie, the belief is that he's carrying a meat sack through at the very end of the game, because she never gave birth. And he's just fucking loopy as shit in his head, and he's like, okay, well, there's a baby here. I don't care what anyone says. It's my meat sack. But, alright, yo, JJ, I will definitely check it out, man. Okay, guys, have yourself a great night. But, yo, let's go show some love to Lucy if you guys want. Well, she had no legs, not meat sack. I didn't know she had no legs. I thought she was just tied up. I thought she was just tied up from her feet and her arms, like a kind of like a sling, like a upside down hammock. Okay, guys, here's another streamer on YouTube Gaming that we're gonna finish up. I'm finished up streaming, but Lucy's another streamer. I'm gonna pop in and say hi before I go to bed. It's actually 4 a.m. here. I have stuff to do at 11, so kind of need to get some rest. And yeah, go show some love to Lucy Cell. She's playing some Overwatch right now, and she's only got like what? I think she only had 7 people watching, so it'll be good for her to get some love as well. But for now, guys, thank you so much for watching. I will see you tomorrow, and have yourself a great day. I'll catch you later. Bye-bye. Yo, from Canada all the way to Croatia, my dude, Nico. Have yourself a great night, dude. Or a great day, I guess. Yo, bless up, man. Bye-bye.